All right, losers. Oh, I ended up figuring out what was wrong with my mic for those who were there for the gaming stream earlier. I just had to turn off and turn back on my computer. I don't know why that worked, but it did. And I'm happy it did because now I don't got to fuck with it. How's everybody doing? If you were here earlier, we were gaming with Tina 2 and her friend, I can't remember his name, Joachim. Like Joaquin Phoenix, but Joachim is what it is, I believe. Also, I got to announce that I'm live. I forgot. At stream. I still have the impulse to type twitch.tv/Alec Gunter. It's like drilled into my skull. So yeah, this debate is basically just going to be about, I mean, they'll say it, but it's basically just going to be about immigration, Nikki Haley versus Trump. Power Word is still the best game ever made. I just don't think that's the case. It's the most addicting if you're ADHD like me. Sure. It rolls all those addictive elements into one game. I really wish my camera would stop going in and out of focus. Stop that. Please work. I paid a lot of money for you to work properly. Please. Misbehaving fuck. Hold on. Just stay still. Oh, is it maybe it's because like it's leaning. Sorry guys. For those who have seen, you'll know that I have the camera in a very precarious setup, sort of. It's fine once it's there, but it is literally like hanging on for dear life to my lamp that's in front of the monitor. My setup is honestly not that glamorous. The most glamorous part about it is that I take it back. It probably is. As soon as I was about to say it, I'm like, this is going to sound so disconnected. I have 3 monitors and a moving desk, and that's about the most glamorous part. But like my sound setup, even my microphone, my camera is now glamorous, but my lights are not that glamorous. Although now they have color changing lights, so you know what? Yeah. I got a bougie setup. Whatever, it's fine. Okay. All right, let's get into the fucking call. I'm be honest with you guys. I am probably just gonna go full brat mode in this debate. Like I don't care. I'm so disaffected by these dumbasses that I barely researched for this. Like I know a surface level amount of Nikki Haley, but once you've seen one conservative, you've seen them all. All she wants to do that's different from every other conservative is restrict abortion bans to 15 weeks, like past 15 weeks, which still does not help us that much. Like it's something, but it's not enough. You know, it's enough time for most people to be able to get an abortion as long as they hurry. But the point is to stem that completely. They don't want anybody to go get one, so they're just going to throw as many roadblocks in the way as they can get away with, basically. So anyway, Discord, and then the other topic with the border. Honestly, I'm just going to ask them questions. The best way to disarm conservative logic is to just ask basic fucking questions, as we saw last night with those supposed communists, those LARPers who call themselves communists when they're really just fascists in disguise. I fucking hate how this chair won't stop moving down. Okay, I should probably sit up anyway. It's better for a debate just to be more awake. I'm also tired, so there's that. Okay. I don't remember which server this is in. Yeah, I'm not. Okay, here we go. Let's get it over with, boys. I got booze, so I'm gonna need it. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Hold on 1 second. All right. Let's get in this fucking call. This will be interesting. Oh wait, I forgot to plug in my headphones. Oh shit, there's something else I forgot to do too. I forgot. Because I gotta have my camera on. Hold on, this will take a second. Actually, wait, I can just share screen, right? Oh no, because it'll... Yeah, I gotta share camera, I think. Hold on. Oh, sorry, y'all can hear me. Why can't they hear them? Voice and video.
Yeah, I
I'm
could
a
have got
fucking
Grumple.
Hoosier
You guys
now.
want
It's
Grumple?
hard to tell because
Yes.
Texas, most people from Texas don't have accents. Like they don't have like a, it's like not a Southern accent kind of place in most of it. So it's not like you'll be able to identify someone from Texas as easily.
Listen, Austin is in Texas. Okay.
Yeah.
I was like this close to inviting Grumple. So that's
However, I have
Now that
lived
you're
in
a
Texas
resident,
Yeah.
for like
that
2
you
weeks.
had to wear a belt buckle.
That's true, but
That-
that's below
that
the
was like-
camera line.
I lived
Oh, wait, hold on.
I lived in
Goddamn.
Texas for like 2 weeks, so I don't know if that counts.
One
but-
second.
Yeah, hey, I'll take it. I was in Houston Airport once. It was a layover, but I was there.
I was in Fort Bliss for 2 weeks.
where
I
about you there?
wasn't.
It's right next to El Paso, which is a you know,
I'm from the South. I'm from Southern California, so
Shut up.
El Paso is a what's
it's
it called?
pretty south.
You're low warm
A
ups.
border is it called a border access point? I forget what it's called. Border access point.
It's called a shithole. That's what you're.
Solidarity for my Texas brothers. I'm going to wear a cowboy hat.
Like every other town that borders the border, it's a shithole.
Let me try something.
Actually, there was a guy right outside of Fort Bliss that made some fucking bomb tacos.
Well, yeah, because that's the only good part about the border towns. I love San Diego,
That's cool.
like the cities, the actual proper cities that are on the border.
Yeah.
Those are like the parts of San Diego you only go to grab food and get the fuck out.
I really got to figure out a better way to do this, honestly.
I like you there.
Hold on. Yeah,
Is that
I'm
better,
here. I
Banks?
can hear you guys. I just got a new webcam, and I'm trying to figure out how to share the screen on Discord as well as.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
That was a little better warm ups. You could be a little louder though.
All right, I'm traveling. I'm on my headset mic, so it's
Okay.
going to be a
Also-
little.
Where you're at right now is great.
Okay.
No, see,
Chad, let me
Will's
know that the
traveling
volume's good.
and is still here, but the other Will just didn't want to show up.
Which Will?
Woodsman Will.
Oh, wasn't he the one talking shit?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's a trip. I was
Just like generally talking shit. I thought it was fun shit talk though, because he literally was just like, "Y'all going down." He's just like everybody on both sides. It's like you're all going down. Fuck you.
Yes.
No, he's gone crazy.
And then Ryan Reynolds giving the Canadian thumbs down, where you fucking keep your hand in the same position, but you point your thumb down instead of like a normal human, where you turn the hand. He just goes
Just this.
all bark.
down, bitch. What are you talking about?
Who am I? Oh yeah, non-smoker.
Okay, let's see if I can. Turn
Well,
the video on.
non-smoker just went live, so he's gonna be in here in a short bit.
He thinks he's big shit now because he debated Destiny.
Was it a debate? I felt like they got along.
Imagine being Ryan Reynolds and Blake
Yeah.
Lively's kid though.
Oh,
I mean, if you partner with
Like
a guy
you
with
have
an
so
anime
much
avatar,
good
it's a lot.
DNA going your way. Like
but you also want to fuck both your parents? That's insane.
yeah,
That's some Mr. Girl shit right there.
These
really.
guys-
Dude, how could you not? Like your parent, you'd be that kid when kids would be like, "Your mom's fucking hot." You'd have to be like, I know. Dude.
I know she's hot.
Whenever I
Wait,
would
Grump
play
is in
Apex.
chat.
However much of a problem it is for you, it's more of a problem for me.
Hey, if
okay?
Grump was in chat, let him in the
Okay,
panel.
Can somebody maybe help me out with this? I'm trying to.
Is he?
Sorry, I've never done this before with my new camera. I'm trying to figure out how to get it to stream to both my. I apologize for asking for tech info, but like I
Yeah.
can't.
I don't.
You
Are you
use
even able to add-
OBS.
Yes,
You
use
need to use
OBS.
OBS and do
Use
virtual
OBS
camera.
and share a source.
Yeah, I was about to say
Mhm.
because I have to use minicam to be able to do that.
Yeah, another one is a XSplit cam if you don't want a watermark. That one works as well. Or I think it's just split cam.
I feel like if anybody in this call should be wearing a cowboy hat, it should be Half Bay Takes.
He's from Ohio, I thought.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
thought you said he was from
I'm
Texas.
Not. I'm a Yankee, son. I'm a fucking northern.
Yeah.
tried split cam, but I don't know how to
Yeah.
work it. Okay.
Can you really call where you live northerner though?
Split cam should be easy. It should just put your camera up right there,
Indeed.
and then when you go into source, you just have to use split cam as your camera source.
Can you really call where you live as a northerner?
Ohio's
Well,
north. as
Where
fuck.
I'm from, I'm a Hoosier now though. Indiana's
I
weird.
was about to
man.
say,
It's like half the
Oh.
state, half
No.
the state is southern.
Ohio's
Yeah.
next to you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But,
Indiana's like half
take aside
southern
Ohio,
culture.
Indiana's still a weird case. Like
Okay,
Indiana's
listen,
a weird
all
case
right.
in of itself.
Wait a minute. I've been to Westfield, Indiana. That place is white bread as it fucking comes, and it's got Buca de Beppos. Okay.
Westfield was that?
Well,
Hold
yeah.
on, you can't count Carmel.
Yeah, you can't count
or
Westfield,
fucking
Carmel,
Fishers.
Fishers.
You're not allowed. Not allowed to count those areas.
I'm allowed to call
Westfield fucking-
Carmel a fucking. And yeah, I am. I've been. Listen, all right. I feel like I'm the only one in here that has the expertise of all of Indiana, all of Ohio, and all of Kentucky.
I'm
Bullshit.
sorry.
Those are all useless.
Bullshit.
I'm
I did-
sorry.
Listen,
I
listen,
don't
listen.
think Kentucky-
Listen,
Kentucky can stay.
I did military funerals in Indiana and all the surrounding states. Don't tell me you're the only person here
Sprout,
for that's
I've
authority to
been to
talk about
every
the
single
surrounding states.
Meijer store in the fucking tri-state area. Okay, I've
Everyone on that
slept
from
in your
Kentucky is, like,
cities.
kind of an asshole.
That's how you know you're on the
That's
eastern
so
side of
true.
this country is when you
So now
say
that I have-
tri-state area.
Okay. I'm sorry again. Now that I have split cam open, what do? It's showing.
So
my
do you
video.
see your camera in split
Yes,
cam?
Yes, it's showing my
So-
video properly.
Cool. So go to voice and video on Discord, and on your video settings, you'll click down the drop down, and it should show split cam as an
Okay, good.
input option.
Okay, that's easy. Okay, hold on.
hmm
Thank you.
I like
very
keep it on
much.
Jubilee. Okay, you're supposed to be the
That is true.
master.
Split cam. Okay, good. Test. There we go. Eureka. We got it. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
No problem. Boom.
There it is. All right, let's go.
Camera looks good, bud.
Thank you. Thank you.
With that horrible set. Who's that guy that said you had a horrible set?
Oh, I like my
was
set.
I was watching on Tina's stream that some guy was like calling you out.
Yeah. Nina told me mine looks like a hotel. I was like, it's not a set. This is just my office. This is just where I live.
Okay. I mean, yeah, that's also where I live. Is my living room.
There's non-smoker.
I need my old set back
There's a name I haven't heard in forever.
Are we missing people?
because this is like my
I got
rental.
everyone.
This is like my rental house because I don't know if everyone knows, but yeah, my house caught fire.
don't have
so this is
Blizzard.
like my rental house.
That sucks.
That happened like a year ago, didn't it?
It happened in October.
Oh, okay.
Wait, we don't have Blizza.
This is gonna be a little late. That's fine.
Oh, fuck.
But I won't be able to get back in my house till like late summer.
That sucks, man. I'm sorry.
Hey,
It is what
no,
it is.
Sprout, honestly, if you do need help, just give me a call and I'll drive up there. Like
Okay.
on the weekends.
That's
How
the
much
well,
is,
when you say
Holy
my house
shit,
burned down,
Rezzy, thank
everyone's
you.
like, holy shit. But
What?
So when someone says their house burned down, everyone's like, "Oh my god, holy shit! Do you need anything?" But Sprout's like, "Yeah, my house burned down. It's fine. I'm I'm chilling.
I'm getting through it.
Dude, when it happened, we was on Kai's panel. He was just like, hold on, I think my house is on fire. And then like left and just left it at that.
No, I came back and said I had to leave.
That's when you said like my
That's
house is on fire.
dedication.
There we go.
Yeah.
That's dedication to the bit right there, son. Hold on, guys. I'll talk to y'all later. My house is on fucking fire. So.
Yeah.
All right, Smoker's here. Everyone's here. Blizz is going to be here in like 30 minutes or something, so we can get the show on the road.
I have no idea why I came back to say I have to go. That was like probably the dumbest decision I possibly could have made at that point. But
Well, to be fair, you were still in the call and your video was still rolling.
Because you know how to be in a fucking panel. That's why. That's good. It's professionalism.
It's a professionalism.
All right.
I honestly think it would have been funnier to see the firefighters come through.
God
Sorry.
damn it, you motherfucker. All right, welcome everyone to Bing whatever. Been a while. Haven't done a panel in a while. Excited to do. We've got a good one. This one, I just kind of wanted to, shit on people about election stuff. And like this other topic came, and it's like apparently Civil War II is going on. So that should be fun to talk about. We've got people I like, very very wonderful people, experts at politics and apparently or something. At least that's what their Twitch channels say. Let's go around and shout yourself out, and then we'll get to the first topic. My old buddy, Alec Gunter, how's it going? As seen on Jubilee, as seen on random school boards and other situations.
I'm doing pretty good. Am I just what am I giving you? An opening statement?
Shout yourself out.
Shout myself out. My name's Alec Gunter. You can find me on YouTube at youtube.com/AlecGunterTTV. You can also find me and all my links at AlecGunter.com now that we have a White Forest site, which is pretty awesome. Thank you very much to the White Forest team. And I've been doing a lot of debates lately. I'm a little bit disaffected right now by them, but it is what it is. I'll push through the bullshit, I guess.
Getting the black pill. Happens to all of us.
The debate black pill, yeah.
Next we've got Patrick Bateman. Half Baked Takes. Todd, who also hasn't been around in a while. What's up?
Happy to be back. Am I muted?
No, you're good.
Oh, all right. Yeah, okay. Half Baked Takes. You can find me on Twitter, TA Kitzler. I am working within campaign politics at the moment, so not streaming, but we're deep in the shit. We'll just put it that way.
Your audio's like off from your video by like a full second.
Yeah, you may want to turn the
Give me
video off, turn it off, and turn it back on. That'll probably fix it. Next, we have a gay porn star in a cowboy hat. Please introduce yourself.
Howdy. I'm wearing this in solidarity for my Texas brethren. You can find me on Twitch at Alpha Wasabi. I don't stream anymore. I will probably do it again, but probably not. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't really have an intro.
Well, then why I fucking spare time for you then? God damn. All right. Next, we have as seen on I don't know. My panel is Jeb10. How's it going?
Yeah, I'm Jeb10, and I have a Twitter, Jeb10RIP, and nothing else.
Ian Hunts, appreciate it.
Beautiful. Next, we have someone a little bit who's a diva now coming in late on panels because he debated Destiny one time, not Smoker.
Twitch.tv/non-smoker. Marxist, Leninist, all around nice guy, very rational person, totally not a schizo tanky. Happy to be here.
How'd that debate go? What'd you think about it?
I thought it went very well, all things considered. If anybody would like to watch it, it's been posted to Destiny's channel. The title is something like Communists Confront Destiny about the Houthis or something like that. So I thought it went well, productive discussion for the most part.
Your partner had an anime PFP, which is an automatic handicap. So, but all that considered, I think you did a good job.
Thank you.
Next, we have last minute edition. So I owe him a beer after this. And vet debate panelist Sprout.
I am the Sprouticus. You can find me at Twitch and Twitter. Twitch.tv/thesprouticus, Twitter.com/thesprouticus. I will warn you before you go there. Haven't posted or gone live on either for quite a minute. So, expect to see some old content. New content should be coming as soon as I decide that I'm in a good place to make new content. So, looking forward to it. Looking forward to the conversation. Still love doing panels, so it's a lot of fun.
Missed you, buddy.
Thank you very much. And someone who just I randomly see floating around through space every now and then, playing Pal World warm-ups. Very happy to have him here, though.
Yeah, I'm Warm-Ups. Twitch channel is Sir Warm-Ups. I occasionally stream gameplay and yell at people and stuff.
All right, happy to have everyone here. All right, which topic do you guys want to do first? The Trump thing or the immigration thing? Want to get a vibe of the room?
Wait, there was a Trump topic.
Yeah.
Ah, shit. Sorry.
Okay.
Let's get it over with.
What was the
Let's
Trump
go.
topic?
Trump topic.
Trump topic. Okay.
What was the Trump topic?
I read it, but yeah, could you just say it again for the people who didn't?
I thought it was
Yeah, because I totally didn't use an AI bot to write it. So
It's
as
so bad.
Florida, I'm a fucking journalist. Well, I don't know if you know. Okay, I'm a professional writer.
No, I
so-
get it. That's why it's a problem.
have some
Yeah, do you use ChatGPT to write your articles? Fucking
Maybe.
fraud.
I
Oh,
wish.
you phrased that to me as a DeSantis topic.
Yeah, I mean, as governor, let me just read it. God damn. As Florida Governor Ron DeSantis withdraws his name as a presidential candidate and endorses Donald Trump, candidate field is narrowed down to a race between Trump and Nikki Haley, with GOP caucuses showing overwhelming support for Trump. Does he have the ability to unify the GOP? If not, would Haley be a preferable candidate than Trump? Could some election shenanigans take place where Trump is disbarred? What's the vibe? What do you think? Should Ron not have dropped out? Should he have been the candidate?
Are we doing opening statements or are we?
Oh, we are. We'll do brief. 30 seconds. Okay. We'll start with Alec.
Yeah, I'll keep it real brief because I've been debating conservatives for like the past couple of weeks straight, like I mentioned, and I did research for the past ones, and I did basically none for this one because the research amounts to jack shit when you're debating conservatives these days. All they want to talk about is trans and gay people and drag queens for some stupid reason. So we'll just get to that when we get to it, I guess. But in
Yeah,
the
because they're
meantime,
so hot and
my-
gross.
I'm still doing my opening statement. Thank you. So in the meantime, my thoughts on the whole like Ron DeSantis thing is I was scared of him last year, and then when I realized that he is basically an alien slug man and does not know how to behave like a human, I stopped being scared of him. He is a neutered freak, and he will never be anything more than Florida's defunct governor. But Nikki Haley I like a little bit better because it's funny when she shits on Trump. I like the drama. I like her vibes a little bit more, and I like the fact that she doesn't want an outright ban on abortion. At least, if you're 10 years old, rape victim, and you're pregnant, at least within 15 weeks you can get an abortion. So at least there's that. Everyone else is totally fine with her being forced to give birth. So they're all terrible, but at least Nikki is like one peg removed from that. And I still think that Trump is going to dominate this election cycle, assuming he can actually run because he is a criminal now. So as much as conservatives claim they hate criminals, there you go. And that's it.
Thank you very much. Jebtan. By the way, Jebtan bitching about civility politics, interrupting other people's opening statements. Just want to
Listen, I just wanted to talk about why we were talking about trans and gay people so much. It's just because they're so hot and gross, okay? Anyway, yeah, so I am a conservative. We do hate criminals, but only the dark-colored ones. And so I think Trump is going to unify the GOP, and we're going to rule the world. No, I think I was happy as an actual conservative with Ron or Nikki. As far as candidates go, they both have really great track records in terms of getting conservative policies put through. Nikki Haley is South Carolina's governor. Ron DeSantis is Florida's governor. They fucking love him in Florida. At the end of the day, he won his election by a great margin. Sucked that he dropped out so early. But I think it was also good because it showed my other point on the unification part. I don't think Trump can unite the GOP in any other definition than get votes from GOP voters for this very specific election. Trump only serves to divide any group of people that he participates in or participates against. That's his whole fucking deal. He likes dividing Republicans when they don't agree with him. He likes dividing against Democrats because they obviously fucking hate him. So no, he can't unite the GOP. He will get GOP votes though if he is the nominee, which looks like it's going to be the case. Though I think this last showing in New Hampshire was actually really positive for Nikki Haley. I didn't see what had happened once all the votes were counted in the New Hampshire primary, but pretty sure Nikki Haley outperformed. Yeah, Nikki Haley went 43% to his 54%, which is about 8 points better than she was polled to. So I think that it was a lot of Democrat media that wants to frame the GOP as Trump slaves, that everybody just loves Trump and no one's ever going to want to get rid of him. And then Republican media that wants Trump to win and nobody else because they think he can beat Biden, that we're framing this idea that Trump is just doing even better than we expected. He's even more overwhelmingly supported than everybody expected. Just not the case. She did way better than she was polled to. I think she's an incredible candidate. She will not get the nomination unless Trump is disqualified. If he gets disqualified, I'll be super excited because I think Nikki Haley actually can unify the GOP because she will go against the Democrats and their shitty policies, and that'll be enough for the MAGA guys if Trump isn't an option. And she holds actual, genuine conservative values.
Thank you very much. I'll throw it to non-smoker.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a Republican in any way. I mean, like,
Besides
I don't
social issues.
give a fuck about who the GOP selects to be the candidate
Trust me, he
for the
hates
presidential
gays.
election. I believe in the uni party, right? But I will say that it's clear to me that nobody in the Republican Party stands a remote chance of dethroning Trump as like the candidate of choice for the average Republican voter. And I think that's because Trump has captured the momentum of the constituency. And he's done that in a way that it even expands past your average Republican voter. I think Trump appeals to disaffected people in general. I don't think that any candidate in the GOP, really either party, comes close to capturing that, momentum, that populist momentum, the way that Trump has. So I think the whole primary process is like a hilarious waste of time. I mean, Ron DeSantis dropping out, it was amazing how that guy in just a couple months went from like the future of the party to like this pathetic, like wet noodle, with really like his tail between his legs, dropping out because he knows it's hopeless. I don't know. Nikki Haley is an evil, warmongering freak creature, and I have nothing nice to say about her. And I also think that the average Republican voter, although they might be kind of enticed by, this notion of, there's someone a little more rational than Trump, but, this, that, and the other, I think that ultimately most people will side with Trump precisely because of what the last gentleman just said, that he stands the best chance of beating Biden, and people who like Trump have this delusion that he's going to fight for them in the White House when we all know he's going to surround himself by neocons and have them essentially run everything once again. So in that sense, I think he will unify the party.
Thank you very much. We'll go to warm-ups.
I think I generally agree with everything non-smoker just said. I will add, though, I don't think anyone expected Ron DeSantis to be as uncharismatic and feckless as he turned out to be. Looking at the things he's been able to accomplish in Florida from afar, it almost seemed like he was a mini Trump of sorts. But when you actually look at the way the guy talks, the way he behaves, the way he carries himself, he doesn't actually really seem to have anything behind it whatsoever. He's probably best left to the back rooms or the basements of the GOP. As far as Nikki Haley is concerned, she's obviously not a unifying figure. She's probably even more combative in Trump in ways that go against what a lot of her potential constituents would like to see out of her. So I don't see her as being a unifying figure in any way, shape, or form. As far as Trump, people might dislike a lot of the things he says, the way he behaves, but at the end of the day, they feel like he's going to bat for them, and that's what unification is all about. He's a leader, if nothing else.
Thank you. Let's go to Todd.
Anyway, is the audio visual matching up at all? Okay, cool. So Ron DeSantis lacks all charisma, and his staff should be ashamed of the shit show that they put together for a campaign. So it's not at all shocking that he himself dropped out. I'm glad that he did. It leaves the party with the opportunity to choose between two candidates. Trump is obviously going to be the candidate, barring him being removed from the ballot due to his many legal issues. However, I'm very glad that Nikki's remaining in the race to, one, keep that option open, but also two, to, give a clear second option to people and show what the party actually can be instead of just what it has been with Trump.
Thank you. Let's go to Alpha.
Just the last one.
Tippy Jesus, I'm sorry.
No, yeah, DeSantis was probably the biggest lame duck that the Republican Party has ever put forth. Every single bit of legislation that he put forth in Florida was nothing but just an optics move. You can see that with the whole Disney tax reclassification of their status. Everything that he did was nothing but a culture war. Like, him dropping out was probably the greatest thing that could happen to the Republican Party. Nikki Haley, I believe, has a better shot than any of them to actually win. Like everyone else said, barring Trump. But Nikki Haley has a better chance of unifying than Trump ever has. Trump has divided the Republican Party to an extent to where half of the constituents are just going to either vote for Trump or just not vote at all. That's just going to be the dividing line.
And Sprout.
Yeah, I think that Nikki Haley serves the best chance of running against Trump and winning for the primary, which I think that chance is like 0.01%. I don't really see a path forward for Nikki Haley. However, she had the greatest chance. I just don't see a path forward for her. Trump will be the presumptive Republican nominee. I think that the RNC was entirely too early to call it for Trump and just basically say, okay, we're done. Trump's the presumptive nominee. Nikki Haley just needs to back out. And for the Republicans that cheer that on, that say that, okay, good, we're just unifying the party, everything, then you cannot be upset about an election. You cannot be upset about Hillary Clinton getting the Democratic nominee position over Bernie Sanders. You can't be upset about any of that anymore because now you're just hypocritical supporting the RNC doing it. So I think that DeSantis dropping out was good. DeSantis has stuck his foot in his mouth so many damn times it's not even fucking funny. Everything that could go wrong for his campaign did go wrong. Whether he's just a incapable candidate or he hired the absolute worst people to run his campaign, I don't know, and honestly, I don't care. Because presidents have to hire people to be on their board. Presidents have to hire people to sit at the table. Because presidents don't know everything, so they have to hire people that do. And if that's how he hires for his campaign, and that's what went wrong, then obviously I don't want him hiring as a president. So ultimately, glad DeSantis dropped out because he was obviously an incompetent candidate. And I hope Haley does better than I'm assuming she does, but I'm giving her a 0.01% chance of winning the nomination for the RNC.
Would you prefer her over Trump?
I would prefer Nikki Haley over Trump, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I guess if we're going to stay on this topic before the immigration one, I think this idea of Trump as a unifier comes from this, and I don't think anyone would deny it who mentioned it, a genuine, absolute, and complete distaste for Republicans. The idea that Republicans are just fucking retards.
Which is true.
They're just infant babies. See, they're just infant babies who can't
Either that or
fathom that
evil.
Trump has done any bad things. New Hampshire proved those people wrong. Almost half of Republican voters in New Hampshire voted Nikki Haley to be their Republican nominee, and that's just the second primary. Nikki Haley's numbers have only gone up. As Nikki Haley has argued things that people like that would think would can her entire campaign. Like when she came out of the gate being the first person to talk shit on Trump, when she came out of the gate being the first person to say that we will never get a federal abortion ban, when she came out of the gate saying that anybody who ran on any of those dumb shit policies was going to basically be lying to their entire constituency. All those things, according to the people who think Republicans are just infant retard babies who love Trump and that's the only language they speak, none of those would have worked against a Republican constituent. Nope, you're wrong.
The loudest ones are.
None of those things would have worked against a constituency that is the way that those people think that they are. Nikki Haley has outperformed all the other nominees because Republicans proved to be more in touch with the issues that harm them than people thought they were. More interested in
What?
someone who
Since when?
Since New Hampshire dropped almost 45%.
What issues is
for
Nikki Haley talking about that Republicans feel affects them?
Well, here's
Nikki Haley passed tax cuts during her time
Tax
as
cuts
the
for
South
who?
Carolina
For
governor
who?
for
For
the
who?
poor and
For
the middle
poor?
class.
Oh, can I see that?
Yeah.
But Nikki Haley.
Tell me the bill. Tell me the bill.
Wait, no, Nikki Haley's not doing as well as you're saying though, Jeb. Nikki Haley
I did ask for evidence of that. I would like to see
I'm
it.
sure he's gonna look it up.
I'm not going to go here and no, I'm not during a debate going to Google everything Nikki Haley's ever done. If you want to, you can. Nothing I show you is going to change your mind about the Republican base, though.
Well, I would like to.
Because when I said almost 45% of people in New Hampshire voted for Nikki Haley to be the Republican nominee, you still said all Republicans only speak Donald Trump and their retard babies, even though 45% of them just voted for Nikki Haley to be their Republican nominee.
I would like to also point out.
You have to be too much of an alpha male. Okay, let's let Alec talk.
Sorry.
I would like to also point out that poor people are not asking for tax cuts. They're asking for food and more money.
Sure.
So,
and how do you
that's not necessarily, but
yes, necessarily. How many poor people do you? How many poor
money,
people do you know who are asking for tax cuts? Oh my God, I'm homeless. I've only had a tax
a
cut.
lot.
That's bullshit.
Do you
What if they had a home?
I mean, okay, being somebody who is actually a blue collar worker in this fucking call, a lot of the blue collar workers who are actually a part of the lower class and work paycheck to paycheck do complain about tax cuts. They do
why don't you
wanting tax cuts?
Are you? Wait, hold on. Are you a capitalist man?
Sorry, wait, Alec, I'm not going to let you keep interrupting everybody. Okay, I'm going to finish and then you can talk. Right, everybody that works a blue collar job actually says, hey, we do want tax cuts. That's the whole reason why a lot of the blue collars in the trades voted for Trump, because of his tax cut bill. That's entirely why they want tax cuts. The lower class wants tax cuts because that's more money in their pocket.
You know what's more money in their pocket? Increased minimum wage. How about that? If we're talking about
also more money in their pocket, the earned income tax credit, which was Biden's highest.
We're going entirely off topic. We're going entirely off topic though, but I'm going to bring us back. I'm going to bring us back to topic. Okay. Nikki Haley is not doing as well as the New Hampshire results are showing, because in the state that she was governor in her home state, the state that she should win. The state the state that she should absolutely win, her home state, the state she was governor in, she's polling at 29.2%, and Trump's polling at 62.5%.
Sure, that's what she was polling at in New Hampshire, and then she dropped 43 and 54. That's what I'm saying. Is she's outperforming her polls every single fucking time she gets the chance to.
Jeb is saying,
Jeb, when you get a chance, can you pull up that tax cut for me, Jeb?
Go ahead, Todd.
And what I'll say is they do have a point, Jeb, insofar as she is getting Democrats and independents to come out and vote for her in some of these primaries where they have the option to, like in these open primary states. There is some truth to that. But at the end of the day, those independents are just as likely to vote for whoever the Republican nominee is at the end of the day anyway. So there is a lot of, a lot of weight that should be put in the fact that she's outdoing her polling quite a bit.
Before someone else talks, non-smoker, because he was trying to talk earlier.
Oh, thank you, man. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think the whole, I wanted to respond to Alec, actually. I mean, I think that he's getting a little confused because I think people on the left, including myself, we often think that poor people are better served by our party or our. Sorry?
You're like Putin. You're not on the left, but go on.
Shut the fuck up, Alec. You're such a retard, dude.
I know.
Why don't you read your one book a year and get back to me on that when you finish it? But anyway.
Sounds like classism to me, you leftist. There's some people who can't read, Classism. Oh, he's such a leftist, right? I'm just saying.
Are you saying you can't read?
Didn't they talk about that stuff?
Letting other people
Didn't they talk about classism in any of your theory books?
How many times have you interrupted? Just let non-smoker talk and then you can talk, all right? Be a big boy.
I just want to make sure we're all on the same page.
Wait, quick question, Alec. Can you spell classism?
Why?
Okay. Anyway, so like I was saying, I think a lot of people on the left tend to think that they go in with this mentality of they know what's right for poor people better than poor people do. And I
I can spell? I can spell coitus with your mom.
Oh my god, dude! How about just one, one thought come out before you respond, please?
You're taking a lot.
Okay, real quick. Like, I agree with everybody else who disagrees with you, Alec, that actually poor people, lower middle class people, they do hate the idea that they have to pay taxes that end up being wasted by the federal government.
Yeah, and that's
the
like
state,
on what point
right?
of their list?
And so, what?
Which on their list of needs? Where do you think that is? A poor person
Voting
working three
needs
jobs.
pretty high,
High,
jobs.
dude. I think the average
Voting
person,
needs pretty high.
No, not voting needs. I said
Yeah.
tax cut needs.
Alec, I think if you ask the average person, most people feel like they're paying too much in taxes. Like
Probably.
they just do, even if they're not. They
Yeah,
feel
if
like
you ask them
they're
specifically
paying
about
too much in taxes.
Yes, if you
And the real reason for that is because they're not getting anything back from the tax money that they're paying. It's being squandered.
I'm sure.
Right? So they're frustrated about that, and they have this perception, like,
Can
you
I
know
respond?
what? If I paid less tax, well, if I could just,
Just finish your point.
I'm trying hard. I'm like struggling to right now.
Okay. It just sounds like you're making another point
I
that I
have
would
an
have to
illiterate
respond
moron
to.
barking over me if you haven't noticed.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, I think if you ask the average voter, they would probably, jump at the notion of, hey, I'll pay less taxes, right? Because nobody believes that any politician really cares about their interests and wants to give them like meaningful, robust services in return for the tax money that they have to pay. So, obviously you and I should be in agreement that what we should fix is, the way that we distribute our tax dollars back to our citizens, right? But nobody in the GOP or really either party actually wants to do that. So, of course, people would rather pay less taxes.
I don't buy this both sides bullshit. Stop with that. To go back to your early point.
No, I won't.
When you talk about tax, when you go up to somebody, an average American, you say, do you want tax cuts? Obviously, they're going to say yes. If you ask a average middle-class American, what are your current needs? Your most, what do you need the most right now? How many of them do you think say tax cuts?
No, they'll say more money.
Yes.
Like,
Tax cuts is not the most efficient way. It might. $2 a
explain
year,
the
sure, but
distinction?
how about we give them?
Wait, how does tax cuts not give you more money?
How about
explain the
because that
distinction,
takes
Alex.
away from public services, which part of that is welfare. So how about if you want to give them more money, you feed welfare programs, but you don't like that, right? Welfare is a naughty word in conservative circles. Y'all hate that.
Because there's a lot of lower middle class. There's a lot of lower class that aren't on welfare, that aren't taking welfare, that are not using these programs, and these people
Well,
would
then
still
maybe we
benefit
should
from a tax cut.
Maybe
They're also not on the
we should
minimum wage
mobilize
either.
people to get them on those programs. Then why aren't they on them?
You
They're
get
not,
more
they're, not,
people on
they're
welfare?
not able to get on these programs. Like,
Why not?
these programs are so restricted.
Then expand welfare.
150. You have to be
Okay, what I'm hearing.
150%.
Okay,
Expand it.
what I'm
You
hearing.
got to take more taxes.
What I'm hearing is welfare is broken. Instead of fixing it, you want to decrease taxes. Is that right?
No, you can do both.
You can do both in the same.
But you're so
can
fixated on the
reoptimize
taxes.
welfare funds.
If you just fix
As
welfare,
non-smoker mentioned, which I'm honestly surprised hearing based on his stated platform, you can reoptimize
you think,
the
right? You would
dollars
think.
that are you can reoptimize the dollars that are being used on welfare while reducing the dollars that are given to welfare.
okay, saying you can do both does not disqualify the fact that you are focusing on the tax cuts. You never bring up welfare. Conservatives never want to increase welfare.
I mean, it's not that they never bring
I've
up
argued
welfare.
for
they
multiple
never.
times.
Well, they never. Sorry, I
Donald
apologize.
Trump
They do
wants
bring it
to.
up, but they want to take away welfare from kids who want to eat. But I digress.
I mean,
The tax cuts are more important, right? Let's talk about the tax cuts, not the hungry
necessarily.
kids.
It just depends on
Not
what
the hungry kids.
conservative you're talking about.
Fuck the hungry kids.
Why do you,
Tax
why
cuts.
do you think
Tax cuts.
Yeah,
More tax cuts.
Why do you think Nikki Haley's going to fix the welfare system? It's an interesting point.
What do you mean? Okay, I mean, I don't know that she's going to fix the welfare system. I don't think any one president can fix the welfare system. It's too big and too shitty. But I think she will work a little bit harder on optimizing welfare dollars. I think she has shown that she has general awareness of the welfare programs that work. She's been generally supportive of SNAP, which is an incredible program, WIC for young mothers, unemployment insurance, disability. She's been supportive of those and supportive of reoptimizing taxes. And when she was in South Carolina, a lot of her tax cuts were tax swaps, where she cut taxes in a certain area and then increased taxes in areas that disproportionately impacted people with more money to spend, so that she was able to re-optimize the dollars. It's basically not necessarily changing total amounts that much, but changing the sources of that money and changing the outcomes of that money in a way that optimizes it. I don't know that she's shown like a comprehensive platform that's going to fix the welfare system. No politician has, but I think she's done a better job of showing her knowledge, or at least the knowledge of the people she's been associated with, in terms of optimizing dollars that are already in the system and changing the sources of those dollars so that they come from people who have a little bit more money to spend and don't come from people as much that don't have as much to spend.
That's an interesting point. Warm-ups, since you're complaining that we're not on topic. We're on topic now, so you got something to say, Big Shot?
Yeah, back to Jeb's point from earlier. He's invoking the New Hampshire results. Why would you single those out instead of looking at maybe Iowa instead? I think Iowa is probably going to be more indicative of the general overall, thought of the GOP base. Wouldn't you agree?
Jeb?
With the more candidates in Iowa, like there's more candidates. There's more candidates on the polling on the polling booth in Iowa. So you would have to take that into
I'm referring
consideration.
to the constituents, not the
Yeah,
candidates.
Sorry. Can you rephrase the question?
Would you not agree that the constituency, the GOP constituency in Iowa, is going to be more indicative of the nation than the GOP constituents in New Hampshire?
It's possible. I don't know though. I'd have to. You might be speaking from a little bit more knowledge on that subject. I'd probably have to just see, how Iowa's results match up to general election results.
Well, I can tell you right now, Iowa's polls as of January 23rd are Trump 52.3%, Haley 36.7%.
Which is the best polling I've seen.
Those are polls in Iowa.
That's the best polling I've seen for Nikki Haley.
There's this old saying.
She's been out.
Yeah, and she's been outperforming because she just polled 43.5 to 54.5 when she was polling 28 to 60.
Slay Queen.
So if she's polling 31 to 50 in Iowa, I would only presume, based on her historic track record of overperforming every opportunity she gets, that it'll probably turn out a little bit closer to 50-50 for her in Iowa than it would in New Hampshire. But I would agree, warm-ups, that New Hampshire probably captures more of the me-type conservative than it does the general right. But that's just off of vibes. I don't have numbers for that, but I know New Hampshire is a generally more libertarian Republican sort of state. In the way
One
it's
thing,
run.
100% agree.
One thing I do
Yeah,
want to
but
give.
also when you were bringing up the New Hampshire and Iowa, I saw something, and I don't even know if it's actually fucking real, but I saw that there was like the percentage of people who actually voted during the primary versus the registered Republicans in that state, and it was like a percentage, like it was like 5 or something percent of people that voted in that. So it's like in that other like 90% of people who didn't vote in the primary, like that seems to kind of bear the question, are those people going to lean more Trump or lean more toward Haley during the actual election?
One thing I do want to say about Nikki Haley, something to commend her for. I don't know that much about her, admittedly. I wanted to do more research on her, but I didn't do it. So, but one thing I do want to commend her for.
You're so knowledgeable on most topics. That
I know, right?
me.
So one thing that I do want to commend her for, though, is she did take the proper approach. I'm genuine about this when it comes to Trump, because every other candidate tried to either suck up to Trump, Vivek, like cake, right? Suck up to Trump, or be Trump. DeSantis, who is a space.
She waited way too long.
She did.
She waited way too long.
No, I'm not getting.
She kept the.
She didn't do a good enough job.
Long.
Clearly, she didn't do a good enough job. I'm not saying that, but she did take the proper approach. She just should have done
That's
it
only
earlier.
the proper approach if you're not the target audience. Like that's only.
But it's the only thing that would work.
If you want work for who?
To beat Trump.
Democrats?
Like if she wanted to beat Trump.
To win an
I'm not saying that it's
against,
no. I'm not saying it would be guaranteed to work. I'm saying it was the only thing that would have.
I think it's
everyone
quite
else tried something
obvious
else.
to anyone who's paying attention and isn't like a partisan like cocksuck is Nikki Haley is running on the presumption that she only has a chance if Trump isn't the nominee, right? Or if Trump is, I'm sorry, let me rephrase that.
That is not true at all.
Let
me rephrase it. I misspoke. She's running on the presumption that she's only electable if Trump is removed from the ballot.
That's not true.
Again,
Haley's
no, that's just
campaign.
blatantly
Haley's
false.
campaign fully believes that she's electable even with Trump on the ballot.
I do think they took the right
That's hard to
approach.
believe.
I don't see any other approach besides what Nikki Haley tried, except for the fact that Nikki Haley's a woman and conservatives don't like that. So maybe if they had run a
Why?
man. So
That's actually a good point. I
Why
used to
would-
believe women shouldn't be presidents because they get PMS, but then someone brought up guys get horny and they are presidents. So my mind's changing on this. Non-smoker.
Oh no, I mean I don't know if I have much to add to that brilliant insight from Alec. I
was
do
brilliant,
want to
thank you.
mention though, I mean that Nikki Haley did serve as UN ambassador under Trump, and according to most theories, the only reason she resigned was because her level of influence within the Trump administration was shrinking. I don't think she's like this very principled person who dislikes Trump for like some sort of moral reasons. She is power hungry. She wants to be president, or at least wants to have a significant role in the party moving forward. That's why she's running. In terms of her like speaking out against him or something, or standing against, and for that matter, DeSantis was very critical of Trump, especially in this whole primary process anyway. Being critical of the leading candidate in attempts to garner support from voters, how does that buy you any kind of like moral authority just because you hate Trump and other people say bad things? I mean, that's how they get you idiots to vote for Biden. All people have to do is say, I'm not Trump, and then you go and vote for them. Like, you're so fucking triggered by him.
I do want to say
she's
real quick.
No, she's clearly presenting policies that people are getting behind. There's
Non-smoker?
clearly a section
Yeah,
of-
like fucking making it so that you can't like use the internet without a specific ID or whatever. Like, how do people on the right like even begin to remotely support someone like Nikki Haley who wants to totally violate your fucking privacy like that?
I'm just letting
I
you
mean,
know
it-
I was going to read a book this year, but just because of you, I'm not going to. Just out of spite.
That's
letting you know.
okay. It'll keep with your current pace with reading, man. You know, zero.
I'm just
book
letting you
all
know, man.
time.
You did this.
Alec,
give-
what was the last book you read in your life?
Probably Harry Potter. Who cares? It wasn't Marx. I'm not a
If you
nerd.
could read- if you could read one page of a Harry Potter book,
Oh my god.
What was yours? I'm sure yours. What? Tell us yours, please. Tell us yours. I'm
Yeah,
sure it
what's
was
yours,
very.
non-smoker?
No, I'm sure it was very entertaining. Right? Theory. Right? Go on.
What's up?
Spill theory
Yeah,
to
what's
us.
the last book you read, non-smoker?
The
Yeah.
last book I read, actually, the last book I read was Fahrenheit 451 with my students.
I read that in high school. Wow.
Yeah, I
that doesn't
teach
count.
high school.
Uh
Yeah,
huh.
that doesn't
If
count.
you ever want some help learning how to read, just hit me up.
I have a girlfriend for that. Or sorry, she's a fiance now.
She's doing a shitty job.
Oh, well.
Congratulations.
Okay.
So yeah, Nikki
Okay,
Haley,
so
right, guys?
anyway, yeah.
This
So
is-
basically, yeah, Nikki Haley is definitely.
Listen, I'm
mentioned
not the
some
one who made that
policies, right?
personal.
Okay, so Nikki Haley definitely proposed some policies that I think are just outright shit for sure. Every politician I've ever followed does not align with me 100% on policies, and a lot of times, not. So I'm not detracting from non-smokers' point. It is a very serious policy that I take seriously and that I seriously dislike. Unfortunately, it seems as though every politician has one or two policies that that are seriously gross, seriously wrong, that I seriously disagree with. She just happens to have the least of them because Trump. Even just from a policy perspective, obviously I despise the actual criminal shit the most. But from a policy perspective, he also passed more gun legislation than Barack Obama. He did so executively, which was obviously worse from my point of view. And he spent more money than any Democrat in history. So at the end of the day, when it comes down to him versus Nikki Haley, I prefer her because there is less of that very big, serious, bad stuff that I don't like.
By the way, the last
You know,
book
I
I
was
read
the
was
least a
Bible.
Democrat, not a Republican. But I digress.
You've been digressing a lot.
Just saying. I mean, if you want the least amount of
book
bad
did you read,
policy, don't
Diggs?
vote Republican.
What books did you read?
Start there.
Thanks. What book?
Last book I read was the Bible. I recommend all of you read it.
I think it honestly. I think it
I like
honestly
the-
depends.
tell
I
me
think it
what-
honestly
which-
depends on what it depends on what you want though, because you like bad policy is good policy for somebody else. Like so, bad policy for the rich is good policy for probably.
Is it
the
bad
people who
policy to
aren't
feed
rich, right?
kids? Is it bad policy to feed kids?
Where are kids not being fed? Please, you
In
keep
Republican
saying
states.
they're
You want
not
me to pull
feeding
it up?
kids. Please,
Here, I'll pull it up.
where
No, I'll pull it up.
fed?
Here.
WIC
I got
program.
you. I got you. Hold up.
I'm
Give me a second.
He
asking.
supports SNAP.
Okay, I know. I'm getting your answer. Hold on. Republican states pull.
So on to the gun
school.
legislations. I think if Nikki Haley became president, I feel like she would pass some sort of legislation to keep Alec Baldwin out of jail. Okay,
Oh, I
man's
don't-
innocent. All right,
Okay.
he needs to.
There we go.
The charges are bunk.
So are you with us, dude? Are we
got it
all
up.
in for Nikki Hippie Jesus?
Well, hold on. I was. Oh shit. Hold on. Wall Street
As
Journal
long as she,
fucking
hey,
sucks.
as long as she pardons Alec Baldwin, that's all I
Washington
care
Post.
about.
I don't give a fuck about Alec Baldwin, but
Listen.
first top president since JFK would be pretty dope. I'm just saying.
15
I've
states.
I've been his most loyal soldier for 3 years. All right, free
15
Alec Baldwin.
15 states shut out food aid for 8 million children. Congress approved a Biden administration initiative to feed poor children during the summer, but 15 states opted out. Which states were these? Let's take a look. Let's see. 15 states.
Well, that's only because they were afraid of being accused.
Here we
of
go.
grooming.
Got it. Alabama, Alaska, Florida, Georgia, Idaho, Iowa, Louisiana,
Okay, cool.
Mississippi,
What else is the
Nebraska,
bill?
Oklahoma,
Where's the money
South
coming?
Carolina, South Dakota, Texas, Vermont, and Wyoming. Sounds
I
like
don't need to know
Republican
all the
states to me.
I don't need to know. I don't need to know all the states. So
Oh,
now,
okay,
what-
just
now
making
my-
sure.
my-
We're all on the same page, though.
wait.
Hold on, no, I'm
I don't
finishing
need to know
my
all the
point.
states.
I'm finishing my point. Now we're all
You
on the same
asked me
page,
if we're
right?
on the same page,
All those,
and I'm
hold on,
trying
all
to
those
respond to that.
Republicans,
I'm trying
all
to
those
respond to that,
states,
and you just keep
all
going.
of those states,
Just do your
all
diatribe
of
and
those
get it over with
states,
so someone else can
all
talk.
of those states are Republican
Hey, you think
states. So
this-
those are the
you
ones that
fucking-
pulled money. Sorry,
You guys think
moderator.
this fucking you think this fucking hippy dippy? All right, this is a Binks panel. This is a serious fucking panel. Okay, talk when I fucking say you can talk.
So
Who may speak?
now, what
I
I
didn't say you could talk yet, Sprout.
okay, well, I felt like it.
Dramatic silence for a second.
Okay.
Is it my turn now? Do I get it?
Free Alec Baldwin.
Now you're muted. You know what? Alec gets to finish his point. Go ahead, Alec.
Let's go. So anyway, what I was saying is I'm finishing my point. Just a few seconds. All of those states are, from what I know, are red states, or at least most of them. So
That's not
what's the
true.
deal?
Okay, so first off, where is this money coming from? Second off, what else is in the bill?
Why does it matter?
And-
Where does the
because-
money need to come from for children to be fed?
Why does it wait? Why does it matter? Because these are things that make it to where bills don't get passed.
What's
if the
more-
money's coming from the
what's-
wrong spot, or
what's-
if there's other things in the bill that are being trying to get
what's
shoved
mo-
through,
just
and
tell
that
me-
way Democrats can say they don't want to
Okay,
feed kids.
I will give you a way to convince me that I care. Tell me something that's more important than feeding kids. Go ahead.
What's-
I mean, why are we like pulling some sort of rhetoric game? Like,
Answer the
why,
question.
It's not
I
a
don't know why
rhetoric
we're
game.
playing
I'm
a
just
rhetoric
asking
game.
a
I don't know
question.
why we're
Tell
playing a
me
rhetoric
something
game.
that matters more.
There's bills.
That's not a
so-
rhetoric
killing
game.
them in the
That's a
woods.
very simple question.
So there's bills that would do very good things.
Can't answer
and,
it.
And
You didn't answer
the
it.
question, Sprout? You're just gonna get scalloped.
I told you how you
There's
can make
bill-
me
no.
care. I don't care.
you know,
Feeding
wait,
kids,
wait,
feeding
hold on, I
kids is
have
a
an
big
answer.
priority.
I have an answer.
I like
Cool.
feeding
Well,
kids.
so I
So
don't
wherever the
wanna
money,
care- I don't-
wherever
I
the
don't
money
wanna
has to be
care about
scrounged
anything
up
you say on this
from,
panel.
pull it out
I
of your
don't wanna
damn
care about
asshole.
anything. I don't want to hear it. I don't care.
Pull it out of your asshole. I don't care where it comes
I
from.
don't
Feed
care. I don't
kids.
care.
Feed
We're just gonna
kids.
we're just keep talking over each other. It's gonna be great. I don't
Just
care.
feed kids.
I don't care about anything.
Is it
else.
that controversial?
We're
Just
gonna-
feed fucking
jump in?
kids.
You have an auto win. Hold on, Alec. The better thing than
You know who you should care about? The people getting bombed all over the world, and no one's
Based.
talking about that enough.
Based.
I agree.
Put your
Go
money
ahead.
where your
Well,
mouth
what's
is.
the point?
Vince. Talk
No, you
about
don't.
it.
What do you mean I don't? Prove it. What are you talking about?
You're pro bombing, dude.
Jeb,
How?
Jeb, go ahead.
No, prove it.
Yeah,
I'd like to.
so-
No, I've been
Um,
accused of something. I'd like to hear more.
I
Goddamn.
would if it's
I
just
tried.
I do agree if Biden passed a program that it was just gonna feed all the kids and it was an incredibly huge awesome program that just fed all the kids and it was perfect and all the Republican states turned it down for no other reason than I don't want to feed kids, that would be shitty. This was a $40 a month summer EBT program that certain states opted out of, many of which used alternative programs that actually provided more money than the $40 a month, including Nebraska, saying we're going to use a different program that uses better optimized funds. And we're a little bit more, and other states citing that they were just more interested in solving the problem of why kids weren't eating in the summer. They were looking into other legislation or using different programs. Admittedly, not all of them did that. But again, it's not this miracle program. It's $40 a month, and most of the states seem to have gone with other programs that provided as much or more benefits because they thought the administrative costs of that bill were super high relative to the $40 a month their constituents would get, and they thought they could create or deploy better, more optimized programs that provided more money per constituent for the dollars that were being put into the program.
Alec gets to talk because he raised his
I was being accused of being pro bombing. Please substantiate that.
Oh, good. Let's go off topic again.
That's not off topic. Somebody made an accusation to me, and I'd like that to be substantiated or
Just
revoked.
because someone made an accusation doesn't mean it's not off topic.
No,
Who made
th-
that
no.
accusation?
This is fair. I feel like this is fair.
We got 4 minutes left on this topic. We can whatever, you know.
Moderator gets final say, but I feel like this is fair. I was accused of something. Substantiate it, or else revoke it. You said I'm pro-bombing. How? Go ahead.
Who did?
Explain it. Somebody did.
Non-smoker said it.
Non-smoker. Go ahead. Fess up.
You want to blow babies up,
Jesus
bro?
Christ. Who's
Don't
pro-bomb?
prove it. No, you don't get to act disaffected now. Prove your shit.
That's why you
Mr. I read
that's why you
books,
support
boy.
Ukraine,
Oh, you sound so
support funding
smart.
A war you know
Oh.
nothing about because you're a fucking idiot and you can't read.
Oh, I'm also
Very
pro-bombing in that
succinct and
regard.
very intellectual. Good job, my friend.
Yes, thank you.
You've
All
proven
right,
your
yeah,
point.
yeah.
Are we talking about
We're trying to
bombing
unify the
Hamas?
party,
I'm
or-
also pro-bombing.
We're
Why are you
doing
doing this? Shouldn't you be
closing-
taking an IQ test or something, or reading another theory book? Come on. Or
Closing
licking
statement.
Lenin's asshole, the corpse of Lenin's
You-
asshole.
you-
Go ahead.
I
IQ.
think Alex's closing statement is Lenin's asshole, licking Lenin's asshole.
I'm fine with
Yeah,
that.
statement.
That's Alex's closing
Closing
statement.
statement.
God fucking damn it! I'm gonna mute all you. Okay, closing statement.
Or
Fuck.
Putin, since he's alive. That's less gross, right?
Todd.
Barely, but you know. Go ahead.
Close it, Todd. Close the statement.
My closing statement is Putin's
Trump-
asshole
Oh,
is
no,
very
he said
dry
Todd.
right now.
He said Todd.
Oh, I'm so sorry. My bad. I misheard.
I know.
Trump's gonna win. Sadly, I wish Nikki the best, and I hope that one day our party becomes sane again, and she is the nominee or someone similar.
Alpha.
Yeah. The only thing I learned from here is that Alec has no any vision on what the lower class wants, and he's just a white bread privileged son of a bitch who screams at idiots online and doesn't know the struggle. So yeah, I yield my time.
A lot of allocate. All right, non-smoker. We'll just get to everyone. And then we get to you last, Alec.
Wait, closing statements on this topic, right? Yeah, I mean, my only closing statement is, look, you guys are kidding yourselves if you think that there's any real momentum for the Republican Party that is not somehow associated with Donald Trump. You're fucking stuck with him if you're a Republican. And if you're a Democrat, you're stuck with him as your adversary. And until the Democrats figure out how to capture that populist momentum, you're never going to get rid of Trump either, or people who are just like Trump. So I don't know, this whole idea of like the Nikki Haleys of the world. I mean, the one thing I can say is that she's hung around longer than I thought she definitely would. But, you know, look, I mean, at the end of the day, all of these people will fall in line when Trump is selected as the nominee. And he has a really, really good shot of winning because the Democrats are too useless to advance anybody who could possibly fucking capture people's imagination enough to go out and vote for them. So it is what it is. You know, Trump will be president again, and it'll be business as usual anyway. So who gives a fuck?
Warm-ups.
The Republican Party is the party of retards and autists right now, and
So
they're incapable of generally, as a collective, I don't mean the individuals necessarily, getting behind anyone who isn't like really brash and literal and just, you know, overtly obnoxious. So they're on board with Trump until someone, you know, Trumpier than Trump comes along, or you know, Trump dies of old age or something.
Just to be clear, the Otis,
Right.
I agree with his sentiment. He's a little confused. But he's got the spirit. I
I'm
love you,
more of an
Otis. I'm
independent,
sorry.
but I don't think that the entire conservative party is Trump. There's a very dividing line in between MAGA Republicans and non-MAGA Republicans, and so the Republican Party is in a very defining moment. This defining moment can last quite a while on figuring out where the Republican Party wants to go. And it eventually will happen. I'm not quite sure when, but it eventually will. But you can tell just based on how the argumentation styles on which side of this actually had facts backing what they had to say and which side didn't. And typically that's just the way by the way people argue. But yeah, obviously people were talking out their ass during this part of the panel, and I hope that the next topic is a little bit better than this one.
Jeb, did you go?
No, not yet, but I can. Non-smoker just walked away, but I'm going to kiss his ass for a second. My closing statement probably will follow his closing statement's framework, and I appreciate, as someone who probably I disagree with the most on this panel, giving us a lot to work with his arguments. His have been very coherent and easy to respond to because they're very clear, and I really appreciate that. And so my closing statement's basically just going to be responding point for point to his. I agree with half of it, and I disagree with the other half. I think Donald Trump will win. I think we are stuck with Donald Trump unless he gets disqualified. Where I disagree is I don't believe that means he is unifying the GOP, because I think by that definition, anyone who just gets a majority of GOP votes has unified the GOP. I hold a higher standard than that. I think that Nikki Haley over time could unify the GOP more because she can both fight for the Donald Trumpness and the populism and things like that over if she improves at that. But she can do what Trump will never be able to do, which is actually root her campaign in bread and butter, red meat, conservative values that Trump has lost. But at the end of the day, I do think we're stuck with Trump unless he gets disqualified, because where we're at, the turning point Sprout was referring to, corporations do this, people do this. There's a strategy you pick and you commit to, and when it starts to fail, a lot of people can't accept that, and they have to see it through to its complete failure before they're willing to turn around. That doesn't mean they're super into the idea until it fails. It just means that they until they see it completely fail, they feel like it's still better than any new alternatives. And I think we're at that point where the GOP has not yet accepted that Trumpism lost. Trumpism won in 2016. It then lost in 2018. It lost again in 2020. It lost again in 2022. And Republicans are still like, I don't know any other strategy as of recently. And so I'm sticking to this one until I see it lose for good. And I think that the future of the GOP doesn't include Trump, because either he wins this election, which I think he will because of our next topic now, and that's his last term and that's the end of it, or he loses. And I don't think even Republicans, because of how close Nikki Haley is getting right now, I don't think they'll take a 2-time loser to the same fucking dude for a third time. I just don't think it's going to happen. So,
Thank you. Alec.
Yeah, so my real closing statement is between Nikki Haley, Trump, and DeSantis, they're all horrible people. They're all conservative. So ultimately, it doesn't really matter which of them gets power because they're going to dismantle democracy anyway. But if I had to pick between these three piles of shit, I guess I'd pick the one that feeds the most kids, because at the end of the day, feeding kids is a really fucking important thing to do, and I frankly don't care where the money comes from. Pull it out of Joe Biden's ass. I'm sure his son has made enough porn that he can afford it. Get the money. Feed kids. 14 out of those 15 states that did not accept that money for feeding kids were conservative. The 10 hungriest states in the nation right now are conservative states. What is happening? What happened to the party of family values? Huh? I thought feeding kids was a big thing. I think that's pretty important in a family. Suck my dick. You're not the party of family values. You're a party of fascism and destruction and division. My ass. You want kids to die, all right? You're fine with kids dying of hunger. So suck my dick. I don't care which one of you wins. I hope none of you do.
Wait. So Binks, before you go to the next topic, since Alec got to go after he was called out, I think every person who considers themselves a Republican, every panelist that considers themselves a Republican, gets to go because they were all just called horrible people.
No, please let them. Let them explain themselves to me.
They all just had an allegation.
Yeah, no, let them explain themselves to me. Explain why you don't want to feed kids. Go on, I'm listening.
I'm just saying they all had an allegation. So
put in the manifesto. Me personally, I'm voting for Hunter Biden. Everyone, you carry with you whatever you want for November.
Write him in, baby. Write him in.
We also have Blizza, who just joined us and who didn't get to talk, but so Blizza, you can give your take.
Awesome. I'm glad I made it here in time for Trump to unify the panel. That was pretty epic. This is probably my favorite group of weirdos that you've ever assembled. This has been awesome so far, just listening in.
Yeah, I love everybody here. Cool. All right. Well, then we'll go. Look, we can do it after the whatever Sprout was talking about. I don't know. We have Civil War shit. Okay, it's time for the good shit to come. All right. This week, Supreme Court withdrew a previous injunction that effectively orders Texas to allow federal agents to the state border. The issue has coalesced around Shelby Park and Eagle Pass for the past few weeks, where governors claimed federal agents have cut wire put up by the state. Meanwhile, Greg Abbott is taking credit for sending migrants up north to states like New York City, where Mayor Eric Adams is warning of a crisis and emergency migrant shelters have been set up. Is the immigration level at a crisis level? Could the Biden administration be dealing with immigration better? Are we headed to a civil war? I've been seeing a lot of maps on Twitter that look familiar geographically in terms of lines being drawn. Let's start with Sprout.
All right, so the Supreme Court made this. It's not even a decision. There was no actual opinion written. So they made this. They basically made this call saying that the injunction is gonna go away until. Or so the injunction is gonna go away until they make a decision. Which basically just says that the U.S. Border Patrol has the ability to cut razor wire. It does not state whether or not Texas has the right or the ability to replace that razor wire. It does not state anything along those lines. So what's going to happen is Border Patrol is going to cut the razor wire, and Texas is going to be right behind them with a new stash of razor wire to replace the ones that they cut. And honestly, it's going to be quite funny. Someone needs to put a camera out there just to watch Border Patrol in Texas, in Texas National Guard, go back and forth with cutting the razor wire and putting it back up. I think that would be fucking hilarious in a time lapse. But the simple part of this argument is that Texas has a right to defend their state. That Texas has that right to do that. And the fact that these immigrants are not going through a port of entry it's honestly a little bit sus, right? So they have the same ability to go through the port of entry to claim for asylum or to claim for anything they would need to. Texas is just asking that they use this port of entry, and they're harshening the way to get through into Texas without using the port of entry. And the port of entry also is somewhere you can screen for terrorists, screen for bad actors, et cetera, and so on. I think that Texas has the right to defend their state and ask that immigrants go through a official port of entry and not go through a very dangerous area such as the desert to reach a border that it has no port of entry, has no one screened it, has no one there, and just go across it.
Thank you very much. And let's keep short openings. I know Sprout went on for like 2 minutes, but all right, we can get into it when we get into it.
Sorry.
Jed,
He gave me time to pee. It was good.
good job. Well, then go ahead. You're refreshed.
All right, I'll try to stay concise. So legal arguments, I'll stick to what Sprout kind of said. I slightly disagree. I think Texas had the right to put the wire. I also think, though, the federal government and the Supreme Court said this, does have the right to remove the wire. Texas probably doesn't have the right to keep them from doing that, but it looks like Biden pulled out anyway and gave up, which is the core of my point, is that the legality doesn't fucking matter. I care about what matters to the people, which is what should Biden have done when this problem was presented to him of Texas putting razor wire on the Rio Grande and him not wanting them to do that. What he should have done was met with Abbott's team, since Abbott's in India, or met via Zoom or whatever, and negotiated with the fucking governor. He ran on unity and bipartisanship and getting things done for the people. The people, I guarantee you, if you ask them, would have just wanted Biden to talk to Greg Abbott and for them to negotiate on a solution for the Rio Grande that wasn't razor wire, since Biden didn't like the optics of the razor wire. We're only having Civil War talk because Biden decided to instead say, you have 24 hours or I'm going to bring federal agents to your fucking doorstep. When the unifier could have just talked to Greg Abbott and said, maybe we do a levee with holes in it that people can't fit through so the water can pass and the people can't. Maybe what can we do with federal emergency funds? I'll declare a federal state of emergency in exchange for you removing that razor wire and us coming together on a better solution with those emergency funds for securing the Rio Grande. It's the number one voter issue now. As of a couple weeks ago, inflation has taken number 2, immigration is number 1. As any Biden voters in here, I would love for you to justify Biden mobilizing federal agents against a state trying to secure their border when voters' number 1 issue right now is immigration. He should have met with Abbott and just negotiated a better solution for the Rio Grande. This entire thing is a failure of leadership on Biden.
Thank you. And I also have to pee, so we'll do Alec, then Todd, then Alpha, and then in like that clockwise direction. You guys can handle it yourselves, but I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
So staying on a theme here, my biggest problem with the razor wire is that it's killing kids. So maybe let's start there. That's a great reason to take it down. Take it the fuck down. It's killing kids. I mean, this seems obvious to me. Greg Abbott is a fucking monster. What is wrong with anybody for supporting any of this? It's disgusting. You're all subhuman freaks. How dare you? How dare you fucking call yourself a member of the same species as me? Disgusting. You want kids to fucking die. That razor wire is killing kids. It needs to come down. Period. End of story.
All right. Well, now that he's off his high horse, I'm just gonna say basically, I don't necessarily love the idea of the Texas government trying to supersede federal law, specifically within immigration law. I do think this does set us up for a potential dangerous situation. However, you know, we do have a serious problem down at the border. There has to be changes made. And like Jeb was saying, it probably would have been smart for President Biden to, approach it with some level of let's try to come together and find a solution rather than immediately jumping to the idea of possibly arresting the sitting governor of Texas. So,
yeah, just to kind of argue Jeb's point, just in my opening statement, it's not Texas's border. It's the United States-Mexico border. It is national federal property. Texas doesn't have any sort of right to build anything on it.
No, they do. They do have a legal right to
statement.
build. I'm just saying.
Opening statement. No, you're lying. But they have no right. When it comes to Joe Biden, failure of leadership, what do you want him to do? Sign a whole bunch of executive orders and then complain that he's signing too many executive orders? No, he's currently talking to the House. He is currently doing his job and working with the House to build a infrastructure border bill or an immigration bill that includes sending aid to Ukraine. He's currently working both sides. He is currently talking to both sides, and he's doing his job. So to say that Greg Abbott is telling the truth when he's saying he's not doing his job is just a lie.
Who's opening statements next? Because I can respond to that.
It goes down from Alpha, and then it goes to
non-smoker
warm-ups. It goes non-smoker Blizzo warm-ups.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. I mean, okay. I'm gonna actually side with Jeb early on. I think, at least in terms of the opening statement. I mean, okay. Like, let's. Look. Obviously, my politics are far more authoritarian than the system that we have in place currently. But the system we have in place currently, we have a liberal, liberal democracy and a constitutional republic where the states, hold certain rights, and the federal government is essentially like this overseer with this, on the one hand, pretty strictly defined powers. On the other hand, it sort of relies on constitutional interpretation. So there's a vague nature to it, and it leads to all these different disputes between the states and the federal government. The president, as chief executive, and the president, who's the highest political official in the federal government and in the whole country, it's sort of his job to be a mediator. Like, this is one of my biggest criticisms of Biden when it comes to the Gaza conflict, which is a totally different thing, and it's outside of our country and blah, blah, blah. But ultimately, you would like the president in this kind of system to be a mediator, one who can use diplomacy, one who can ameliorate conflict, right? And reduce antagonism between parties. You look at effective presidents, and I would say effective meaning they get their legislative agenda passed in Congress. The most effective presidents, guys like Lyndon B. Johnson, who was a monster in many ways, the reason they were so effective is because they could work across party lines. They could work through antagonisms with political rivals. Biden is a fucking brain dead idiot and can't handle that kind of shit. And no one in his administration can either. And the Democratic Party as a whole, their success is totally premised on the other party is bad, and that's why you have to keep voting for us. And so they just have to essentially fight the Republican Party tooth and nail on every single issue, rather than coming to some sort of amicable solution here where, yes, Alec could get the razor wire cut down and, there's some sort of like serious approach to stopping illegal immigration. Instead, what we have is like this near disaster scenario where, like, I don't think it's going to break into a civil war, but like, people are freaking out, and busloads of people are getting shipped into New York City and dumped there. The schools are overloaded with these immigrant kids and blah blah blah. It's like a disaster. So I put this on the Biden administration squarely. Somebody has to do something, but we're just going to vote for the same old shit.
Thank you very much, Blizzo.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't really have a whole lot to say other than what Nan and And Jeb talked about earlier, besides the razor wire didn't kill any kids, contrary to
You're
popular
wrong. That's a
belief.
lie.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll get into it, bud.
That's
Just
opening
slow down.
statements.
It's also, but it's a lie. So I just want to make sure that no disinformation is being passed.
All right. Well, I'm on your side in one thing, Alec. I do not want children to die. So, not just children, just I don't want people to die. And along our border, on our southern border, there's probably 1,000 in 2023. There were close to 900 people found dead in 2022. Like, we should care about all the people, not just the children. We should actually just install a turnstile on the southern border where we can let them in, feed the kids, and then send them right back across the border.
Why don't you guys have like a hippie circle or something? All right, warm ups.
What's a good compromise for not killing kids? What's a good?
All
What
right,
do you think
warm-ups.
is?
Oh my gosh.
I mean, that's what it comes down to me.
Still opening
We're
statements.
letting the opening statements finish.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I thought we were done.
Alec was on a roll, so this better be fucking good warm ups. Go ahead.
It's so hard to just, there's so many kids dying constantly. I mean, we're over here making opening statements. It's kind of fucking ridiculous. We should be doing something about this. No, seriously, the thing that's happening on the border right now is an absolute nothing burger that is being sort of amplified by the fact that Abbott is like a master troll. He's realized that he can put Biden in a position where he's fucked if he does, he's fucked if he doesn't, he's fucked if he tries to do anything about this, and no matter what he does, he's ultimately going to be hurting his reelectability. Ultimately Abbott's bolstering, Trump's reelectability. So that's all this is. It's just politics, man.
Okay. So jumping into that's the last opening statement. My thing is, I don't think it hurts Biden's electability no matter what he does. I think if Biden immediately was like, Abbott, we can't do razor wire. All of my news outlets are saying it's killing babies.
They are.
We need to
That is true. That's
get a better
fact.
solution.
We have remains. We have proof.
We need to get a better solution than razor wire. Let's meet. Let's figure out. I declared a state of emergency at the beginning of my presidency for a border crisis. I can do the same thing again. I can deploy federal emergency funds. We can get a barrier in the Rio Grande that works better and is less dangerous than razor wire. And I think if that happened, and overnight, Greg Abbott is like, in conjunction with the Biden administration, we're using federal emergency funds to put a slotted levee in the Rio Grande so that people can't cross through the Rio Grande. They have to use legal ports of entry. I think Biden's electability vastly improves because
Well, if that's
the number
so easy,
one issue.
why hasn't he done it already?
Because he's
the
not
Biden
interested in
administration's
doing it.
incompetent in doing this.
Yeah, he's like Hassan Zulker said. I don't think he's just a generally incompetent person with an incompetent team. They've done some competent things in terms of Democrat strategy. I disagree with it. But in terms of Democrat strategy, Biden has made some intelligent moves that'll get him elected, that'll increase his electability, whatnot. In this instance, I think he reacted too quickly. He felt the need to do what a lot of Democrats were pressuring him to do, including like Pisco, who's generally a very rationally minded Democrat. I think he's very representative of like the post-Trump Democrat in terms of everything is an insurrection nail and I'm an insurrection hammer. And Biden felt the need to put Abbott under his boot because he saw this as the GOP not wanting to respect the rule of law, not wanting to respect his administration, and he reacted emotionally and too fast. I think that if he really didn't want to kill kids, what he would have done is gotten in a Zoom meeting with Greg Abbott and said, let's put a levy instead of, I don't want to bring agents in to remove the razor wire.
If he didn't want kids to die, he would have just excommunicated the Republican Party to South America.
Yeah, no kids would die.
And also,
Kids only die in red states. So
this isn't a state issue. This is a federal issue.
It is also
don't lie, man.
It is also
No,
a
it's
state
not.
issue.
Clearly, also.
What more? Hold on.
Not.
Hippie Jesus, what more could Texas and Florida have done to prove to you that this is a state issue than bring the biggest American city, New York City, to its fucking knees with a fraction of their load of yearly immigrants?
Are you telling me that who comes into the country, who enters the country is a state issue?
Alec, read a book. Go read a book. Jeb, ask me the question.
They bus. What more could Texas have done to prove this is also a state issue when busing not even a quarter of their yearly immigrants to New York City made Eric Adams a fucking anti-immigrant fucking hawk?
They trafficked.
Yeah, okay. No,
it's human trafficking is what they do.
Because Texas,
that makes it more
because Texas is allowed to send people out of their state that they don't want in their state, but that border has nothing to do with that. Jeb,
it does because the border is on the south side.
Wait. I will turn to Destiny. I swear to God. Wait. So what you're arguing right now is essentially that in 2016, when Trump wanted to activate a Muslim ban, California could have just said, hey, I know that the border is a federal issue, but all Muslims can come into our country. You would argue that that is so unconstitutional and that is against the powers of the federal government.
You just told me what I'd argue, so I'm going to respond. California literally does not cooperate with federal immigration authorities. It's a sanctuary state.
Texas doesn't either because it's not their job. It's a federal issue.
Texas does. Texas does cooperate with federal immigration authorities.
It's a federal issue.
It's not only a federal issue.
It is a federal issue.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
Hold on. When was the last time a state government?
I just want to say
when was the last time a state governor issued immigration policy? When was the last time a state governor issued immigration policy?
You see him right now?
About 3 days ago when Greg Abbott said he was going to stand in the way of federal agents removing.
Show me how that was an immigration policy. Show me. Because it wasn't.
What do you mean? It was razor wire in the Rio Grande.
Because he calls it an infrastructure problem. He called it an infrastructure problem, not an immigration problem. Because he can't call it an immigration problem because immigration falls under federal law.
No, bro, I'm not. Hold on, stop. I'm not saying illegality. I don't give a fuck about legally who the purview of the border is. Obviously, it's federal.
This has nothing to do with morals. This has to do with legals.
No, it has to do with fun.
I thought it was fucking commie leftists that decided to argue morality, but here I have a conservative arguing morality when they're the law
morality. I just said don't kill kids. I think that's non-controversial.
Oh my gosh, bring up killing kids one more fucking time when no one's talking about it. You're just being insane.
What's insane?
You are literally just Alec, you are literally just trying to be insane to try and just draw all the attention to you. This topic was completely off topic of what you talk about. So just shut the fuck up and let them talk if you have nothing to say about the current topic.
Okay, so let me respond. There is not a binary of legal and moral.
All I say is don't kill kids.
Legally, the border, legally, federal gets the last word. You are wrong about the fact that Texas has no right to put the razor wire there. They can put the razor wire there. The Supreme Court never said they couldn't. The Supreme Court just said that federal agents have the right to come and remove it if they want to.
Why?
They can do whatever they want with their border as long as federal doesn't conflict.
Why do they have the right? Why do they have the right?
Effectively, they don't because the federal can come in and take it down.
Because it's a federal land, Jeb.
Because just like every single law, federal law supersedes state law in every purview.
Yeah, and guess what? Immigration is a federal law. There is no state immigration laws when it comes to
politics. The federal government, federal law supersedes state law in this fucking section of law.
Yes, that doesn't mean that the state doesn't have the right to place it. It means that they can't stop the federal government from removing it. To the second point. Stop. Hold on. Stop. To the second point. It is not only legal and moral. We can also bring it down to non-legal dollars and cents. It is a state issue because when immigrants cross the Texas section of the United States border, they end up in fucking Texas. That's why it is also a state issue.
Greg Abbott is allowed to send them to another state, but he cannot.
That's also why he can
fix immigration policy because he's not. He doesn't. It's not his job. It's not his purview.
You're arguing in semantics because everybody on the planet, everybody in the country would argue that him busing immigrants to New York is an immigration policy. I know legally it might not be classified as that.
Yeah, they're still in the country.
Okay, then let's talk about what the fuck human beings and voters in these states give a fuck about. You are not going to win, and Biden is not going to win anybody over on. I have the legal right to keep Texas from securing the border with me, so I'm going to do it. What we need to figure out is if we made the right decision. What we need to figure out is if we made the right decision.
They're wrong. Because when it comes to American-Mexican border, that's a federal issue because the border is only in Texas.
Can you understand what I'm saying? That nobody gives a fuck who has the
I
purview.
understand what you're
They
saying.
give
I
a
just think
fuck
you're
if it's the
wrong.
right thing to do to put a barrier in the Rio Grande, and why is Biden activating federal agents to stop it? That's what they
Because
care
it's his
about.
job. He's allowed to.
It's not his
Please,
job. No,
please
no, no.
moderate
It's
It
his
is.
job
It is.
to-
It is because it's the border.
It's his
Because
job
it's
to
the border. It's the federal border.
decide.
It's the
It's his
national
job.
border.
Okay, can you stop? It's his job to decide
Can you
whether
stop
there
lying?
should.
No, don't moderate. This is fun.
Is
Wait,
it his
you think
job
I
to
can stop
remove
them?
the barrier, or it is his job to decide whether a barrier should be there?
Okay, I'm not.
Texas
No,
has
stop,
the right to do that.
stop. Let him answer.
Yeah, Texas
Is it
has the
his
right to do
job-
that.
Is it Biden's job to remove it, or to
Yes.
decide whether a barrier should be there in the first place?
Yes.
Which one?
It's both. He can do both.
He can, but what is his job?
His job is to do both. He can do
No,
both.
his job is just to not think about it and remove it, or is it to think about whether there should be a barrier there in the first place?
He's literally talking to Congress right now about it.
But why
Okay,
doesn't
let
he
me
talk
settle
to
this.
Greg
Don't-
Abbott and say
No,
certain
wait,
federal
wait,
agents,
because
let's
Greg Abbott
negotiate?
doesn't
What is it
say-
you
he's
fucking
just saying-
say?
I
You're
don't see
both-
this
you're
going
both talking
anywhere.
past yourself.
Rob,
Okay, you're talking past each other. You're talking past. You're talking past each
We're
other.
looping and the
You're
roller
talking
coaster
past
here.
each other.
Go ahead.
In the Constitution, Section 4, Article 4 says the federal government shall protect each of the states against invasion. When the federal government fails to fulfill its constitutional
Don't
duty,
do that.
Article 1. No, I'm giving the legal. I'm giving the
I know, but
legal.
it's not invasion.
Sprout likes to
interested.
read.
I mean, no,
Continue.
okay,
No,
has
let
it-
him- let him
So
go.
wait. So several 100,000 people a month into a state wouldn't.
There's a clear
The
distinction there, dude.
Constitution is clearly talking about a military invasion.
Hold on,
This is
that's
a
not been ruled on in court
humanitarian
until it's
Yeah,
been
that's
ruled
not
on in
ruled.
court.
It's not.
He is totally relevant to bring
It
this up.
says
It's
invasion.
It's
not
relevant.
military.
It just says to repel an
Okay,
invasion and
when
defend
the
their citizens.
Supreme
Wait,
Court-
it says to repel. It says to repel an invasion and defend their citizenry from overwhelming and imminent danger.
Sprout,
The overwhelming and imminent danger can and is being used as drugs being poured, fentanyl being poured into Texas, drugs being poured into Texas. That is an overwhelming and imminent danger that Texas is using to utilize Article 1, Section 10.
So if the
Texas
babies are
has to
full
wait
of
until the
fentanyl, is it
Supreme
okay to
Court-
kill them with razor wire?
Oh my God.
That's a great question.
the
That's
Supreme-
that's TOS
until
somewhere.
Apparently, we
Supreme-
have remains.
No, I like that question. That was good. It's a great question. Let's get back to the real issues, right?
All right.
It's
So
not an
Todd, what's
invasion, dude.
what's your answer?
I mean, can anybody
until
actually
the Supreme
substantiate?
Court-
Todd,
What
what's
are
the
you
answer?
saying?
All right,
Say what?
everyone. Todd moved his arms up in exasperation. Okay, Todd, go ahead. If you
No,
want.
wait. What is warm ups asking? Can we expect?
Okay,
I was
okay.
just gonna let him. I was gonna let him keep
No,
going.
I
Fuck it.
decided. I decided.
I know
Todd
what game
was gonna
this
talk.
is. I know what game this is.
All right, fine. Warm ups go.
All right. All I was gonna say.
Oh my fucking god!
Wait
guys.
until the
You guys are
Supreme
fucking
Court
worse.
adjudicates this.
No
shit.
mod respect. God damn. All right, go
The
ahead.
Supreme Court only adjudicates shit, though. The Supreme Court only adjudicates when there's a problem. There has to.
Shut up.
I've not heard one good argument as to why.
Shut up.
Here's
up.
what I want to hear a good argument for. The term invasion, right? Like, I agree that there's too much immigration. I agree. Too much illegal immigration, right? I agree that there's too many undocumented immigrants in the country. Okay, I'm on board with that. But can you honestly, with a straight face, tell me that you think that the term invasion in that context can be used to refer to the people coming into the country
I think
in
that's
this
reasonable.
capacity?
Wasn't
I'd
there
like
an
to speak
FBI
on that.
report recently about military age males?
Yeah,
flooding
there was
into
an
the
FBI
country?
report. Yeah.
What do you mean military age males? I'm a military age male. Am I an invader?
From
Yeah,
middle-
you are. You
Yeah,
are,
I am.
exactly.
I'm an invader
Well,
in your
If
country.
you come by yourself, if you
By
have
myself.
plans to blow shit
I
up,
don't
when you get
agree
here,
with
you
No,
are.
things,
no,
but
but
you're
you're
not
already
foreign.
attributing
You're not
things
coming
to
into
people.
the country.
Just because you're a military age male doesn't mean you automatically want to blow
No,
things up.
I
You
don't
wanna
even
blow things
agree
up?
with
No one
Blizza,
said
but
that
you're not a foreigner. You're not coming into the country. I don't even agree with the point he's making, but
I just agree that he was a military age male.
Sure.
If he was to come across the border, in
like,
case
I
he had
just
misunderstood that
I want
part,
to make
don't
it
know.
clear. I don't agree that an invasion is happening. I'm not with Blizz and Straticus on that. My contention was.
I'm saying what Texas
couldn't
is
even bring
using.
it up. Yeah.
But you're implying an invasion, dude.
But you're
No,
defending it.
I'm
You're
saying
defending
what
it.
Texas is
Yeah.
using. I'm saying what Texas is doing. I've literally said Texas is using this because
Can I-
Texas says this.
And you're
Can I ask you
justifying
a
it.
Interested in
question?
Because you're
invasion,
calling it
and
an
that's where
invasion.
I would
Operation
like
Lone
to
Star
speak.
came from, right? That's
I
the
have a
world we live in.
I have a
To be
simple
fair to
question.
Sprout, he's literally just being the mouthpiece of Texas
Everyone-
right now. Can we
everyone
stop
has
hounding
questions.
him?
Everyone has questions. All
I have a
right.
simple yes or no
Only
question.
Jesus has the. All right. Wait, no. Non-smoker wants to say something. Go.
We all
Hey,
do,
yeah,
right?
so that part of the Constitution would only matter in two cases. One, I guess it would matter if someone wanted to accuse the federal government of not doing their duty, and challenge them in the Supreme Court, not doing their duty of protecting the state of Texas. And then it would be incumbent on them to prove that these waves of immigrants were invaders, which is just ridiculous. I don't think that would ever hold up in court. The other end would be if the president wanted to use that as justification for taking some sort of extreme measure to stop the immigration that the state didn't agree with. And that would require a president who actually gave a shit about addressing the immigration question or gave a shit about addressing any serious issue. And none of the presidents, I think, in recent memory, have demonstrated that they do care. The Biden administration is totally feckless, and especially when it comes to this issue, and that's why this is a problem to begin with.
Yeah, I think one of the things that came up when Hippie Jesus and I were going back and forth, it's really important to point out. My argument is I've not heard a good argument against the idea that none of this should have even been fought in the Supreme Court. We shouldn't even be where we're at right now because Biden could have just worked with Greg Abbott, and they could have found a better solution for a barrier in the Rio
Biden
Grande.
just worked with Greg Abbott,
Hey,
then Greg
no, no,
Abbott
no, no,
wouldn't have had to commit infanticide.
Greg
Have you ever
Abbott,
thought about that?
So you've not shown any proof of carcasses.
Okay,
everybody here
I
contests
got
the
it.
carcasses.
From
So,
MSNBC.com on September 1st last year. 13 migrants
just
drowned
link
there.
it. I'm going to finish my statement.
Okay.
Just
No,
link
I'll
it.
link.
Just
Well,
link
I
it.
just,
Drowned in
you
raising
asked for
wire?
you asked for
You did
proof.
have.
Sure,
You asked for
just
proof. Here's your
once I'm
proof.
done, I'm going to be done in 35
On the first
seconds.
day of this month, authorities
Oh my
obtained the
God.
bodies of a Guatemalan
Jeb,
woman and her
we'll be back to
infant
get- we'll be able to
daughter.
get
Her
back to it. Don't worry.
infant
Just
daughter.
let him go.
Infant.
Yeah, I'll
I'll link it.
Rant.
Take a
Okay.
read.
So
Infant.
anyway, what came up with Hippie Jesus and I, my main contention. I've not heard one good argument as to why
Infanticide.
Biden shouldn't have just. That's not an argument against what I'm saying. Why Biden shouldn't have just negotiated with Greg Abbott to find a better
to
solution.
keep him
than
from
razor
committing
wire.
infanticide, right?
So if
He's a
so
governor, by
again-
the way, of the United States. He
Okay,
was
I'm
elected
gonna
in.
wait.
We can take him out, but fuck that. Might as well negotiate with a baby killer.
We're so close to being able to do it,
Dude,
Jeff.
you're gonna vote for
Yeah.
Biden, who's doing
Yeah,
nothing
he's-
about
yeah.
the fact that 10,000 kids just died in
Over,
Gaza.
over Trump?
Like, shut the
Yes.
fuck
You think
up.
Trump will be
We don't
better,
care about
dumbass?
fucking
Dumbass?
children at
I'm
all,
gonna
dude.
continue.
That's the one topic we do not need right now.
I'm
all
gonna
right?
The
continue.
only kids that
Alright,
matter
so
are in the
anyway,
Rio Grande.
I just said don't kill
Okay.
kids. That's all I
Okay.
said. Don't kill kids.
Obviously, anybody with a fucking brain,
Unless
if he
they're
wants
in
to
Gaza.
exempt himself from that criteria, he's allowed to. Anyone
in
with
the
a
womb.
fucking brain would say replacing razor wire with a levee would stop killing kids.
Abbott
But I guess
committed
he
infanticide.
exempts
He's a
himself
baby
from
killer.
that. So
How
anyway,
dare he call himself pro-life?
there's not been a good argument as to why, instead of having federal agents come and rip razor wire down, he didn't just negotiate for the razor wire to be removed in kind with a better negotiation.
He should have given
But
Greg
he
Abbott
could've-
the boot. He should have
Just
deported
shut
him.
the fuck up. You shut your dumbass
Babies are
fucking
dying.
mouth
No,
for 2
please
seconds,
continue
you
while babies
dipshit
die. Go ahead.
retard.
Just shut
Holy
the fuck
fuck.
up.
Can you mute Alec? Jesus Christ.
I mean,
Jesus Christ.
Jed's been talking for like 5 minutes, to be fair. Okay.
Because he's
Well, to be
interrupting
fair,
me.
he
Can't
also-
say
No,
it.
please continue.
Also-
Explain to me
also
why
to
we
be
should
fair-
negotiate
also
with
to
the
be
baby
fair-
killer.
Also, to be fair, everyone else in this panel, besides warm-ups, has been server muted for talking over other people. But Alec has not been
Okay.
server muted once
Yes.
for doing such.
Maybe it's because I'm
Just
right.
To clarify.
Maybe it's
Okay.
because you
Just to
shouldn't kill
clarify.
kids. Have you ever thought about that? Maybe that's a good
I
fucking
made-
point.
Let me get to my main point. My main point being, when I
I haven't
asked
made one yet.
why Biden shouldn't do that, Hippie, he supports Biden and he supports his actions in this, said because he doesn't have to. I think me, a non-smoker, all the way on opposite sides of the spectrum, can agree we should not be electing people that only do shit that they have to do when the right decision is clearly and obviously to come to compromise and diplomacy with your own states within your
Who want to kill
fucking
kids?
country before starting some sort of
Compromise with the
conflict,
baby killers.
either in the Supreme Court or in a civil war-y sense, if people actually fucking believe that's happening.
Okay, sure,
Biden
sure.
could've stopped
Okay,
this
I'm going to
with
cut you
one
off because
meeting.
you have been talking a while. So
I'm
he
going to
doesn't-
cut you off. I just muted Alec. Are you happy, Sprout? Are you happy? Okay.
I did.
wasn't-
I'm
That's
happy.
fine.
Jesus
Fair enough.
Christ.
So Jeb, it's not Biden's job to talk to Greg Abbott when it comes to the national border. It is Joe Biden's job to talk to Congress to talk about the national border, which he is currently doing. He can literally tell Greg Abbott, hey, stop like overstepping your bounds stay in your lane. We got it. But instead, Greg Abbott is pulling some sort of rhetoric game to where he's only talking about this one section. But if you go literally half a mile down the road, the border is still fucking open because Greg Abbott doesn't care about the border. He cares about making Biden look bad. Same as all you fucks on the right decided to say, oh, the insurrection is only being talked about to make Trump look bad. Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing on the border. What Greg Abbott is doing is a giant nothing burger. You're falling for it, and he's turning you into a fucking sucker.
So you'd have that argument if Biden tried to negotiate with him and Greg Abbott said, no, I'm not.
No, he doesn't have to.
You're right. I get it. Dude, I just fucking said, you care about what he has to do. I care about a president who does more than he
the process isn't talking to a state governor. The process is talking to Congress.
Okay, do you think genuinely, stop and look at this from the nonpartisan point of view, you really think, take the partisan hat off, you really think border issues that disproportionately affect states on the border, you should not include border states in negotiations? Because I know you don't have to, but because they're going to elucidate you with better information than any other representatives in the country.
No.
Okay, then you're wrong because Biden. Yes, hey, but because of your hold on,
dude, I bet that shit.
Okay,
I already did.
Because of your logic, hippie.
Yes.
We have this situation now. If he chose to use my logic, we wouldn't be in this situation.
Yeah, you're wrong. Unconstitutional logic. The supremacy clause exists. Dog.
What's unconstitutional about what I'm saying?
Constitutional logic. He's not talking about the Constitution.
Would it be unconstitutional for Biden to just talk to Greg because he feels empathy for Texas's issues?
He's the head of state. Yeah, he could absolutely talk to the governor.
That's not his point. I'm saying I want a president who doesn't need states to have leverage against him in order to work with the states in his fucking country.
And I want a president who does his job and actually talks to the people that can make a difference and talk to Congress.
Wait, Greg Abbott can make a difference. Greg Abbott can tons. Bro, Greg Abbott can make a difference. He can help. He can use state funds in junction. Biden's biggest complaint about the border is he doesn't have the money. If he talks to Greg Abbott and says, I'll declare a national state of emergency and you declare a state of emergency and we can put those funds together and we can come up to a solution at the Rio Grande, Greg Abbott can do a whole fucking lot.
President Biden can go to Congress and take those fucking funds.
And has it worked?
Or Biden can just do it himself.
No, they're not.
They're talking about it. They're talking working together to make a bill. It's a Ukraine bill, and it's a Ukraine bill.
You guys' octaves.
You sound really cute when you get
way.
But they're not doing anything yet. And Texas needs something now.
They're working on it. They're doing
Texas
it now.
can do something now.
Texas can't because it's not their job.
They just did though.
Yeah, and guess what? The Supreme Court said tear that shit down.
No,
Mr. Gorbachev,
the Supreme Court did not say that. The Supreme Court did not say it. The Supreme Court said the government had the ability to take it down.
I mean, the Supreme Court said the government can cut holes in it if they need to. That's what the Supreme Court said.
There's because Greg Abbott doesn't give a fuck. Greg Abbott doesn't give a fuck. He's turning you into a patsy.
What am I a patsy for? Diplomacy and negotiation amongst
Greg Abbott actually gives a fuck.
Okay.
He doesn't.
Hippie, do you really?
I want you to do me a favor, and I want you to actually look at people that are talking about the wall that live in that town, and they're saying that literally that small section where the bridge is, it's only protected half a mile out.
That's fine.
On each side. It's not. Okay, if you give a fuck about the border, you don't care.
So
you don't care that it's still open.
Any measure that doesn't 100% solve the problem it's meant to fix is not okay, and it's just bad.
This isn't even solving 10% of the problem. This is only where the cameras are showing.
Apparently, Guatemalan women and their babies can't find a way around that half a mile of razor wire.
Yeah, and if you ask Alec, they're all dying. Okay.
Let's go to like non-smoker. Alec, anybody?
Yeah. No, I mean, I kind of want to try to resolve the dispute between Hippie and Jeb because I agree with Jeb. But listen, man, do you really think it's like a better solution to circumvent?
Wait, who are you asking? Just so I know.
Hippie, I'm asking you.
Okay.
Do you really think don't you think it's sort of an indictment on the president if instead of meeting as the head of state with this renegade governor who you're having this major disagreement with, that instead of sitting down and negotiating a solution, you go through Congress and deny the state funding to do whatever it's trying to do? I mean, the president should be able to resolve these kinds of disputes. I understand what you're saying, that there's a typical order of process here, order of operations, I guess you could put it, where the president should go through this, that, and the other channel. But realistically, dude, he's the head of state. Like, he can easily fly down to Texas and meet with the fucking governor of Texas and work out a solution. It's not difficult. Like, what you're seeing is two shitty people, in my opinion, try and have this adversarial, clash to try and convince their constituents that they have to vote for them, right? Like, hey, you have to vote for Biden because, yeah, he sucks and he does nothing. But, as Alex says, like, well, the other party's killing kids.
Yeah, I feel like it's a big
difference. Will say, well, shut the fuck up, dude. Jesus Christ.
That's pretty important.
And, dude, you're going to vote for a guy who's going to kill thousands and thousands.
As opposed to millions and millions, yes.
Shut the fuck up.
Those are my options.
But okay. And the Republicans will argue, well, yeah, like this governor, this candidate sucks also, but they're the only ones willing to do anything about immigration. When the reality is, you could easily find a middle of the road solution here if you had a competent head of state, and you don't. That's the problem.
Just to answer your question,
go off,
everyone
I
stop.
can't believe I'm saying
Everyone
this.
shut up. Everyone shut up. Warm-ups had like a question, like 15 minutes
Wait, he
ago.
asked me a question.
He asked it.
I don't care.
My question is no longer relevant to the conversation at hand.
What was it?
Yeah,
Sorry,
thanks.
Was it good?
Was it juicy?
No, I was going to ask, for the people who were talking about the what was the word that I had an issue with?
Talk about invasion.
Invasion. Thank you. The people who are referring to what Abbott is doing, are you defending him doing it? Are you saying, I'm not saying it's okay, I'm saying that's what he's saying, or are you saying that's what he's saying and I agree with him? If that's what we have to do in order to move in this direction, then we're going to call it an invasion.
Okay, so you're asking that directly to me because that would have been a question that would have been posed to me. So I'm not saying I agree with it. I disagree with the usage constitutionally of it. The Supreme Court has made no ruling, but I would guesstimate the Supreme Court would rule that this is not an invasion. Therefore, it does not call upon that section nor article of the Constitution. I was simply trying to
reading all of your
bridge the
chats.
gap
Thank you very
with
much for
what
being
legal
here. I love
language
you all.
Texas was trying to
Welcome to the new
utilize
people.
in order to say
I
that
am
they
reading
have
your
the
chats, I
legal
promise.
right
I
to
just
do
can't
this.
say much because I'm gaming and on Discord
Fair
at the
enough.
same
Makes
time.
sense. What about you, Blitzo?
Thank you.
Yeah, same. Basically, I was just trying to express what Texas has been saying. I'm not saying that I believe that it is an invasion. I believe that there's a possibility that it could rise to that, seeing as the fucking huge holes. There's plenty of fucking terrorists have been caught trying to cross that border. It could rise to the level of an invasion
Yeah,
at some
12-year-old
point.
terrorists, 1-year-old terrorists even. I've heard.
No, how about actual terrorists, like people on the terror watch list that have been caught at the border? How about them? You don't care about them? How many
How about
babies
the
are they going to
babies?
kill?
Was it?
Hezbollah also,
if that
some of
starts to
Hezbollah's
happen
biggest
in
operations are
any,
in South America, but
yeah, and I would
I think
agree
that's
if
true.
you could start to show evidence that shit is coming up. And
I
coming
told you.
through
MSNBC
in a
reported on
coordinated
it.
way.
Authorities recovered
He's
the
not
bodies of
talking to
Guatemalan
you,
women.
Then
He's not
we
talking
could
to
do
you.
that.
link it so we can verify that they're actually
That's
saying
the
they found the
problem, is that
remains of
he's
razor
just
wire
relying on
murdered
a post.
Guatemalan women.
There were three people found dead in the Rio Grande by the buoys. Had nothing to do with the razor wire. The razor wire was brought up
That's what I
because the
figured.
fucking feds said that the razor wire would have got in their way to be able to save them, but they were found dead. So it's fucking null. Alec doesn't even know what he's talking about, even when he's talking about the babies.
Yeah. So I listen, and I agree
keep up.
100%. I want to lay out where I agree. I agree that federal law has the final say with border. Anyone who says that means states have no right to do anything with their border is wrong. As long as it doesn't conflict with the federal government's policy, they're fine. And what I'm saying is it was Joe Biden's decision that the razor wire conflicted with his policy. He could have negotiated and said, listen, we can't do razor wire because of imaginary infanticide. Let's build a wall or a levee with holes in it so water can pass. Let's get an environmental review. It's going to take some time, but let's take action now. Let's do a temporary measure now, and then we can take down that levee once I'm able to work through Congress, because in a federalist nation, obviously the best thing to do is work executively to deal with short-term issues and then work legislatively to really create a solid framework to ensure those small short-term issues don't come up again. You don't refuse to act on an executive level or a state level because legislation will take care of it eventually. You act on an executive level now to deal with the short-term issue now, and then you continue to work with legislation to make sure it doesn't come up again. Biden has been very happy to use executive action to fuck up the border over and over again since his presidency began. But all of a sudden, he doesn't need to use any executive action because legislation is quote unquote talking about it. I don't agree with that. I don't think any human being with a pulse and a brain in the country that's going to vote is going to agree with that when it comes time to the polls. And that's why I used to think Trump is going to run and get to run, and he is going to lose again. And now after this situation, I think it is going to turn the tides, and I think Trump is going to be able to run, and he's going to be able to beat Biden because the number one issue on poll respondents' minds is immigration. And Biden has now decided, instead of negotiation, I would rather mobilize federal
With the
agents against
infanticide
states that are
guy.
trying to
The
solidify.
guy who kills babies. Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, with no
All right,
proof.
negotiate.
so
Negotiate.
Anyways,
Only kill a little
anyways,
bit of babies.
non-smoker. To answer your question,
Just injure them.
non-smoker,
Don't kill them.
Yeah,
Just interact with
negotiate.
people. Just do it. It's so much fun.
I'll get there, non-smoker.
Negotiate with the baby killer.
Hey, go ahead.
You guys done?
I was showing him how
No, I'm
insane
good.
he
Just
sounds, but
negotiate
it's
with the baby
cool.
killer. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Just making sure. So, just to answer your question, non-smoker, no. Having a head of state talk to a governor about a national issue, I don't really care as much. I only care about the fact that we currently right now have a state governor who is overstepping his bounds and doing something that he has no legal right to do, and is trying to stop the federal government from doing a federal government like instance to do. It is a national border. It is national property. And Joe Biden doesn't have to talk to the head of the governor. He can just talk to Congress and work it on Congress.
He's right.
And
He doesn't have to,
Hippie.
you're right.
He's not
And
saying he
wait,
has
hold on.
to. He's
and
not
Greg
saying he
Abbott can
has
sit
to.
on his thumb and
He's not saying
spin.
he has to. He's saying should he?
True.
He's saying
Yeah.
should he ought to.
No, Sprout, sorry, half baked takes. It's fine. I have understood for a long time that at the end of
To
the
be
day,
fair, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to non-smoker.
sure, but at the end of the day, you were reflecting your point of view, and I've understood
To
for a long
non-smoker,
time
because he asked me a question. I think he
that-
should respond.
Sure, I've understood for a long time, and I think he agrees that Biden voters are largely
He hates
restricted
gingers,
to
not smoker.
what he can do as opposed to what he should do.
I respect you.
I think I go now. Okay. Like, I think it's a sign of weakness, right? From a head of state who can't negotiate some
baby
kind
killer.
of solution when they end up in a dispute with a governor or
Who's a baby
an
killer?
official, really at any
How dare
level.
he?
Sorry,
How dare he?
This is more about-
No,
He's
don't
good.
acknowledge him. Don't acknowledge him.
Alec.
Just ignore
For
me.
God's
They're
sake,
killing
man.
babies.
Alec,
else
can I
do you
ask you a
want?
baby killing question?
Sure.
Who do you think has killed more babies through their direct decision making?
Biden said take
any
Biden said take it down.
president or Vladimir Putin?
I mean, who's saying put the
here we
fence up?
go.
Who's saying take the fence down? Which one? Which one?
I think you, by supporting America over
Do you like
Russia,
killing
want to kill
babies?
more babies.
You must love killing babies because you love the fence there, don't you?
This is like a bit, isn't it?
No, it's not. The fence has killed babies. I've given you evidence. Check general. Check the general chat. I gave you evidence. It's from the U.S. Customs and Border Patrol. They have evidence of a body of an infant. Even if it's just one, I don't give a shit.
Wait, does it say that infant was marred by razor wire?
What?
Infant was found in the Rio Grande.
No, it
Was
does
that
not. It
infant
doesn't. It
harmed
doesn't
by
say.
razor
It doesn't
wire?
say that. It doesn't say anything happened with razor wire. I've already
They
looked
found
through
on
it.
the
It says
buoys in
nothing
the
about
Rio
razor
Grande.
wire.
Hold on. I want
He
him to
doesn't
answer.
even know the fucking story.
Alec,
Why are you asking him
Does
anything
the
about it?
story, even that you're reading,
Let me double
say
check.
that the infant was killed by razor wire?
Let me
This
double
is his
check.
one. His one. This
You
is
can
the book.
control F
This is
for
how he reads
razor wire.
books on Twitter.
Oh wait, you didn't read it?
No, he googled it and found it and
You
posted
just
it.
fucking found it. You just
He googled it and posted it. Is what happened. It says nothing about razor wire. As a matter of fact, it talks about the buoys.
Fair enough.
is this
Yeah, they were
just,
found
like,
on the
public
buoys. They were found in
humiliation
the
at this
river.
point for you, my
Oh, the
guy?
buoys. Wait, were they killed by the buoys? Is
They
that
were
what
found in the river.
They were found in the river, killed by the buoys, right?
I'm assuming they were killed by the water.
wait.
I'm assuming
It's
they were killed
fine.
by the water,
Okay.
not the buoys.
Okay, then
I don't
take-
think the buoys
okay.
killed them. I think the water did.
All
I
I'm
was gonna
saying
say
is I
Paul-
don't want
I was
things
gonna
up
say
that
they were
will
killed
kill
by them.
babies. And I think
Okay,
razor
but-
wire has the
but-
potential
okay,
to do
You
that.
know what? You know
I feel
what?
like that's
I agree.
reasonable.
Let's drain the river of
That's
water.
reasonable.
Let's
No!
drain the river of water completely. Let's dry the
No,
river
get the
out,
traps
and then
out.
it won't
How
Get the
about-
kill
how
the
about
traps
let's
out of the
close the
water.
border?
All I'm
Fuck
saying
that.
is,
It's not a
take
trap.
shit
Hold on,
down.
hold on.
That has the potential to
It's
kill
not a trap.
kids.
It's not a
It's
trap.
not-
I feel like that's
It's not
not
a
unreasonable.
trap.
It's not a fucking trap.
A trap is something that you can't see. A razor wire
It wasn't even razor wire. It was buoys.
Yeah,
I don't want razor wire.
half a mile down the road, and there's
I
its open
don't
gate.
want razor wire. It will hurt kids. I don't want it there. Why
So
do you?
Bro, the ground will hurt kids. The air and the water will hurt kids.
And guess what? We have control over where the razor wire is, not where the air, water, and ground is all the time.
The
I mean,
elementary
we
school
could drain the
recess.
Rio.
The elementary school recess will hurt
All right,
kids.
all right.
Like
All I'm saying is, don't kill
warm
kids.
up.
Greg
Warm
Abbott
up,
has
go
killed
ahead.
kids.
Look, I'm going to pull a Jesus here, okay? I'm going to take one for the team. Alec,
Mhm.
I work at Planned Parenthood as a nurse.
Okay, I respect
Go
you.
ahead and
I'm a
take it all
fellow
out on
nurse.
me, okay?
I'm a
No,
fellow
go
nurse.
ahead and tell me.
My man.
You're
It's
not gonna
Appreciate
call
okay
me a
you,
with
baby
those
brother.
killer?
babies dying, not the ones,
Was
not
that
the
it?
Guatemalan ones.
What was?
No, he
wait,
loves
wait. What
Planned
was? I'm
Parenthood,
sorry.
Roma.
What was?
He
Sorry.
loves
What did you
Planned
want from
Parenthood.
me?
He's not going to take it out on
I
you.
was just gonna like instead of having you straw man the razor wire.
It's not a straw man.
You got like an actual baby killer right here in the flesh. Go ahead.
Oh my god.
He loves
Just
you.
a bit.
Binks, how dare
Oh
you?
my
I mean,
God.
he's just
Yeah.
matching your energy with the bit. So I
It's a
mean,
good bit. No, it's a good bit.
This
I
is
respect
an
it.
energy match. Yes, thank you.
Well, dude, bro, he has more evidence that he's killed a baby than you have that razor wire killed any babies.
I don't believe
You
that
guys
it features
are
a baby. So.
You guys are
That's
so
fucking great. That's
obsessed with
fucking
the
great.
fucking
What?
razor
No.
wire.
you know what?
Okay,
Whatever
let's
words
say
about
that
the
it wasn't.
fucking
Okay,
razor
listen.
wire.
Hey,
About the razor
I am
wire.
willing to own when I'm wrong. It said nothing about the razor wire. Okay, you're right. I was wrong.
You called me a liar, Alec.
Listen to me. But there were
You
still
are.
water traps that Greg Abbott put there, and they
Did
have
you
found the
Not a
remains.
trap.
Water. Yeah, he built
What do you
the
mean
Rio
it's not a
Grande.
trap? People get caught there and drown. They have records of that. That's a trap.
Trap
Is there
means
any-
you can't
Is there
see
any
it.
chance that this actually
Abbott
spills
and-
over?
I'm sorry. Things that
Abbott
kill
invented
people
the
that aren't
undercurrent
traps.
in the
Things that
Rio
kill
Grande.
people that aren't traps. I apologize.
Well, yeah, I want a lot of things that kill people at the border. That's what the fucking border is for.
All I'm
The
saying is take the
desert
traps
kills
down.
people. Get rid of the desert. Out,
We
out
can't
with
control where the desert
Dude,
is. You go get dude, learn
We got dudes
terraforming.
with guns at the border.
If you
Like,
can
it's
okay, go
boring.
terraform the
This is
desert.
boring.
Until then, let's take
What about
down
the
the razor
cartel?
wire. We
What
can
about
do
the
that.
cartel at the border?
What about the cartel? Fuck them.
They-
As long as we don't
They
kill
kill
kids.
babies. What about
Is there
them?
any-
They sure as fuck do. Okay?
Source.
We should take care of them, but not while killing kids. We can do it without killing
Man,
kids.
the trip in between
Hey,
ports of
Alec.
entry on the border killed more than 750 people every fucking year, Alec. Just the trip alone.
So how many kids is it worth to go catch them? Give me a
No,
number.
how
How many
many-
kids are you sacrificing at the
What?
altar? Go ahead. You're fine
No,
sacrificing kids. So how many?
the best thing we could do
No,
is
no.
is
Give
plug
me
the
an. I want
holes
an
in the
answer. I want a
border
finite
and force
number.
them through the
Give me
port
a
of
number
entry
of
where they
kids
won't
that you are
die,
willing to
right?
sacrifice. No, give me a
Civil
number.
War.
You said you're willing to sacrifice kids for that. So give me a number. How many? 10, 20, 50, 100, a million? How many kids? To catch
Like a
the drug
million, a
cartel.
lot.
Go ahead. Tell me.
Alec, dude, you are boring, my friend. You
Yeah,
are
this is
boring.
like someone
Okay. Is
there any
performing.
chance-
Don't
like
answer. It's
triggered
fine.
rib.
No, don't answer. It's fine. I know you
we've
can't
done
answer.
this-
You're a
we've done
Is there any
pussy.
chance
done
that
this
this
full hour.
You can't
spills
answer.
into a
How many kids is
wider
it worth
conflict?
to catch the
I'm used,
cartel?
I'm used to
We-
like actual debates, not just the like straw man's the entire debate. Like
It's not a
it's
straw
gonna be
man.
A fucking bit.
These
We've
traps
done
have
it.
killed kids.
All right,
Well,
we'll go-
everything's
we'll go
killed
into-
kids. Like there's
And guess what we have control over? The traps.
All right, all right.
I
all
have
right.
control over tummy
Alright.
time. Tummy time kills kids.
Oh my gosh. Oh,
I just want to
okay.
point out that Alex.
I
is-
think I've made my
Let's
point.
just keep talking. When
I've made my point.
Okay, that's we've done the thing. We'll do final topics. I know there are people who want to come in and talk to have their own takes. If they want to come in, they can after the closing statements. God damn. Okay. Sprout, go ahead with the closing statement.
All right. These two panels have had something in common. One person was completely off topic the entire time and has derailed most of the conversation to where we couldn't actually talk about the topics. I would love to talk about the topics, and hopefully when we move into an open, we can have an open discussion, and maybe the bit will go away. But no, I'm looking forward to an open conversation. I was glad to be invited onto the panel. Binks, feel free to send me an invite back, preferably, not 2 hours before the panel. But yeah, I would love to come back and have a great conversation. I tell you what, I've never heard a Marxist and an all-around good guy in the same sentence and believed it. And you know what, non-smoker, you proved me wrong on this panel. So I didn't think that was possible. So I appreciate that. Appreciate the conversation, and hopefully you guys stay for the open because it's been good.
One of the good ones.
Well, non-smoker's a piece of shit. Don't fucking inflate his ego. Todd, go ahead.
You're muted.
You muted.
You're self-muted, yeah.
How the fuck am I muted? There we go. All right, yeah. So basically, just fucking this got fucking so off the rails. It's ridiculous. But at the end of the day, federal law supersedes state law within this portion of the U.S. doctrine. And at the end of the day, you gotta go by what the Constitution says. However, Jeb's point of it would have been much more intelligent for the president to just try to unite and try to find a way to negotiate. There really was no reason that this needed to spill over into what we are now considering a possible civil war.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming by, Todd. I missed you. Non-smoker.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, I feel like I kind of made the same point over and over and over again, but I'm just gonna make it again that it's clear to me that we have a very weak president, and I mean, if we didn't, there might actually be the opportunity for a resolution here. Ironically enough, with all of like Alex streaking, I think this is a great advertisement for authoritarianism, because in an authoritarian system, you could just totally override all of this and just make, broad sweeping changes regarding immigration policy instantaneously, and not have to worry about the slow trudge of the democratic process. But being that we live in a system with a democratic process, and being that we live in a system where there is, separation of powers, you would hope the president could be some sort of arbiter in the middle of all of this, find a resolution instead of, fighting with this government for essentially to save political face, to make it look like he cares more about immigrants than the governor of Texas does, or some bullshit, even though they're not doing anything to help these people when they end up in this country, and they end up working in various occupations essentially as like, indentured servants, more or less. So I don't know. I mean, both parties are evil, monstrous, demonic pieces of shit. They both kill shitloads of kids. Alec is an idiot.
Thank you very much. And I love you, non-smoker. Warm-ups.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but I'm with Sprout on this one. Non-smoker was right about everything, and he's the avatar of this conversation.
I know how much you hate saying that, so I appreciate the honesty. Alec, are you more or less jaded about debates after this?
I got a closing
2
statement.
hours. All right, closing statement. Go ahead.
From USAtoday.com, Eagle Pass, Texas. By the time Omar Tortua and his family waded into the warm river water at Piedras Negras, they had already survived the treacherous journey through the jungle of the Darien Gap, across 6 countries, and past cartel kidnappers. But it was only at the end that Tortua saw the danger claw into his own child when a coil of concertina wire, placed at the American shoreline by Texas officials, ensnared the leg of his 5-year-old son. He scooped up the bleeding child with officers watching from the bank above. It continues. I know I've been belligerent and loud and annoying this entire debate. I know that. But it's only because I'm passionate about this. Kids are being hurt and dying at the border because of Greg Abbott. They're starving in red states because of Republican governors and leadership denying money just to feed them, just to feed kids. I don't care where the money comes from. I'm serious. Get the money, feed the kids. Okay? The party of family values, fuck that. Shove it up your ass. You're not the party of family values. You can't even stand by kids. Okay? I know you love to bitch and moan about how we're killing fetuses. Fetuses aren't kids. Kids are kids. Born kids. All right? And you're the ones who don't want to feed them. You're the ones who want to kill them at the border just because they're brown and from another country. All right? So fuck you and fuck off. And fuck Greg Abbott. He's a baby killer. That's all I got to say.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming by, Alec. I know it was... I was gonna say a gangbang. That's not the word. What's the word?
What is it?
I forgot. Whatever.
Dog pile.
Dog pile. Thank you very much.
Oh, don't
A
worry about
dog
it. I'm used to
pile.
it.
Appreciate it.
It was fun.
Blizza.
Yeah, there were a couple of things I wish we would have touched on. I tend to agree with Antonin Scalia in Arizona versus the United States, where he said that states have the right to deny entry into their sovereign land whoever they see fit. So chew on that, hippie Jesus, you fuck. Alec, it would have been nice if you would have joined us here tonight, but apparently your nap ran a little bit overtime and you didn't prepare any statements and you wanted to just rely on the good old trustee appeal to emotion that you always do. And that's about all I got.
Thank you very much. Did you go Alpha? All right, go ahead. I'll forget whatever you say, but go ahead.
When it comes to the Texas border, womp womp.
If they think don't
Alex
kill
is a
kids
white
is
privileged
appeal to emotion,
like
then
loser.
whatever. White privilege loser.
All right,
go.
and Jeb? Did Jeb go?
No, but I'll go.
Oh, appeal to
I already
emotion.
jerked
I'm
off,
fine with appealing to
non-smoker,
emotion
but
for that.
I'll reiterate. I appreciate
Don't kill kids.
the coherent argumentation and the honest argumentation. It's very rare you'll get a communist who just says I'm authoritarian and argues the benefits of authoritarianism. I think it's a much more interesting conversation than the denialistic arguments of a lot of other communists. But as in terms of this, yeah, like I said, I think a true leader in any state wants to take the people underneath them, delegate responsibility as effectively as possible, and enact change, short-term change to solve short-term problems, and long-term change to avoid those short-term problems coming up again. I think Biden had an opportunity to do that by leveraging his own and Greg Abbott's executive power afforded to them by our beautiful federalist system to solve a short-term problem, and then use the legislature to solve a long-term problem, which if Joe Biden does, I will rapidly support him because I support Ukraine and I support border security and I am bipartisan in my principles. So if he does that, that would be great. Unfortunately, Texas and their desolate Fallout 3 level wasteland dip like shithole of a fucking southern border area because of how awful it is down there needs immediate solutions. They've been crying for help by busing immigrants to other places and making other places that are removed from the issue feel the pain. And I'm glad that's moving the cogs of the legislature. But unfortunately, Texas needed solutions now. They implemented a solution now, and that didn't need to conflict with federal policy until Joe Biden decided that it did. He could have just negotiated a less baby killing, potentially, solution, but he didn't. Instead, he did what Donald Trump would do, and he decided to stoke division. He decided to invoke executive power and federal agents, and he decided to make this a Civil War-y issue when it could have just been a Zoom meeting and a negotiation with someone he disagrees with to prove that he is the unifier he claimed to be, and it would have made him way more electable come November, but unfortunately he didn't do that.
Womp womp.
Is that it?
Host, you're
He
muted.
did it. He did it.
My cat was making weird fucking sounds. Sorry, had to mute for a second. Thank you, everyone, for your closing statements. Thank you for showing up. This was fun. It brought the 2021 Twitch poll out of me. I was really enjoying it. Maybe doing some more of these in the future. So stay tuned. Probably going to invite the exact same people because it's fun watching them yell at each other. I know we got some people who want to give their takes. You guys can join the waiting room if you want. If you guys need to leave, you can bounce. Yeah, and thanks everyone for sticking by.
Thanks for inviting me. I had a great time. It was fun.
Good. I had fun.
I had a lot of fun.
I had fun.
Great.
That's all that matters.
That was great. Exactly. See, you got the spirit.
Thanks for
All
coming.
right, are we moving into an open now?
I've
Yeah,
been
we go in the
watching the
open.
Royal Rumble this whole
Warm
time,
up.
so I was having fun from both ends.
Warm up just mentioned
Really quick.
something that he wanted to bring up, and I'm down to like battle on it because
I
it's
need
a
to smoke
losing
a fucking
argument for us
cigarette, so
Republicans.
go crazy.
So
I don't give a fuck. But
it's a
Blizza,
challenge for me.
Blizza's a mod now. You can mute whoever you want, Blizza.
Stop smoking cigarettes, Binks.
Oh, shut up. You're not my mom.
Sponsored by Lucky Strikes.
Sponsored by Redwood
Is there
Empire.
any way this spills?
But also, being stop.
Is there any
smoking
way this
cigarettes.
spills
It's bad for
over?
you.
If I trust it, if I trust
Sponsored by
anything,
Yeah,
Captain
cigarette
America, the
kill
first
babies.
Avenger, came out in 2011.
if I trust anything, it's that non-smoker doesn't smoke cigarettes.
This is correct.
Okay, cool.
I quit like 7 years ago, I think.
Good for
Something
you,
like
man.
that. which is
Yes.
fucking rough, by the way. It's tough to quit.
I've heard that's a struggle. Good
I just changed my vice.
Yeah,
But yeah,
I
so-
switched to vaping. So
I'm
Let's talk
uneasy
about
with you guys
losing-
all
let's-
liking non-smokers so much. This is how they draw you in, just so you know.
Let's talk about. Listen, I like him as a person. I'm never gonna like change to his policies. He's the person I probably disagree with the most on this panel, but he's the most coherent, and we could have a good conversation about it.
I think
more than
non-smoker would be. I
anything-
think non-smoker would be an awesome person to have a drink with. Although, however, with him saying he's a Marxist, I'm sure I disagree with plenty of his policies.
Yeah.
However, I believe over a couple of beers, we could have a very informed, very interesting, and very entertaining discussion on whatever policies we disagree on.
Don't believe him because he says that, but then when you invite him to drinks, he doesn't answer his phone.
Oh
No,
shit!
listen,
Doesn't
dude,
answer his
I
phone when
can't
you
even
invite him to
talk
drink.
No, you.
Hey,
Oh,
bro.
me? Fuck! I had a house fire. That's it.
This was.
I'm the only
I think I
real-
hit you up before that.
Man had a
don't
house
care.
fire.
I don't
Leave him
care.
alone.
I don't
I'm the
care
only
if it was
real-
before the house fire. I had a house fire.
Yeah,
I'm
leave
the
him
only
alone.
real bipartisan fucking interlocutor here because I would consider Half Baked Takes a really good person, and he's a fucking Browns fan. Okay, so if anyone can reach across an aisle that
You're not allowed to
matters,
talk about.
yeah, I can reach
Not allowed
across
to
an
talk about
AFC North
sports.
rivalry. Okay,
Hey,
Not allowed to
hippie
talk about
Jesus,
sports
hippie
here.
Jesus. Half Baked Takes will back me up on this. I had drinks with Half Baked Takes, so if I am free, I will go out for
Oh,
drinks.
so you'll only drink with righties? Is that it?
you guys need to come to the West Coast, Best Coast, and then we can have some real drinks. Okay.
When you're
I
back
was
in
in-
Indiana,
I
let
was-
me know.
I was in Indianapolis for a week,
No, you were in Indianapolis for like 2 days.
4 days.
Sorry.
Man.
I'm sorry. I'm very sorry for you. Really quick, out of curiosity, because I never got to ask this question, and I'm legitimately curious. Is there any chance that this spills over into a bigger issue, or does the Biden
No,
administration
they're already working
figure out a
together
way-
at Eagles
Yeah.
Pass. Like the feds
Biden
and the
backed
state
off
are
saying-
still working together there. The biggest threat for it to
Yeah.
blow into
And-
anything bigger is the Democrat Congress people calling for Biden to take over the fucking Texas National Guard. That's
Yeah.
the biggest threat.
All
that's
of
from the
the
Democrats.
Legally, he can't do
Right.
that. He can't. He can't take over the state guard.
Did we have
He
audience
can.
questions?
He
Is
can.
that-
He actually
can't.
can.
He
Wait,
actually can't.
The Texas State Guard or the National Guard?
Thanks.
The
The
Texas
National Guard.
National
Oh
Guard.
yeah, no shit. But
Thanks.
the Texas National Guard, he can.
Did we have audience questions? Is
He
that what's
can.
happening?
He absolutely can. Call
No,
out.
it's just I think
He absolutely
when
can
Binks
call out the
gets back, he's
federal-
going to let people in the panel.
Wait.
Yeah,
can't-
yeah.
but Buzz
Vigilante's
said
waiting
he
in the
could do
waiting
it.
room,
All right.
Bruce, whenever you're ready, bud.
No, the president can federalize National Guard troops.
Yeah.
However, if the president doesn't federalize them, they answer to the governor, not the president.
Yeah, luckily, men on the ground are fucking based. And when they actually come together to clash, it seems like for the most part, they really just tell the higher ups that, hey, there's a middle ground to be had here.
Listen,
It's all
thank
it's all
God
being
for that.
fought in the media,
Listen,
really. I mean,
their
Yeah.
clash, their
Yeah.
clash is they sat down around a table and played spades and waited for other people to figure it out. They're like, we're just gonna sit here and play spades till other people figure it out.
That's my thing is like, I'm friends with a real doomer. People here probably know Ranger and Rogue. He's a real doomer in terms of fucking. He thinks the United States is gonna fucking collapse. He's got all of his freeze-dried fucking ravioli in his fucking garage. He's ready to
Respect.
go for the end of the country. Dude, people went out. People do. I think even the communists in the room, like that's one of the things that they thrive on is like the will of the people. It will out at the end of the day. And in most systems, especially one that allows as much personal individual freedom, in my opinion, is the United States. People on the ground are not going to allow this to become anything more than what it is right now. I don't think.
I kind of want to hear what Vigilante has to say.
no one cares what you want. You fucking yelled for 2 hours. Suck a cock.
Only an
Well,
hour.
me too.
Thank
Royal
you.
Rumble.
Me too. I like Hippie. Hey, Hippie actually reached out to make sure that like we shared some research links and he made sure he knew what he was talking about before he started yelling today.
You
so.
cheated.
I didn't. I
Haters.
got
How's it
the
going?
info
True.
a day. In a
Yeah.
day.
All right, Vigilante, what's up?
How are you guys doing today?
Doing
All
good.
right. I'm doing-
Have
I'm
any
doing great.
thoughts?
I heard a lot of retarded yelling.
Well,
Yeah,
if we,
sorry.
Vigilante, I want to tell you. I want to tell you
Agreed,
one
man. Most
thing.
of it for
I want
me.
to tell you. I want to tell you one thing, Vigilante. If we learned anything today, it's that we read our sources before we post them.
That's true. Thank you.
Yeah,
Good-
not a
good
problem.
point.
Yeah. I do want to ask Alec,
Sure.
fucking brain does not want to work today. How are the babies being killed by the razor wire.
Well, it's razor wire. What are you talking
We
about?
passed
Sharp
that.
objects.
We
I
already
just read you
already
something.
figured
No,
out
this
they
is a
didn't.
real account of a 5-year-old
No,
being
it's a
torn
real
up by a razor
person
wire.
who said something.
They were
Not
just
a
injured,
real
right? No,
verified
that doesn't
account.
kill them, so it's fine, right? They're
No,
just
nobody
maimed.
verified the information. They just the news
From
outlet
USA
asked
Today.
to
Do you want?
and the
Okay. Do you
news
want the
said
link?
it.
Do you want the link?
I think he's
Yes,
asking
no,
the
you read
mechanism
it.
by which it's happening.
Yeah, no, you read it.
The
The
method
dude
by which
said
it's
it.
happening,
No one
stabbing.
verified it.
It's razor wire. What are you talking about? Do you know how infants, how
How
fragile
do
they
infants
are?
get that high though? It's like a few feet
How would they
off
get
the
that
ground.
high? Somebody lifts them. They're
Yeah.
trying to get them over the border because
Alec,
they're dying.
wait. The link you posted, the
Are they
child
just-
didn't.
are
Wait,
they-
the link
wait.
you posted, the child didn't die.
That
Oh,
sounds
he
like
just got
murder
maimed. It's
anyway.
fine.
No,
The
but
potential
no,
to
hold
kill
on.
is
Are
there.
they just fucking eating their
No,
kids over the
Fraudikus-
razor
This is
wire?
not unreasonable.
Yes.
Okay, what happens when a
Don't
child
listen to
dies?
him, Froud.
It's fine,
an
they just got
account. It's
maimed,
not been
right?
verified
It's
by
fine, they
anybody.
just got
No,
maimed,
Even if
right?
it
Didn't
was
get maimed.
verified, even if it
No
was
one
verified,
verified
the child didn't die. Even
He
if
got
it was
maimed.
verified.
Oh, he just
No,
lost
he
an
didn't
arm.
get
It's
maimed.
fine.
It's
He
not
just,
verified.
He just lost an arm. It's fine.
It didn't
There's
say he
pictures.
lost an arm.
There's
It
pictures
didn't
right
lose an
here.
arm.
There's
He got
pictures.
stitches.
Where's the pictures?
Well,
The
I
pictures
guess
are
we'll never
literally on the
know,
fucking
and we
article.
just kinda have
What is it
to-
going to take for you people?
He
This
got
shit can kill
stitches. He
you.
didn't lose an arm. He got stitches.
Oh, it's fine. Just maim them then. It's fine.
Listen,
It does not
from
maiming.
now on,
Maiming is a serious injury. A
But
cut
just,
is
okay,
a
just
serious
cut them
injury.
then. It's fine to cut kids,
Yes.
right? That's fine.
If your parents are pushing
I'm
you
the
through a
unreasonable
border
one
of a
here.
country you're not
When I
legally
say
allowed
it's
to
just
enter,
not
you're probably
okay
gonna get harmed.
to injure children. Just don't injure children. What's so wrong with this?
what if the
Bro,
children are the ones making?
think
Are
the
you
Eating
okay?
them over
Let
the
me
border is
okay. Let me
probably
ask you a
injuring them.
very
Okay, I have
simple
to
question.
question.
I have a very simple question. Are you okay
Oh, he's
with
walking
kids
away.
being torn up by that wire? Yes or no?
I'll
Only
stay
if they
there.
ask
Is that an
bitch. I just
acceptable
have a full
outcome?
bladder, okay?
Is that an acceptable outcome? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
If
Why?
people-
Please explain why it's
people
okay to
are-
cut these kids.
Because if people are going to use their children in
Go on.
front of them to cross a razor wire barrier on a country they're not legally allowed to enter, at the end of the day, it's not United States' moral imperative to create a border that can't kill anybody because people might use kids to get over the border.
Use
It
wait,
is the
stop.
parents'
You're all,
moral
no, I
imperative
need to get in
not
here.
fucking-
You said
Sure.
use kids
Are
to
they-
get over the
wait.
border. What do you mean?
Yeah.
Use kids?
Well,
How?
if that guy didn't get cut by razor wire and his kid got cut by razor wire, then his kid was obviously closer to the razor wire than he was. Correct? Hold on.
He was using
Yes
his
or
kid
no?
to move the razor wire out.
I'm
of
not
the
He
way.
was
saying
not
he was
using
no,
his-
I'm not saying he was actively fucking using his kid as a razor wire mover. What I'm saying is if the opponents are using the idea that babies are getting maimed by razor wire to remove the razor wire, my
So is
solution
the
to
dad
that
is the dad at fault then
okay.
for
Yes.
doing
Yeah,
that?
he should be.
Okay, so the dad okay, so
When
the
he gets
dad
over, we should
is
arrest
trying
him.
to come into the United States to make a better life for his family.
Go
And
to a
he's
port of
at fault
entry.
because he
Go to a port of
decided
entry.
he decided that is
Go
more
alone.
worth. It is hold on, it
Go
is
alone.
more it is more worth trying to
His
lift
kid
your
getting
kid,
maimed.
trying to lift your kid over razor wire than
Yeah.
raising him in some bumfuck country that offers
Then he's-
nothing to him. All
then
right,
he's
that's a
stupid.
very
Go to a
difficult
port of entry.
decision.
Have
A decision that you've
actually
never had
looked
to
at the
make.
pictures of the
You've
razor
never
wire?
had to
Have
make
you-
that decision.
you-
Fuck
Go to a
you.
legal port of entry and enter
Neither
the legal
have
way.
you.
As the ex-head of Border
Like I
Patrol
said, you're a white privileged fuck.
Go to
the
a port of
entry
entry.
and enter the legal way.
Have
I'm
you
using
not
my
seen
privilege
the
for
pictures
good.
of how high that fucking border
I'm using my
have you
privilege
not-
to
it's
help
like, it's like
people of
leg
color.
height on a
No,
belt
you're using
for an
your
adult.
privilege to fucking bitch about shit that you're not going to do anything to help.
You're all white males. Why are you fucking talking to me about privilege?
If you can't,
Yeah, exactly, because
Bro,
you're a
here's the
hypocrite.
thing.
No, it's not making me a hypocrite.
you-
I'm using my privilege
Vince
for
was
good.
brown before
That's how
he
you use
started
privilege
staying in
as
his
white
house
male.
all the
Try it
time.
It's
sometime.
so good to
Use your
talk to
privilege for
people on the
good. Do
internet.
good things. How about you
It's
advocate
so
for not
good.
killing kids? That'd be
Alex,
great.
So good.
Alec, I advocated for that. I advocated for Biden
So
to
take down the
negotiate a wall
wires.
instead
Take
of a
down
razor
the
wire.
wires. Do you advocate for taking down the wires? Yes or no?
Yes, I advocated for
Great.
Biden to take
Then
down the
we're on the
wires
same
and put
page.
the wall.
We're on the same page.
No, we're not, because you think that that the conversation ends at remove razor wire. I say
remove
razor
things to
wire,
kill
put up
kids.
wall.
Yes, that's my most my
Well,
biggest
no,
point.
I don't think we
now
should
we can
remove
talk about
everything to kill
details.
kids.
Now we can talk
No,
about details. Now
I
we can
don't-
talk
I'll
about
bite the
immigration
bullet,
policy.
Alec,
No,
Now
I
that we're
don't
not
think
killing
we
kids, we
remove
can talk about
everything to kill
immigration
kids.
policy. Do you
I
understand
disagree.
my priorities. Do you
No,
understand?
he's going to bring it up again.
Do you
I
understand?
disagree with them. I disagree with them.
Alec, what
I'm not
is your position
stupid.
on kids
I just
dying?
have priorities.
Shut up for a second, or I'll go get my
No,
bro
because
jersey.
non-smoker rightfully says my position on Ukraine kills kids.
Just
my position
stay
on
and laugh.
hold on.
Be
My
entertained,
position on Israel and Gaza kills kids. I still support those positions. because, like non-smoker, I evaluate both sides of the issue, and I think that one side will result in less kids dying in the long term. He disagrees. But I will bite the bullet and say I don't want everything that kills kids removed from our border. Guys with guns are on our border. Guns kill kids. I don't care. We need guys with guns on our border. Razor wire kills kids. We need razor
If
wire
those
on our
guys with
border.
guns
I don't
kill
care.
kids, I don't want them there. They're killing kids.
Here's a real easy one, Alec. Which one of your positions results in kids dying?
Which one?
Voting for Biden.
Voting for Biden?
Okay, I have to
How?
piss. My piss isn't going to
No,
kill
no, no.
kids.
I want an
Okay.
answer to this. How? Go ahead.
Coward, you're running.
Hey, no, wait. No, wait. Yeah, by the way, but wait, stop. 1 second. Pissing does kill kids because that piss has to go somewhere. It's going to poison some type of water, and the kid's going to drink it
Yeah,
and
what
it's
if
going
the
to
water
die. So
purifier
just-
doesn't work, dog?
The piss
Has
is
to
only
go
going to
there.
kill your mom, because I'm going to piss in her ass. All right? So shut up. Like,
Whoa, that's fucked
Alec,
up.
Who's
Here's the thing, though.
NDD13? I want to hear
Oh.
from them. They have a cool icon.
all I said is don't kill
NDD?
kids. Razor wire kills kids. That's all I'm saying.
NDD is my token gay North Carolinian.
You're gonna regret this,
yeah,
non-smoker.
You just dox me and everything like that. I love you too, Binks.
You're welcome.
Okay, so my question is more policy based.
Is it about killing kids?
Good question.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, try to
Razor
stay on
wire
topic.
okay, well, as much as I want to talk about how we can like start commodifying baby patties and eating children, I want to go away from my lizard people background, and talk about the policy of it. So how do we feel currently about Donald Trump getting involved in the current policy and killing it essentially?
Based.
But
Just
also-
another example of him putting himself above policy and above the party and above the betterment.
What
of
did
the
he
United
kill?
States.
Because apparently it
Another
wasn't
example of
himself.
Trump.
Wait, who? Who? Sorry.
Well,
what?
Talking about Trump.
Donald Trump basically
killing the
came
border-
out and
the
said,
border
he
bill.
said, please
Oh.
don't. Yeah, he said, don't sign a border bill or don't complete a border bill until I.
Of course, though, it's going to get him elected. It's just take
Trump's
it in
a,
the
Trump's a dipshit. Trump is a dipshit. He is as inept at leadership as Joe Biden. I fucking hate him. I'm a true and true conservative, and true conservatives don't like Trump because he's not fucking conservative. He's a bitch.
Jeb, but what Trump was trying to do wasn't anything in regards to the border. He saw it as political fuel for his campaign and said,
Yes,
no,
sure.
don't fix it. Don't fix it yet.
Yep.
Wait till I'm elected and then I'll fix it.
Yep, because he's a bitch, and he puts himself before the country. So does Joe Biden, and I hate them both.
Every time.
And I want someone who puts a little bit more of the country in front of themselves, and that's why we've
I mean-
the Nikki Haley talk. I think Nikki Haley would put the country a little bit more before herself than Trump would.
I respect you at least
Blazing
for
the
not being a
underdogs
Trump
over
simp,
here.
but,
But non-smoker, I also
Republicans
respect
ain't
his
gonna do
view that we shouldn't do harm reduction voting.
Can I-
I disagree with it, but I respect it.
would I be able to convince you, Jeb,
No.
that Republicans are fundamentally anti-American at all?
Wait,
In order,
I-
yeah. It would,
I
you would-
just
it would
want
take a lot of
to hold on. Wait,
I
I'm just
respect
gonna.
your grifts, man. I think that you're honest.
All right, I gotta go. I just want to say goodbye to everybody. It was fun, guys. Would love to talk to each of you again soon. It was a good time. Alec, hopefully you get to read something at some point in your life between now and the next time I speak with you.
I'll work
All right,
on it,
guys.
man. Thank
Non-smoker,
you.
Late.
non-smoker,
All right,
before you
non-smoker.
leave.
Yeah.
Before you leave, if you're ever in Indiana, hit me up and we'll get some beers or something.
He's
my God.
lying.
Dude, I'm in recovery. I hate to be like, but I will.
Okay,
If
you know
I'm
what?
in
If you're
Indiana,
ever
I'll
in
hit you
Indiana,
up.
hit me up. We'll grab some steaks or something like
Sounds good, brother. All right, later, guys.
You're
Later.
a real
Later,
non-smoker later, but
Later, non-smoker.
that. I didn't know he was in recovery. That kind of makes me look like a dick, but
Fucking douchebag.
No, it's
But-
not. No.
I mean, isn't that-
man? It's fun.
People in recovery will tell you it's not a bad thing. Like they
I've worked
know
drug
it's on
rehab.
them.
It's fun.
Look, if he doesn't drink after tonight, he'll be fine. All right, so
Dude, for real, he's good forever if he's able to
I've
stay.
been
alive.
here
part
for
of part
five-
of I want to point out part of what you learn in recovery is how to deal with that. Like you have to learn how to cope.
Oh,
with
okay.
Yeah,
alcohol.
especially since I've been flexing
I've
this
been here for
beautiful,
5 minutes. I'm
delicious
about to go
Redwood
grab my
Empire
vodka.
whiskey this entire time. Find it at
Yeah,
a
good
Kroger
job.
store near you.
I've also
Oh,
been drinking to deal with a headache.
by the way, Alec, Warmups wanted to 1v1 you one day. Would you be
Yo,
up for
let's go. Tell him to DM me.
he's in the panel right now.
that? He's right there.
Can I do it now?
Hi, I'm the
Can I
baby.
do it? Wait. Are we 1v1ing
Yeah.
right
It's way
now?
more fun that way. No,
Everybody
like
get the
set something
fuck
up.
out. Everybody
Make an
get
event.
Like an
Yeah, we do
event?
that another day.
Everybody mute up.
We'll do it another day. DM me, man. We'll do it
Okay.
another day.
Good mic. Blizza, are you just gonna take all that Nikki Haley love?
Yeah,
Debate mid.
I was seething the whole time I was watching it at work. All the underdog glazing kind of got to me a little bit. I think we need
Look,
to.
I'm gonna be honest. I was like on the fence between whether or not I'd vote for Biden or Haley. Up until like yesterday, after finding out her dumbass fucking said that America has never been a racist country.
You wear way too
True.
much for Biden.
I forgot about
I
that.
mean,
She's a fucking racist.
I was thinking about voting for Nikki Haley, but as soon as I realized that she wanted to cut funding for
Only Democrats and Jeb say that. That's it.
Then what were you saying? What happened? What did I say?
Vote for Nikki Haley. That I would vote for Nikki Haley. It's Democrats and you.
That is the truest
Okay,
thing you've said all
fucking
night.
womp womp. Okay,
Don't
listen.
you fucking dare leave me out.
Here's the
Listen,
thing, Blizza.
Nikki Haley
You're
is
not
the more
gonna fucking win without independence.
Democrats.
You're not
get
gonna
so
win
bad.
without independence.
That's really good.
Blizza,
I mean, like the only
Listen,
reason
the real
that
thing is we're actually conservative. Nikki Haley's more
Yeah.
conservative than Trump, so I'm voting for Nikki Haley.
Keep pretending
Sorry,
you're
I got this
independent.
depressing
That'll be
shit on
fun.
my
I'm not
I-
independent. I'm a conservative.
No, I'm talking
I am
about Blizza.
independent.
Oh, okay.
Bro,
He said he was
I don't know
considering
if-
voting for either Biden or Haley. Like, good luck pretending to be an
I mean, that's a
independent.
lot. That's a
Great.
lot of independence, dude. That's
Yeah, but
mean,
you
here's the thing,
operate
dude,
in the same world that I do,
realize
right?
that-
When Trump wins the nomination, you're going to vote for Trump, right?
oh yeah.
here's the
100%.
thing,
Yeah,
dude.
100%.
The
That's what
only
we-
But I'm not an
person.
independent. I'm a
That's the
conservative.
answer.
For him.
Hold on. I just got
I
an
won't
interesting chat. Can I say something about Nikki Haley and her
I'll
policies?
allow it.
Apparently, she wants to raise retirement to the age of 70 for Social
70.
Security.
Yeah.
What's up with that? I don't like that.
Lifespan,
welcome-
life
God,
expectancy
Oh my
has
fucking
increased.
god!
Average life
Welcome to
expectancy
politics
has
on the right.
We have to.
Life expectancy
literally
has
have to do
increased by
that.
over 8 years.
I don't care.
Since it started. Okay, that's fine that you don't care, but you asked me
Don't
why I
care?
think. So why did
Cool.
you ask the question?
Are you any more
If you don't
able to
care.
work after 65?
Yes.
How?
Yes.
Yes.
Because you live
Statistically,
longer
now most
Significantly.
65-year-olds are far more capable of working than they
Can
were.
you
10
show me
years
the
ago.
data on that?
Yes, the average life expectancy has risen.
I just don't want to live in a society where we still make people over the age of 65 work. I don't like that.
Okay, I don't want to
What
live
do
in a
you mean?
society.
Right
Hold on,
now,
stop.
people work
Stop,
till
stop, stop, stop,
67.
stop, stop.
Right
I don't
now.
want to stop. I don't want to live in a society where we outsource retirement to the fucking government, but here the fuck we are, dude. Unfortunately, people don't know how to save in their own
What do
fucking
you mean outsource
401k.
retirement to the government? That's not outsourcing.
That's what
the
social-
government's-
I mean, if we brought back
That's not
That's
the government's
outsourcing.
job. What do you mean? It is outsourcing.
That's not out.
That's
No,
not
it's
Your
not.
retirement is not the
What?
government's job.
Outsourcing?
Yes.
No, we're not
Yes.
outsourcing it to Mexico.
What do you
Outsourcing-
think
You're
Social Security
outsourcing it
is?
to the government.
Let me ask you something. When you pay yourself money, do you consider that a deposit, or do you consider that nothing
No, you're right.
happening?
You're right. When I pay myself money, that's true.
When I
But
give it to
when
the
senior
government.
So when the
citizens
USA
paid-
pays
So
itself
when the-
money,
I'll wait. So when senior citizens contribute 3 times what they're getting back in benefits on average, that I would say is not a deposit. Because my deposits, I get 100% back.
okay.
When I put money in
You
my
get more than
401k,
that if
I
it's,
get
if you
more.
invest.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you invest, you actually get more. out of
I'm
it.
on
If we
track to
educated
make.
people on how to invest.
Yeah. I'm on track with very little
we wouldn't have to
contribution
do this.
to turn $350,000 in lifetime contributions into $1.7 million. Unfortunately, my Social Security is on track to do the opposite. So that's why we need to raise the retirement age.
half-baked takes. There's no reason to invest when you could just join the military and become 100% disabled and just use that for the rest of your life. So.
There's plenty.
Uh,
There's still plenty of reason to invest.
I have a lot of
All jokes
criticism as to
It
how
was
we
a
take care of
meme.
our
It was a
lives.
meme, Blizza.
Aside,
Yeah.
So
All
Social
jokes
Security was
aside,
a scam
we
to
did
begin
fucking-
with.
Yes.
It was always a
What?
scam.
Wait,
The
what?
original
It's a
retirement
Do you
age.
not? Okay. Do you
What?
not want money from the government? Do you? Are you
No.
not
Trump
taking
doesn't
that?
realize that Social Security has been on the Republican policy fucking shelf for forever. This
No,
is always
Alec,
what it's going to come back to.
Warm-ups
They
has
haven't
repeatedly
addressed that
supported
yet.
money from the government. He wants effective
right.
money from the government, well-intentioned to serve the people, and Social Security was never that, is what he's saying.
How?
Well, I'm not saying that
That's
either.
money to our
What I'm
oldest
saying,
citizens.
I have a question for the
Alec,
conservatives
Alec.
being retarded right now.
Thank
Well,
you.
I want to ask
what
Alex
do you
something really
guys
quick
want?
first.
Wait, let's get to the
Thank
warm-up
you.
first, then.
Thank you. Somebody with
Alex.
some sense. Thank you.
When Social Security was implemented, right? I think
Uh-huh.
was it 35? I don't know what the year was.
Okay.
The average life expectancy in America was 63.
I don't give a
Right?
shit.
Well, then you don't care about fucking anything. You don't care about the thing that you're advocating.
I don't think people over 65 should have to work. I think
Okay, so why are you talking about
they've
Social
worked their
Security?
fair share. Don't you?
Bro, why
Do you
don't
want
you
your
just
grandparents to
join
have a good
non-smoker
retirement?
And
Do you
be
care
a
about your fucking
communist?
grandparents? Huh? What about your grandparents? What about you? When you turn 65, you want to retire? Or do you want to keep working?
What about all the grandparents killings that's happening?
Hold on,
Because
I want to hear
What?
Vigilante's question.
I don't know yet.
Alex
I
is
don't know
asking
how
a
they're
three-part
happening yet. I'll
question.
figure that out later.
Vigilante sounds like he has a good question. Let's listen to his question.
Okay, so here's the thing. You guys, some of you are bitching about the fact that it's like fucking Social Security's giving our money back to us, which is literally what it is.
Yes.
What would
not
you
what I-
rather our fucking taxes go to?
Thank you.
So here's my
Fellow's going crazy.
So Social
Hold on.
Security
That is
provides
oversimple.
a net negative
just
benefit
like me,
to
by the
those
way.
who Social Security, on average, adds a severe net negative benefit to those who contribute to it on average. I would rather my money go to bolstering food stamps because that provides a net positive benefit. I would rather it go to bolstering WIC, which provides a net positive benefit. I would rather it go to unemployment insurance and bolstering that because that adds a net positive benefit. Disability insurance because that adds a net positive benefit. I would rather us cut the 140 plus federal welfare programs into very few robust ones and then make one of those a program that ensures that people are educated on early investing and credit recovery so that the government is helping the people work in the privatized system that the government claims to support and allows them to navigate that better. Because with far fewer dollars than you contribute to Social Security every year, if you contributed 1/5 of what you contribute to Social Security every year, no matter who you are, you would maximize about 3 times to 4 times, or materialize rather, 3 to 4 times the benefit by the time you were done working that you would through Social Security.
Do you want
May I
people
ask a
over
question?
65 to work?
So I could agree with most of that. Give me a second. I could agree with most of that. However, I would say with the caveat of large companies being required to have some sort of pension plan, that would be the only way I would be willing to forego Social Security.
Sure, that's
Do you-
great
do you want-
legislative negotiation. I'd love
Yeah.
to see that happen.
Do
That'd
you
be
want
great.
people over 65 to work or not?
I think generally it would be better if they didn't, but I think it's on the
Okay,
individual.
okay,
to
then
make
we
sure
agree
they
that they should have Social
All right,
Security
let's-
after 65.
Let's
Yes.
go to
I mean,
NDD.
no.
No, I want an answer to that.
We'll get it.
Yes?
That-
Yes, Jeb? Social
said
Security? So they can retire? Yes?
No, I
No?
think they can
Why not?
retire without Social
You know, you said
Security.
you don't want them to. What happened?
I don't want them to rely on Social Security.
Oh, okay, so they
Because
should
it
work over
provides-
65.
No,
No? Why not? You said you don't want them to have Social Security. So they should have Social Security, yes?
Irresponsible decision.
No.
Then yeah, they're gonna.
What happened? What happened?
Again,
Should they
Alex,
retire or not?
a little bit better.
I mean, in case anybody was wondering what a
Alex.
No,
full
answer the
economy was,
question.
that's that.
Answer the question.
Alex,
All right,
Am I going
the question
crazy?
will
Explain his position
remain
a little bit
You're
better.
inconsistent as fuck, man.
The question will remain unanswered. NDD, please go if you have.
Thank
Jeb,
you.
about what you said when
Question
it comes
remain
to
unanswered.
all of those programs and things that you said that you would want.
Yeah.
Is the Conservative Party actually moving into that? Because when you look at it, it seems like they want to cut the food subsidies,
Yeah.
and they don't really support any type of education and what you're talking about that I've seen so far.
So yeah, so what I would say is, in a general sense, you're right. Conservatives generally aim to cut, just in general. I think both parties aim to do generalized action. So the Democrat Party prefers to create more agencies, more programs to maximize benefit, and conservatives generally aim to cut. The issue is, I don't think either of those work. I think the conservative version of it works better because there are at least some conservatives who say we don't need to cut net benefit, we need to cut the number of agencies. Whereas when I look at Democrats, not many of them are, I've not heard of any actually, that say they simply want to bolster the programs that work. I've not heard one who doesn't want to bolster a program without adding another 2-3 programs to the list.
All I said
So I
is
think
make it so
conservatives
that
are closer to my
But isn't that?
all I said is make it so people over 65 don't have to work. Just do that. Just do that.
But
It's not that
Why
hard.
Yeah, just-
65? Why is
clarify.
it the
Social
line?
Security does
Before I
that.
say this,
It
I have to
doesn't
clarify
go.
here before I say
Why
this,
not?
But I am a
Social Security, hold on. Social Security recipients are dying on the fucking Walmart floors.
Give them
grieving
more
because
then.
they're not making
Give them
enough.
more. Give them more. I
Oh
don't
my
care.
God.
Give the money. They're the elderly. They're only second to
Jeb,
kids.
Jeb,
Get the
we'll
money.
just
It
materialize
can't
the
work.
money.
It's a bit.
Yes,
We'll just make
materialize
it a
it.
bit.
Jeb.
Pull it out of your ass.
Leave it.
Get them the money.
And-
They can't
I know.
work.
And
You should have let them die.
I'd like to engage with your
Get them the
question
money.
if it continues.
My to further my question is the government afraid? Does it seem that both sides of the government are afraid to have some type of authoritative purpose to these programs, or is it just about giving them money? Are you okay with them having an authoritarian purpose?
No, I don't think you need to have an authoritarian purpose because a lot of these programs were made executively anyway. So you can act executively in ways that aren't at all inappropriate to mitigate them. I think the real issue is a lot of these like more nitty gritty welfare program reducing and optimizing issues, they don't do much in the short term. They're long-term solutions, and they don't do much in terms of headlines. So no one's incentivized to act on them. So I think Democrats, they know they go up in the polls when they introduce a new program. And so they introduce a new program, and that gives them the bump, and they can help people.
What does the program do?
What?
What does the program do?
It depends on the
program. Wait one second.
If it's good, then that's great. They should go.
Yeah, some of them.
That's good policy.
Some of them are good, but a lot of them are not.
That's good policy. Then
good.
They should go up in the polls.
Good things are good.
Sometimes, sure.
Yeah,
So-
yeah.
Here's the
We
thing:
agree.
as
They deserve to go up in the polls. It's good.
as
Alec,
probably the only
they're not
remaining
tricking
socialist
you.
in the room,
That's good policy.
I do want to say that I do agree with Jeb that we do need some sort of optimization of our social welfare programs. I mean, I personally think that making some sort of like welfare agency or something to control all of them would probably be a good idea instead of us just have. It's like we have the EBT and all that shit that's just controlled by each individual state. We should have some sort of federalized welfare agency that controls all of them and any future programs that are created as well.
Jeb, what would that look like? Would it be right
sure
to work?
the kids and the elderly have money.
Hold on. So what it would look like probably differs based on whoever were to implement it. And if I were dictator tomorrow, what I would do is the United States of America would have about 10 or 11 welfare programs as opposed to 140 plus federally funded welfare programs.
Can I stop you for a second? You can continue if you want. I'm sorry. Okay. If you're the king of America, the God King of America.
Yeah.
Why not just give people the money? What's with the welfare program? Just extradite it from the rich and give it to the poor.
Well, I mean, a welfare program, the reason, and I think this is part of the issue with some of the things you're saying, is you need a sustainable system so that once God King Jeb goes, these things can continue in a sustainable way. That's why.
What do you mean?
You need programs to provide. You need programs to provide framework,
What do you need programs? Give people money. Give them the money.
Because if I just give people money,
That would
once
still
I
be a
leave,
program, though.
No, but hold on. I get what he's saying. Why don't I, if I'm God King, right? I have personal control over treasury funds. Why don't I just fucking Venmo everybody?
They need to survive. Just give them
because I need to set up a program so that when I leave, there is a lasting institution that can continue providing the benefit I want to provide.
Is there anybody in your system that does not get the things that they need to survive? You're God King of the country. Is there anybody in your system that does? Probably.
Yeah,
Why?
Never seen it.
You're God King. Why does anybody suffer?
Because I am humble and I would admit that there's not a system on the planet I've seen.
So you're fine with your people suffering?
I'm fine with
at the
doing
expense of others. Okay, let me ask you this: what if you
have.
could take from one person and give it to another? Would you do
Sure.
that in any circumstance? You would do that?
Would be hurting. That would be hurting.
Yeah.
No.
It
No. You're taking. Okay, so there's a guy with like a golden pool. A golden pool. All right, and he's got like $1 million in the bank. And you take 200,000. You say, I want $200,000 because I need to feed 15 people over here. 200,000. Hold on. Just let me finish. Just let me finish.
This man is a
$200,000. 15. You'll have 15 people.
Would
you do that? I'm asking you a question. Would you do that? Yes or no? $200,000.
I am deciding, people. Alec.
Yeah, if you could save everybody, would you?
I have two questions posed
I just
to me
want
right
an
now.
answer. Would you do it or not?
Alec.
Just say yes or no, and then you can ask your question.
I have one. Stop.
Just answer my question first. That's all I'm asking. That's fair.
No.
It's fair.
Okay.
It's fair.
ND. I just said no. I wouldn't. Okay.
Why should I answer your questions?
I'm not trying to get you to. I'm trying to get you to shut up.
Okay, just for the record, you did not answer that. So I don't have any reason to assume that you would do that as God Emperor. You would let people starve at the expense of others for their golden pool.
Sure. Yes.
Okay, cool. So that's on record. That's shitty of you.
Yes.
Fuck you.
Cool.
All right, next.
So ND, if I was God King tomorrow, to make this, I want other people to be able to talk. I would limit United States to have 10 or 11 welfare programs. It would probably be limited to SNAP, unemployment insurance, disability, WIC, and the following programs. There are programs that you can look up that are net positive benefit to those who put into them. And I would create a new program that's would be financial wisdom and credit recovery, where it would be just solely you would use mail, you would use text, you would use email to ensure that the government is putting out quality information on how to survive in a privatized world that we tend to promote in the United
I don't brag on myself a lot, but I felt like that was pretty good.
On helping people recover their credit. You could go into an office and you could work with a free government-sponsored financial advisor who could help you recover your credit, who could help you allocate reasonable funds to a 401k in order to financially plan for your future. And the money that would be saved on administrative costs would make SNAP so powerful that you don't need all these little tiny niche programs. It would make unemployment insurance so powerful that you don't need all these tiny niche programs, because generally if somebody is sick or they're out of work or they have too many kids, they would get what they need from the bolstered few programs that we have.
Okay, and just to like take Alex's question and make it more reasonable, would you be in favor of doing
reasonable?
Okay, well, wait here. I'm gonna try to help you. Okay. So when it comes to 65 retirement age, it's like the age of 65, if we made sure that everyone, seeing as 50% of the country doesn't pay any taxes, if everyone was paying taxes, would you be okay with a 65 minimum age retirement?
Well, it just depends, because in my thing there's no Social Security, so that wouldn't be necessarily relevant. Well, so in your definition,
how do people over 65 not work then?
I'm just saying today, like not if you're God King, would you be in favor of supporting the age of 65 retirement if we made sure that everyone was paying a tax for that privilege?
So like through Social Security as it exists right now?
Yes.
No.
Seeing as 50% of the country does not pay pay that, if we made it where 100% was paying for Social Security and everyone, and at the age of 65, what would you be in favor of that in some fashion?
No, because I'll let you know the implication that's coming in my head is that implies that the tax, because everybody does pay Social Security taxes. That's the Social Security and Medicare taxes are the only taxes that poor people are not exempt from, and they can't refund. So they already are. So the reality I'm imagining is where they're paying more. And I would say no, because I think if that whatever difference in what they would need to pay in order to make the Social Security retirement age 65, I think if we just had an agency that helps people allocate that to a 401k, they would realize 3 to 5 times the benefit on average. So I'd rather them just do that.
Jeb, I have a very simple question. Can I ask it?
Sure.
Okay. You're God King. You brought up the scenario. Do people in your society, when they turn 65, have to work or not?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? You're God King.
I'm God King in terms of executive power, but I can't project.
You're God King. You can make it however you want. Do they work or not?
I can't make it however I want, because if I'm God,
what's your ideal vision? Do you have a vision at all?
Alex. My ideal vision is that there is a federal program called the Financial Wisdom and Tax Recovery
People over 65
Agency.
Work. This is a very simple question.
I
don't think they should, for the record. I don't think they should. Once they've hit 65.
Alec, did you miss the part?
Alec,
this is such a simple question, man. Why are you all acting like I'm the unreasonable one? This is so simple.
I'm answering it. You're interrupting me.
But you're not answering directly.
Where he literally said earlier that he would be okay with requiring companies to do pensions.
Sure.
Do people over 65 work or not?
I can't wait till after this one.
No, not generally. No, I'm asking. Okay. Okay, let me ask you this. Can people who are generally 18 consent to sex? Or do they have to be 18? My question is, if they're 65, should they work or not? Yes or no? This is a very simple question.
No, they should have listened to my Financial Wisdom and Credit Recovery Bureau and made the appropriate
contributions. Go ahead and me, man. You can't answer. Because you want the elderly to work. That's what you want. You want the elderly yearn for the mines. The elderly yearn for the mines. Just say it. Just own it, man. I'd respect you more.
Thanks.
I would
I
say
love
yes,
you.
they have to
Let
work.
out.
I would say yes.
All
they
right,
have
see you, Todd.
Yeah, fuck
Peace
you,
out.
man.
Love
I
you.
don't think they should.
Love all
But
you
I
guys.
respect you more
Alec,
than somebody who does
Alec,
not
None of
own
us,
it.
none of us think they should, man.
Let
please.
Todd make his. parting
None of you
words.
think they should. Okay, great. Then if you're God King, make it so they don't.
Alec, 2 seconds. 2
Have a
seconds.
good one,
Todd.
boys.
How about how? Okay, should kids generally die in your
Alex,
society?
holy fuck!
Christ.
The
I'm
man was
just
trying to
asking.
say bye. The man was trying to say bye, and you couldn't shut the fuck up for 5 goddamn seconds to just let Todd go. Hey,
I'm sorry.
I love you
I was
guys. See
listen.
ya.
I was too. I
No,
was
you're
too.
not sorry. If you were sorry, you fucking stop an hour
Moving
ago.
on.
I was too caught up in the
This
fact
this
that
guy is an
people
attention
here-
whore, baby brain
people here want
cocksucker. I'm
people over
leaving
the
in
age of
protest.
65 to toil in the
Wow.
mines. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
it's
no,
just-
you can
I
keep
can't.
on, dude. I've literally just like for the past 30 minutes that you've been going on with Jeb, I've been watching the Royal Rumble. I've been enjoying myself, but I've also been
have I.
hearing you fucking meme and joke about dead babies and fucking.
That's
you
not
want
memeing and joking. That's
75-year-olds.
real.
This unironically
you
made
can't
me
real.
go
let
grab my
me.
vodka.
That's
You've
real.
been doing nothing
You're
but
Do you
welcome.
not
playing an
think that
opposite game.
even
Nothing
one baby
you've
has
said
died from
has
these
any
traps?
substance. Nothing you've said has any substance to any conversation
How
that
about
we had
kids
tonight.
getting- how
You've
about-
done nothing. You have done nothing.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
should feel
okay.
ashamed for how nothing you've been this entire conversation.
Should people over 65 work?
Do you think that they should?
No. How about you?
Okay,
What do you
cool.
think
they
Shut
should
the
be
fuck
No,
allowed?
no,
up.
I'm
Let's move
asking
on.
you. What's your opinion?
What's my opinion?
Yes, what's your opinion?
Oh, my opinion is you don't need Social Security to retire.
So should people over 65 work? Yes or no? Should they have to survive?
Should they have to?
Should they
Probably
have
not.
to?
But
Okay,
should
okay,
they?
so then we
If they want
agree.
to, yes.
Then people over 65 shouldn't work and they should have Social Security and they should have enough
Yeah,
to
but that's not
sustain
an
themselves.
interesting
Thank you.
question. That's
We
not
got
an interesting
there. We got
question.
there. No, it's
Look,
not. No,
that's
that
not
is
an
an
interesting
interesting question.
question.
Because people here don't. Jeb here doesn't like Social Security. So that is an interesting question because we disagree.
The
No,
entire
it's not an
interesting.
interesting question because it's not black and white. Like, should they work? The black and white
Yes,
answer
it
was,
is.
what
Should
can
they
we do?
work
No,
or not?
It's not.
Let me
The
ask you
black
this:
and
Is
white-
age of
yo,
consent
the
black
new-
and white? Is
the-
age of consent
dude,
black
I'm
and
just gonna
white?
keep talking.
Go ahead.
So,
No,
Jeb,
go ahead.
I understand
Is
what
age
you're
of
saying.
consent black
okay?
and white?
I
Oh, they're
understand,
generally
because
18,
you're
right?
wanting to put
They're
forth some sort
generally
of legislation
18.
to
So
actually
it's
help.
not black and
Biggs,
white.
He's been doing this all day, and you're gaslighting us into thinking that we're the problem. So, Jeb, I agree with what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. We need to have programs to actually subsidize these issues so people don't have to rely on Social Security. I get it. I sympathize with it because in my industry, like people like are forced to retire at like 45 because of back pain, like broken bones, debt. Like it happens.
Interesting.
But Alec, your whole argument with should they work after 65? That's not an interesting question because it's not just
I
black and
think
white
it
like
is.
that. It should actually
I'm
be
interested.
the companies that we're talking about need
That's
to put forth
opinion,
some sort of
man.
pension plan and actually have. Yeah, we're arguing
Yes.
opinions.
Yeah, no, it's your
It's a
opinion.
ban.
No, no, no. That's your opinion.
Here's
That's
the
not
thing.
interesting. I think it is.
Here-
If you
Alec,
think people
here's the
should work
thing.
over
The entire
65, I'd like
point-
to know because I think that's
What's
insane.
utterly uninteresting is
I think
hearing
that's
you say
insane.
the
I think
same
that's I think
fucking
that's
thing
cruel.
85 times when people are answering. it.
Alec,
Once you
the-
hit 65,
the
you should
thing
be
is here,
just
completely
cruising to
uninteresting.
death. Okay, that's it.
okay, but here's the
Just
thing.
enjoy
The
your life
entire
after
point here-
65. You've earned it.
the entire point here that literally even hippie Jesus was making it is that it shouldn't be on the retirement plan shouldn't be on the government. It should be on the corporations, and people should learn how to save money through
Yeah,
401ks.
and guess
stuff,
what?
Which
It's on the
even
government.
As a socialist, I agree with.
Listen, it's on the government to ensure that the corporations do that. So it is on the government.
Yes.
Wait, but
All
he
the
asked
time.
me a
Yeah.
question. Would you be
But
okay
it-
with legislative compromise where corporations are forced to give a pension for their employees? And I said, sure. If that's legislative compromise that passes, I would be fine with it. I'd support it.
Yeah. We're okay with forcing the companies to do pension plans for like especially larger companies to do pension plans.
Yes, so that
because
people
they
over
should
65
be.
don't have to
That is
work.
the
That's all I'm
and
saying.
that,
That's all I'm
because
saying.
Alec,
but it's because
Very
they
simple.
should be.
Alex,
They should already be, and they don't anymore because unions don't have any power. So the way that we would have to do that
This is a
is through legislative compromise. And yes, if we did that properly and also teach people how to properly use 401ks, we could completely forego Social Security
just-
because
can I-
it would be redundant.
Can I get a word in? This isn't
Oh,
about.
you're acting like a
Oh my
victim now?
goodness.
Really? Are you serious? This is what I mean when I call you a white privileged punk, all right? Because you like
Let Alec
fucking
talk.
yell and
You're also
scream. No,
white,
fuck
man.
you. You yell and
Listen,
scream
Alec
You
just
sound like
wants
a
to know,
entire
like,
night,
if
and then bitch
people
when
over
somebody shuts you
65 still
down.
have to work, okay?
Fucking
move
cry,
rooms?
womp womp.
All
Do
I'm
we move
saying
rooms,
is
Biggs?
ideologically,
What?
Did we
Okay,
move
this is
rooms?
one of my
No, you went
this is
to,
one of my
okay.
fundamental beliefs. If you're 65 or older, you should not be forced to work. That is one of my ideological beliefs.
Nobody's forced
That's
to work.
all
No,
it-
but
d-
here's
stop.
the issue:
Just-
is when
I
you
finish?
say forced, like
I let you
you're
finish.
Nobody's forced.
you didn't
No,
let
you
anyone
didn't.
either finish. That's not true.
Okay, then
They don't
finish.
wanna hear it,
All of you
Alex.
finish, and then
Nobody-
I'll finish. All of you
nobody
finish,
here
and then I'll
believes
finish.
that anyone should be forced to work. The issue is you use force in a very different context than it actually than it actually.
As in, you need
exists.
to live. That's force.
Yeah, but under Social Security right now, Social Security
Gail,
recipients need to work to live because it's not a
They
good
shouldn't have
program.
to. Okay, then improve
Okay,
it.
here,
Sure,
Then improve it.
improve.
I
That's
agree.
what I just
The
said I
thing
would
is,
do.
though,
Okay,
by
great,
erasing
great.
it and
Then they
changing
should.
it.
All I asked you is, should people have to work over 65? And you said, I don't know.
No,
was your answer.
you said
You didn't
do
answer it.
in your
You didn't
system
answer
work.
it. I'm
I
not
did
crazy,
answer
man.
it.
You did not. No,
When
you
you
did
said-
not.
Alec. when
Okay,
you
okay.
said-
Then answer it again. Should people over 65 have to work? Yes or no? Answer it again.
No, they shouldn't.
Okay, no, they shouldn't. Okay, so great. So if you're God Emperor, you would make it so that people over 65 automatically get enough money to sustain
No.
themselves. Yes?
No.
No, you wouldn't, because you don't
Those are
believe
two
that people
different
over 65
questions.
shouldn't have to work, right?
This is why I
No.
said your question is uninteresting because he's trying to give you the nuance behind it of giving
Yes.
people enough
There's
benefits
no
to not need
nuance.
Social Security.
Do they work or not? Is there nuance behind the age of consent?
You're such a fucking partisan loser.
Is there
Like, I
nuance?
hope you
No,
know
no, no.
that.
Is there
You're
nuance?
not Vosh.
I'm
You're
asking
not
you.
Destiny.
I'm asking
Nothing
you.
you're saying
Is
is actually
nuance-
changing anything.
is
you are
there-
literally just a privileged fucking dude sitting in a computer chair yelling at people on the internet to try and make a living and to try and be one of the big political streamers on Twitch or on YouTube, depending on what platform you're on. But guess what? Nobody fucking cares what you have to say. You were a giant fucking joke on Jubilee. And guess what? You're just going to continue being a fucking
Goddamn.
partisan privileged loser. Fucking womp womp. Listen to what he has to say and stop being a fucking punk.
Is there nuance to the age of consent?
Get a fucking job.
You can't answer.
This
can you?
isn't going to work out for you.
Ooh, that's
So,
bad. That's bad. You can't answer that?
Sorry,
Is there
moderator.
nuance to the
Todd,
age of consent?
why-
Moderator, we'll go to
Why do you
jail.
keep bringing
Okay.
up the age of the consent like
Because
it's
I,
fucking
I
relevant
have
to
a
this
point here. If you
conversation?
would let me go to my
I
point, I
love
could explain.
18 and up sex. It's the best. Only 18 and up sex forever.
You said
Boom,
there's
your
nuance to
answer.
the age of retirement.
we
Is there
get-
nuance to
if
the
we
age of
get the-
consent? I'm
If we
just
get the age of
wondering.
consent
I'm
shit,
just
we are
wondering.
I'm going to be
No,
banned,
because
for
the age of consent is based off of development.
So is the age of retirement, dude.
No,
What
it's
do you
not.
think
Oh, no,
getting
stop,
old
stop,
is?
stop, stop. This is so dumb.
No, it's
Jail.
not. Should people over the age of
Moderator said
65 work or
jail.
not? It's not complicated. Just answer the
Moderator said jail.
fucking
All right,
question.
all right.
Just answer it. None of you can answer a
Okay.
fucking
Here's the
question ever.
Yoga
You
pose.
can't answer questions. You're pathetic.
Okay, Joe.
Pathetic. You have no morals.
Yeah,
You
how's
haven't
it
thought
going?
about this shit for more than 10 minutes.
I don't think anybody should be forced to work after like 35. It's bogus.
I agree.
That's a good take.
Yeah.
Thoughts, Daniel?
I agree.
I'm muted.
Nobody should ever have
Agree.
to be forced to
Yeah,
work.
I'm
I agree.
gonna be honest. I think we
I
should
do
be able to
like
retire
your
after,
spirit.
35,
Like,
40.
it's just it's not nuanced enough. I think.
I think
But yeah,
people
no, I
should
thought
not
I-
have
I-
to be forced to work over the age of 65. That's not that nuanced. It's
Should
very
people be
simple.
forced to work at any point in their life?
Alec,
Yeah,
Alec,
I don't.
why
think
I
they should be forced to
personally
work
think
ever.
no, but I think 65 is a good compromise. So I'm willing to compromise.
You don't even need to. I
I
don't
mean, I
think
think
people should be
Liza
forced
mentioned
to
it
work
earlier.
ever.
Like to maximize your Social Security benefits, you got to retire at 70 right now, which
It
I
should
know
be
several people
65.
do.
It should be 65.
Well,
Right.
That's
It
my
should be
compromise.
65, but the
It should be zero.
reality
You
is that
should
it's
never have
not.
to work. We live in a post scarcity society. It should be zero.
No, we
Nobody
do
should have to
not.
be forced to
We do
work.
not.
The
But
entire-
I'm
What are you
willing.
talking
But
about?
I'm willing to compromise. So I'm willing to
we do not
compromise at
live in a-
65.
You got or
That's my
whatever,
compromise. That's my
We do not live
compromise.
in a post-scarcity society.
Yes,
That
we
is
do.
Alec, you can retire
Jeff
early
Bezos
if you
owns-
just
Jeff
you
Bezos
get a
is the-
blue
the-
hair.
the
Someone
equivalent of
with
a
some
country.
money.
What?
You got to put out a little bit, but it's fine.
I understand that. I've considered it, but no, thank you. But thank
I'm
you
just
for the,
telling you.
I
It's
I
not that
appreciate
bad.
you. I appreciate you. I
It's
appreciate
for-
you.
You got
it's
the
for-
potpourri everywhere.
No, I
It's
appreciate
for,
you.
it's for,
That's a
it's
good
for a
point.
very limited amount of time. After that limited amount of time, you're free to do with the rest of your life
You're
what
right.
you want to do with the rest of your life.
I've thought about getting a sugar daddy instead of becoming a nurse. It's fine. So anyway,
Alec, here's the thing. What Jeb is proposing mixed with what my compromise that I gave, the whole requiring companies to do pensions and then also teaching people how to set up 401ks and shit would actually most likely allow people to retire early because of them having better financial knowledge. Then the fact of the matter being,
He doesn't know the difference between
Joel
a
is
pension and
saying
a
true,
retirement fund.
or Jail is saying true. It's true that people currently have to retire later in order to maximize social security benefits.
They shouldn't
because
have
nobody's
to.
taught.
67
They
and 70
shouldn't
already.
have to.
So.
Exactly. That's my point.
Yeah,
That's my only
the thing
point.
is, they shouldn't have to.
So if you're God Emperor,
Here's the
which
thing.
okay,
You are-
hold on. Can I say something?
Buddy, here's the thing. You're talking past all of us because you're technically agreeing with everything that we're saying. You're just solely focusing on the Social Security part of it, when the entire point is we want to better equip people to be able to retire in general, whether it's retire early, whether it's retire at 65, it doesn't matter. It's just we want to make the companies have to pay for the pension plans. We want to make people be able to save up their own money through 401ks and the like, which will allow people to retire earlier. The only way that would happen in our current system is raising the minimum wage to what it should be based off of inflation, which would be about $22 an hour, so that people would have the money to be able to save up and stuff.
I don't know what you guys are paying
Also
attention to, but I'm watching Alex Cat try and climb the gaming chair. I'm sorry. I'm completely toned out. Anything else?
I'm still
It's
listening. I'm
understandable.
still listening.
But at this,
Her name's
and adding UBI and adding things like universal healthcare and stuff like that, but don't get me wrong, are things that we should probably do anyways. But what we need to do is get back to where companies are actually paying pensions, because the thing is, Social Security was only created to mitigate what pensions don't pay out.
Okay.
Yeah, Social Security doesn't really meet anyone's needs later in life. It's like a supplement.
Supplemental.
Yeah.
I hear
Both
you.
my parents are finally on Social Security at this point.
I
I think
just-
that, Alec, I think you might be onto something, that there are a lot of people who do have anxiety about their later years and how to retire and how to survive. And that is an issue that we should probably address. But you're not going to find it with again, after 65, no one should be working. Maybe there's a different tier we can do with it. I know there's anxiety there, but that's a arbitrary age that just isn't going to work.
Okay.
Like I hope at 65, I'm pretty robust still.
That's
At least
what
you know,
warm
I
up was
feel like
hinting
we're
at.
in the
We
women,
got
you
cut
know?
off a million times too.
I feel like I'm going crazy. Can I just get all I asked was, in your ideal world, do people
And he
understand-
answered the fucking question.
Ideal.
He's answered
Your
the question
ideal
like
world
5
should
times now.
All of us
65-year-old
have
babies
answered your
be able
dumb
to
fuck
retire?
question. Every single one of us. Then we found that foundation, right? Everybody answered the question. Oh, fucking cry. Womp womp. Everybody answered the fucking question.
Alex,
Jeb gave
you're
you the
literally-
nuance behind it and said we need to set them up to where they don't need Social Security
It's
to
been
retire.
like an hour and a half. I
Vigilante
don't
did
know
the
how
same
you guys
thing.
don't understand
You're just
it. Alex
fucking
wants a
crying
yes
for your
or no.
audience.
Okay, just a yes or no. We can move on.
No, but we
Move
gave
on to
him
the next.
that. We gave him that.
No,
He didn't
No,
like
you
it.
guys say yes or no.
He's just acting with Cairo at this point.
We did.
I did.
I just need to.
I said when he said
And
should they
you're-
not work, I said yes. I said he
Okay,
said
so
can you
then
guarantee
you
that
would
they won't
make it
work? I
then.
said no.
You're
But
saying a lot
you're
of words,
God
Jeff, and none
Emperor,
of them are yes
man.
or no.
Why would you
You gotta say
make?
yes
Why
or
would you
no.
not guarantee that they don't work? Do you guarantee that people under 18
Because
don't have sex?
in order to guarantee they don't work, you'd have to
no,
somehow
we
pass
don't guarantee
legislation
that
that
people
they're
Hold
not
on,
allowed
let
to
me ask you
work.
something. In your ideal society, do you guarantee that people under 18 don't have sex
In
with
my
adults?
ideal society, fuck
Okay,
the
you
old
do.
people.
Okay, so
Let's
you
get rid
do.
of 'em,
So that you
okay?
have control over what
Jesus
people
Christ.
do based on
Young
their
people
age,
too.
right? You have
Like
control
a
over what
fucking
people do
piece
based
of
on
shit.
age.
Look, in my
So-
ideal society, we do.
Guys,
in
just
my
let
ideal
me
society,
talk,
we
guys.
fucking do the
I feel like I'm
mid-sized
Zoomers
crazy.
and boomers
Let
out.
you talk all night.
Done. Okay, ideal
No.
world.
Jim,
Zoomers
say
don't
with me
exist.
now.
Boomers don't
I don't
exist.
feel like you're
Womp.
getting.
That's good.
I feel like I'm talking past you.
You
Fuck you,
are,
Elizabeth.
yes.
Just
Holy
Just,
shit,
you
he
know,
became
watch-
self-aware.
watch-
engage. All I'm saying
Listen.
is, in your ideal society, do
No Zoomers or
people-
boomers.
Is it ambiguous around 18 like it is around 65?
Do you?
I'm
Why
trying
do
to
you want
compare
it
this
so
shit.
ambiguous?
about
Why do you
anything.
want the
All-
age
I'm-
of
Why do you
consent
I'm
to be
bringing
so
up the age of
ambiguous?
consent?
I'm bringing this up because I'm trying to make a point. If you can control
But the age of
you
consent's
can-
about development.
if you can,
In
so
my
is the
ideal
age of
society,
65.
Alec,
Development
no,
into
it's
a
not.
geriatric.
No, it's not.
I'm a nurse,
we are much
man.
healthier.
I'm an
we are much
RN.
healthier. We are
I'm an
much healthier.
RN. Are you
we
kidding
much,
me?
We are much
65.
We are much healthier at 65 now than we were
much-
30 years ago. 30 years ago, we're not as healthy at 65 as we are today.
No, but that's not
You
it. Hold on.
develop
I have no
into
Social
age
Security in my ideal
65.
world.
Are
Okay,
you kidding me?
Alec.
This is
Alec.
basic.
Alec.
Yes.
65 is about
Give me 30
not
seconds.
development, but
I
To
evolving.
I feel like I'm
all
going
of
crazy.
the nuances you're trying to introduce. Give me 30 seconds.
What?
Okay, I can answer every question you're trying to ask in 30 seconds. And
Alec
every
is fully
conflict-
embracing
All
the
I'm
title of this
asking
server,
is,
Gaslight.
in
Yes.
your ideal
Can I
society.
have 30 seconds?
Okay, I
Can I
got
have
30
them?
seconds.
No, can I have 30 seconds?
Can you have sure.
Okay. In my ideal society, will everyone have the resources not to retire by the time they're 65? Yes. Will I have any legislation compelling them not to work after they're 65? No. Will I have any legislation compelling them to follow the advice of my beautiful Financial Wisdom and Credit Recovery Bureau? No. So I can't guarantee that they won't work, but I can guarantee that they had the resources as they developed to not work. In terms of the age of consent, my ideal society exerts strict control over what those who are minors can and cannot do, as our current society does, but it does not exert any unnecessary control over what adults can do. So I
Alec
can't
has UBI
guarantee
in
they won't. That's
so-
not 30 seconds. I can't
yeah,
guarantee
it
they
absolutely
won't.
is 30 seconds.
I
number one.
can't
I actually
guarantee
counted
they
it was
won't
30
work.
seconds.
No, I'm
Okay,
listening.
I can't
It's okay.
guarantee they won't work, but I can guarantee they had the opportunity not to work.
Okay.
Does anybody here
all I
actually
was
know
asking-
why retirement age
I'm-
is 65, or is it just
I
Alex's
just
dumb
Yeah,
interjection?
I
that-
got you, Blizz. I
There's
got
been
you.
a
Can I
dumb
say it? Can I
interjection
say
this
it?
whole time.
Can I say
Can I
it?
respond?
Please, somebody, please. After let
Okay,
Alex respond. I don't want to.
well, I mean, it's not necessarily that, but for most people, their earnings, it depends on the geographical stint. But for like men, since we're all men here, your most earnings are going to be in your 40s to late 50s. At 64, it levels off, so you're not earning any more after 64. So that's the best time to like wind down because there's no up. What do you call that? You don't earn more basically after 64. So you basically need to have saved up what you want to live off of at that age because you can't level up basically anymore in like any workplace or job or skills.
And not just that, but 65 was an arbitrary date based on keeping a moderate increase in taxes to keep it sustainable in general. It has nothing to do with development.
Okay.
As a physical body, no, it has nothing to do with that. But if you crunch the numbers, like basically all of us, no matter what we're earning after 64, that's it. We basically we're
Yeah,
leveling off. So you need to
Drop
have
out.
some money set away to draw off on that.
Okay.
Because if you're not earning any extra money, if your salary doesn't increase after 65, then you're against inflation. So you better have something to supplement that.
Okay. All I said was after 65, you have to work. Okay, the answer that I got was no, you shouldn't. But when I asked if you were God King Emperor, would you make it so that 65
I don't live in a
people over
fantasy
60
world, Alec. I don't know
Can I
what to do.
finish? Can I finish? I let you guys finish. This is not about being in a fantasy world. This is about your convictions. I'm asking about your convictions, man.
I've got
If
lots of
you-
convictions, but they're not.
No,
work.
I've
hold on,
thought,
hold on,
okay,
hold on.
I've personally,
I can answer this.
I've
after you're done.
personally sat down and thought about if I could control the whole universe, what would I do? I'd make everybody happy, okay? To put it shortly. But all I'm saying is, if you were God King Emperor, what would you do? Would people over 65 have to work? In my world, no. Okay? I would make it whatever legislation I have to, whatever stops that I have to pull, whatever money I have to grab, I will make it so that people over 65 do not have to work. Okay? That's all I was saying. And I was asking you if you agree with me. All right? And
Can
I
I
know that we keep
respond real
reverting
quick?
back to real world policy. I get that. I understand there's more nuance to it, but this is about your inner moral compass. That's all I'm asking about.
Yeah. So you said if you were God King, you would make everyone happy. And my response is, have you met everyone? I don't think they deserve it. Not in the least. Okay.
That's such an uncharitable reading of what I just said, man.
I'm just saying. Have you met them?
Yeah, I know you're just saying. It's very uncharitable. You know what I meant, man. Come on. I would maximize happiness overall.
I'm not a utilitarian,
Oh, no,
okay,
so that's
because
the
it's
thing.
not workable.
That's
There is
you're
nothing
so
about the
uncharitable. That's so
utilitarian
bad
that
faith.
works.
That's so
No,
bad
that's
faith.
the most charitable interpretation of what
No,
you're
it's
saying.
not.
Is that it's,
No, it's not.
dude,
I
stop,
said I would
Alex.
make everyone happy.
The
Why would you
most-
assume that I would make the bad people happy? Because that would
the
make
most
other people
charitable-
unhappy.
The most
you are
And
being
so
uncharitable.
conservatives don't get to retire at 65.
The most
Yes, they all do.
charitable
I think the conservatives deserve the same rights as me.
You'd be working
Imagine that.
alongside like
Imagine that.
13-year-olds born in
Guess what? Hey,
Republican
I got news
families
for you.
with
I
their
think the
tiny
conservatives
hands.
deserve the right to abortions.
I got you.
I think they
With your
deserve the
MAGA
right
hats with
to
coal
birth control,
dust on it.
the right to vote.
That's what
I think
would
they
do.
deserve all those rights because I'm a fucking reasonable person, unlike a conservative.
We wouldn't even need coal. Everyone would have an EV, but you'd be in that mine, Blizza, with
So
your children.
the most charitable interpretation
my
of
children.
Alex's stance is
Yeah.
that it is useless.
All 18 of them, you fucking Catholic.
What are you talking about, man?
The most charitable interpretation of your stance is that it's useless because the most charitable stance is that you are just a beautiful, wonderful hippie, just like hippie Jesus, who just wants everyone to be happy and you don't care where it comes from, right?
If you were
That's
God
the
King
most-
Emperor, yes. That's my question.
I mean, no, because even the God King Emperor
Your nation
can't
would last
materialize.
You're on
shit out of
Minecraft
thin
free
air.
mode, dude. What do you do?
That's
On
generous.
Minecraft,
Utilitarian
I'm not,
doesn't work. The
that's
greatest
not
good
the
for the greatest
reality we're
number.
acting in. I said if I
I
was
know
dictator
that.
of the United States.
I know that. I know that in reality you don't have Minecraft free world. I'm aware of that. Thank you. My question was, if you did
Then
have
what
that,
are we
what would you
talking
do?
about?
Hold on.
Would you make people happy or not?
And I said what I just said.
Which
Is the
is
most charitable interpretation of that question is that it is useless.
why?
Because you admitted it's not in reality.
I
It's
just
a
want to
hypothetical.
say that I'm the one who said
Hypotheticals
that.
don't take place in
Thank you,
reality.
Jeff Train, though.
It's to test your
Hooking me up
moral
with that.
judgment,
Yes,
dude.
but most hypotheticals take place in something that could be
You
reality.
can't
and
answer
their
because you know you
usefulness is-
wouldn't. If
I
I,
did
gave you
answer
one
already.
power and I said make everybody happy, you'd say, no thanks. I'd rather
No,
not. That's your
I
answer.
just answered.
I have no
just
reason to
answered.
believe you.
I answered
keep
like
social
30
security
Everyone
minutes
together.
suffer,
ago.
right? Just make them suffer.
I answered 15 minutes ago. I answered 30 minutes ago. I answered
Then
an hour
answer
ago.
yes or no. Do
I
people
said I
suffer?
would guarantee that they have the resources.
said this
but no,
30
I would
minutes
not
ago,
guarantee
Jeff.
that they had to.
He
No.
just
Yeah,
wants
exactly.
a yes or a
Exactly.
no, and we could
Exactly.
move on.
Just like the
Couldn't
Christian
go
He
God,
on.
gave him
right?
the yes or the no already.
Like a
My
biblical God.
convictions are to
Alex just
personal
doesn't want
liberty
the additional
and
part.
we
Oh,
have
I-
a country.
You can't, Jeb speaks in fucking paragraphs.
This is
He's
not
unable to not do it,
complicated.
Okay.
What?
You control
He likes
everything.
paragraphs because he has to
I've
repeat
been-
what he said.
It's a very
In a
simple
relative defense
hypothetical.
to Alec, I've been very concise.
This is
No,
such a
yeah,
simple
he
hypothetical.
wants
Tell
one
you what,
word.
one
Jeff,
thing-
One
one
word.
thing-
One word.
I gave him it to both of his questions. No, I said.
Thank you,
One
Binks.
thing,
I'm
yes
glad
to
somebody's
one,
on my side.
no
You're
to the
going
other.
crazy.
But he doesn't repeat the same sentence over and over again.
Yeah.
So
Would you
I
make
said
people
yes to
happier
one,
if you had
no
the
to
if
the
you could do
other.
it at the snap of the finger? Yes or no?
I would give him the freedom to be
Happiness is
happier.
not
Just
like
it's a simple
the,
question. It's a simple question.
do it.
The overall happiness
that's the
equation,
stupidest
yes or no?
thing. Happiness.
Sure.
I think
Yes,
I think it,
thank
I
you.
think it needs
That's
to be
all I
raised-
was asking.
I think
That's
it needs to
it.
be raised to
You
89.
did it. Good job.
89.
You
It
did
needs to be
it.
raised to 89.
And
yeah,
and wait, hold on,
to
hold
get
on,
rid of the
Alec.
retirement age
Alec.
completely because we should revert.
No, Blizza,
we should
stop,
redirect that
stop.
money to pay for
Alec,
the stitches
you
on the southern
argued-
border.
Hold on, Alec. You argued with my thing earlier, so I'll ask you a yes or no question.
Sure.
Is the most charitable interpretation of your question that it is useless?
No.
Why?
I think it's useful for determining your
Why is
moral
it
compass.
useful? What do you mean?
Hold on. Do you consider your moral compass useful? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so then I consider it useful to know your moral compass so that I can judge your
But it doesn't give you an
based on
idea of my
that.
moral
Oh
compass.
my god.
So he can
That
judge
is
you,
useful. That's very
obviously.
useful. No, that's literally what you were doing. We're judging each other based on our opinions. That's a debate. I hate to break the news
No.
to you. All right,
No,
we're in an
that's not
adult
what it
debate.
is.
Like
not
the
a
whole
debate.
like, retire at 65. It's not about happiness, but like if we've required a generation of people to like use the best years of their lives for something, like like the World War II generation, if you will. My grandfather he piloted the boats on D-Day, right? Like he gave some really harsh years, and like he did some manual labor. Like that guy put some effort in for society. Yeah, of course, around 65. But now we're talking about the utility of a person, like, and what they contributed, rather than like an arbitrary like 65. Everyone, like, right? Like me, I work in an office. Like I don't exert
And I
myself
think
at
you
all.
should be allowed to
I could-
retire at 65. I don't care if you exert
Here's the
yourself.
thing, though. If we're talking about happiness factors and shit like that, most people would want to retire at like 40 to 50, not 65.
I think 65 is a good compromise. That's it.
Oh, actually, yeah, that's a great criticism. Like to maximize the happiness of a retiree, like you better.
That's
God,
fine.
Had I
I'm
retired
arguing
at
for
24,
65. I feel like it's a good compromise. I could argue for earlier, but
all
I'm
the
saying
OnlyFans
65.
I could have had then.
That's the current
you know?
standard. I feel like it's reasonable.
Just
That's
put them on a cruise
reasonable.
ship up to 65.
65.
Yeah.
You don't work. Period. End of story. You have everything you need to survive. You're 65.
Okay, Alec,
you live your
Gunter,
life.
I have a question for you. If allowing people the personal freedom to and the education through my amazing welfare program that I would initiate, to allocate their own money to their own 401k would, on average, make it so more people would be able to stop working at 65 than if Social Security existed. Would you admit that that's better than a Social Security program?
If it helps more people, then ultimately it ends up being better. But the principled answer would be you help people regardless. That's the principled answer. You're trying to get me on a gotcha. Right?
No. I'm not trying to get you on a gotcha. I'm
yes,
trying to
you
get
are,
you
because
to
you have
see
no
if you're-
guarantee that would work.
I'm
you have no
trying to
guarantee.
get you to
No, you have no
honestly
guarantee
engage-
that would work. You have no evidence that would work. So you're trying to get me on a gotcha.
Did you have any guarantees that I could be God Emperor and make everybody happy? No.
That's
but
a
I still answered
hypothetical
your
to ask
question.
about your basic
So
moral
is
principles.
mine.
I feel like it's
I'm
very
asking
simple.
about- Alec, I'm trying to get. I'm trying. Hold on.
No, what
hold
you're
on.
asking me is, okay, hold on.
Alec, will you let him finish? God.
Alec,
You
I'm
sound like a
trying to
fucking
get.
baby.
I'm trying to get your moral
You've been
compass.
sounding like I'm
and
mocking you.
seeing-
Congrats.
I'm trying to identify if you can engage in good faith and at least admit that if all evidence showed that my way was better, would you ever admit it?
If all evidence showed that your way was better, yes. But when you first, no, listen to me. I'm not done, because that's a gotcha. When you first implement, no, yes, it is. Listen, when you first implement it, you
Did
don't
you
know
demand
that.
a yes or
You
no
are
without additional information?
You
just-
are making a
just
bet.
before this.
You are making a bet. You're asking me, hey, listen, if I were to put 26 black on and I won, do you think I should have done that? I'd say, yeah, you should have done that because you fucking won, man.
For a second, I was.
You're loading the question. You were loading the
The
question.
new rapper.
The thing is, though,
No, I was like,
what-
where's this going?
what-
You don't
So
know that that will
what he
work.
is
So all I'm
proposing-
saying
I don't
is, if people over 60, if you are over 65, you do not work. That's my only point. You don't work over
The thing is,
65.
though-
Just like you
Well,
don't have
I mean,
sex
we're
under
already-
18. Same
We're
principle. It's
already
the
in
same
hypothetical.
principle.
So who fucking cares? Because none of it matters. It's already hypothetical then.
It
Yeah,
matters
but
because it's
also,
your moral principles.
Yeah, so you
The
could,
thing
so you
is,
could
though-
fucking
Principles are
grandstand
great,
a little
but,
bit
like,
more, a little
policy-
bit more virtue out
They're
of you.
great.
Alec.
They're
That'd be great.
everything.
They're
What
not
are your moral
is-
principles, man? Do you think kids should die at the border?
They're not everything.
No,
Hey,
we should
just
use
a
Social
couple
Security
more
to pay
meters
for
and
their
you're going to
speeches.
win the Oppression Olympics. You almost got it, buddy.
Yeah, no, they're not everything. They're at best 30%.
You're right.
because
Kids,
your
kids
ability-
dying at the border
your
is lib
ability
shit.
to-
I think
Kids dying is lib shit. You're right.
I think
Good point.
retirement should not. I think retirement shouldn't exist. That way, kids don't die at the border.
You're right. People should be working at 90 with Alzheimer's. I hope that they work.
Yeah, so that way kids don't die at
restaurant
the
jobs.
border.
I hope they get
Well,
hit.
that's-
and
you
shit.
need 90-year-olds. Have you not looked at
Jesus
Congress?
Biden
Why
too?
you continue working at fucking
Biden
90 with
What?
fucking Alzheimer's?
The
and
children and the elderly yearn for the mines. Says the conservatives.
Razor wire from Texas.
Look at Florida.
Yes, that's what we need right there.
Look, Alex
as
is
the,
just Alex
as
is
the
literally
resident
just taking
90-year-old
a note out of non-smokers book and is supporting authoritarianness just so he can automatically say, once you turn 65, you can't work no more.
That's not what I said, man. I said you don't
what
have
I
to.
got.
Literally what you said.
No, what I said.
It's not what you meant.
Hold
It's
on.
not what
Can I
you meant.
clarify?
It's what you said.
Okay, then let me clarify. What I said was, if I didn't say this, I meant this. So listen now. All right. What I said was, you don't have to work over 65. You have everything you need to survive. If you want to, you're more than welcome to. I didn't say you can't. I said you don't have to.
That's what
All I said.
though, and you didn't like it.
Yeah,
What
but
do you mean I didn't like
but
it?
his proposal would make that
I asked you guys a very
significantly
simple
more
question,
likely.
and you kept dancing around it like pussies.
He didn't. He literally answered your fucking question, Alex.
Should people over
He
65
said-
work? Yes or no? Your
he
God
said
King Emperor. Did
no.
he work? Did
He
he work?
said no. He said no.
No,
And then
he
guess
did
what
not.
said?
Jeb did
Yes,
not.
he did.
Jeb did
No,
not.
wait, no,
He said
hold on,
no.
hippie. No, hold on.
Jeb
You're
did
right.
not say that.
I said no, and I said
No, you're
yes
God
in the
King
same way-
Emperor.
Hey, you just said yes, though.
Am I going crazy? No, I said if you're God
Yes.
King Emperor.
You said they have the resources to work, but they don't have to not work. So in your society, they don't just not work.
No, I
right?
said if you're God King Emperor, do people
If
over
you're
65
God King
I
Emperor,
don't know
do they
who
work
works or who
no?
doesn't
Yes
work
or
after
no?
64.
if I'm God King
or 5
Emperor,
now.
if I'm God King,
Jesus.
if I'm God King Emperor, people over 65 don't work.
Don't work. So
They do
you
not.
will
Can
make
we
sure
change
they
topics?
do not
I got a
work.
They do
question.
not work.
So you
Which is
will
you
why
agree?
I said you
Do you
support
agree?
authoritarianism.
Do you
Nope.
agree? You don't agree.
No.
So the people over 65 should work then. You're fine with
Nope.
that.
I got
You're
a
fine
question.
with that.
I got a
Yes, you
If they
are.
want to.
Yes, you
If they
are.
want to.
If they want to. Sure.
Does
I'm,
everyone agree
stop,
that,
guys. You are so
prohibition doesn't work?
disingenuous and bad faith. I said if they
Right?
want to, they can.
Whoa,
I didn't say they
Rio.
can't.
Which means you
I
can't
said
say that
if they
don't
want to,
work.
they can.
Which means you can't say that they don't work.
Alec, does prohibition work?
He's crying.
Does prohibition?
It's ridiculous. I said if they want to, they can. I never said they can't.
Yes, which means you can't guarantee that they don't. Which means you're
No, I'm guaranteeing.
mine.
No, you're reading this bad faith. I said I guarantee they don't have to. They don't have to. If they want to sit on and watch Family Feud all day, they can do that.
Everybody, hold on.
No, what I'm stop.
Hold on. Listen.
All right.
I think we all agree that prohibition doesn't really work, right? Like if you say no one can work after 65,
I didn't say
that's
that.
not going to exist because prohibition, right? Everyone agrees with this, right?
Yes.
Right? No one disagrees with what I just said.
Yes.
So, you fucking razor wire on the border, you fucking tards. Okay, listen, is that not a prohibition that people will get around, that the coyotes won't make some more money off of? Okay, you want razor wire on the Rio Grande or whatever the fuck it's called? Like, is that not a prohibition that will cause more economic incentive for coyotes to make money, / and have more people come in? Okay?
Whatever gets the wires down. I agree.
That's not what I fucking said.
No, it's not.
Okay,
Now he's being disingenuous.
What?
Not you.
Joe, you lost everybody.
Oh,
with that
talking to you.
question. It went on too
If you
long.
want the wires down, I'm on your
I know,
side.
my bad.
Less dead kids. Thank you.
Summarize the question, Joe, because I lost track of it.
The efforts on the Texas border are not actually preventing immigration. Therefore, if they're not effective, we should do something else.
Like what?
I'm not killing kids.
I don't know. No. Well,
Like negotiate a slotted levee where it's a wall and a barrier that's impassable to people. who have
no,
no
we could go
water.
back to like the 60s or 70s, where immigration was seen as a cyclical part of the American economy instead of this
It is-
attrition
it is
that
now.
we does.
Yeah, it's still
The
part of
issue
this
isn't that we're
economy.
not. We have more liberal immigration policy now. We just don't have enough immigration judges to push the cases through.
Back in the day, we didn't enforce it on the southern border, so that was more liberal. Yes or no? Yes or no? 65.
We did
in the old
enforce
days.
immigration on the
Perfect.
southern border.
Back in the old days.
Yeah, it depends on which time you're talking about, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
and we did enforce on the
And
southern border.
my second
Dust
point is
Bowl.
if Texas can have booby traps, I should have a booby trap in my fucking house. Okay?
There is no
I'm tired
booby
of this
trap in
fucking.
Texas. That is also a lie.
Okay.
No, that's not. It might as well be. They kill people.
No, dude, bro. If you have a sign that says "booby trap" here, that is not a booby
Does
trap.
it kill
bro.
people? That's my main concern.
Is it
You
going
can
to
call it
booby
whatever you
trap?
want. It still kills people. That's my
If
main
I tell
concern.
someone-
Get that mine
if I
down.
tell someone,
A
if you
gun
touch me-
can-
Hold on. If I tell someone I have a gun, if you harm me, I will shoot you, and then they harm me, and then I shoot them. Did I booby trap them just because it can kill them?
If they're not gonna
That's what
fucking
I'm saying.
hurt
That's
you
why I
and you
put it
shoot
in
them,
my
that's a
front
fucking
room, And I
crime.
put a sign on the door.
Are you
that said,
scared of
"Open
the
this door
1-year-old
without
coming
being
over the
admitted,
border?"
The mine will blow up. Right?
Then
And the
no,
cops
you
are like,
didn't-
"Hey, you can't do that. You
Yeah,
can't fucking
they
have a
did-
mine, even with your sign."
They did. Then you didn't booby trap them, but you did something that was illegal.
You killed them. That's illegal.
Yes.
I didn't kill nobody. Ain't
Well,
no kids trying to get in
hold
my
on.
house.
Killing
It's
them
creepy
is
as hell.
not always illegal.
you know how when they don't
If they're
die, when they
attacking
go
you,
through the
sure.
port of
If they're
entry,
coming over the border,
Yup.
you
they
should
don't
kill
die
them.
if they go
I
through
am
the
fine
port of
with
entry.
arresting them.
Way safer.
As the wonderful ex-head of ICE said, go to a legal port of entry and enter the legal way.
Why don't they? Explain.
Well, you're using the Cato theory.
No,
that if
you
we just
explain.
had
Why don't
more
they? No,
legal-
you clearly know so much about this.
Because
Explain.
it's a different group of people using illegal means of entry
Why?
than it is the ones
Why?
using legal.
Why
means of
use the
entry.
illegal entry? No, explain
Because
why.
some people want to enter the country but not have to be hampered with all of the responsibilities that someone who legally entered the country does.
Why? Why not?
Because we have to pay. Because they have to pay taxes.
It's
they have
clearly
to
so
file for
easy to
residency, and
immigrate.
They have to abide by United
It's
States
clearly
law.
so easy to
If he's
immigrate.
so
They might as
stoned,
well
he's
just
looking
do
for
it.
the game to play
So if
after
it's
this.
so
It
hard
is.
to do it
Right, I
that
think
way
he's-
that they'll risk
I think he's
death
sipping on
to
Robitussin
get
or
over the
something,
illegal
that's why he
way, what the fuck
That's
makes you
why.
think that it's easy to immigrate?
What?
Have you
No
thought
one
about this
says
for
easy
2
to
seconds?
immigrate.
Did I say it's
getting
easy to
easier. I
immigrate?
mean, all you got to do is get caught.
Why
and
not
be
make
like,
it as
"Asylum,
easy
I'm
as
gay."
possible for good, well-meaning citizens to immigrate?
Asylum,
Why
I'm
not?
gay? Is that your
Because
fucking-
hold on, because
Yeah,
Lindsey Graham
all you
tried
gotta
to
do.
pass a bill that allowed 500 more immigration judges, and the Democrats shut it down because it had border wall funding. That's why.
I don't care. That's not anything to do with what I'm talking
You don't
about.
care about the actual policy.
No, I'm asking about your moral principles, man.
Republicans have been trying to make
you keep
it easier
saying
to legally
Democrat
immigrate
this.
to the United
No,
States
hold on.
for
You keep
4
saying
years,
Democrat
and they
this,
haven't
Republican
shut it
that.
down.
I'm not talking about
We
that.
gotta stop this.
I'm talking about
all right,
principles.
Alec, you're gonna be quiet for like 5 minutes, so that
Talking about
someone else
crazy.
can say something stupid.
Fine, okay.
And get dogpiled
That's
because this
fine.
is embarrassing.
Sure,
Jesus
sure it
Christ.
is.
And I'm
I'm sure
on
it's
your
very
side.
embarrassing for me. I'm sure I'm the
On that note-
unreasonable one here.
On
All I
that
said
note,
is don't
Jill,
kill
I
kids.
believe you said that Jeb does know shit about finances and shit, right?
What?
Yeah, absolutely.
What do I not know about financials? What did I say that was wrong?
Well, I mean, you said the 401k did not fail in America.
Yeah, it didn't.
Okay. Well, how many people here are working currently with a 401k with a match of their company? I am.
I am.
Okay.
Nope. Okay. 2.
I don't
2
have
out
a
of
match.
8.
I don't have a match. I'm contributing on
I'm
my
not.
own.
Okay. Cool.
I'm not, but I'm the exception because I'm in a one of those programs that's like a hyper fucking program to get you into ownership. So
Yeah, I'm a
I
business
got a
owner, so-
5% match every year, actually.
Right,
Sure.
Jill, I'm a
Which is
business owner,
unusual.
so I'm never gonna be
Great.
able to retire.
So what's your point?
Well, I mean, Blizza, you just invest into the business and
Sure,
hopefully you
JL,
can sell it
continue
later or
your
whatever.
point.
Yeah, fuck all these poor
Yeah,
talking
no,
about minimum
401k
wage.
by and large has been seen as a failure in America. To
I don't give
replace
a fuck what.
pensions.
Hold on,
Now,
hold on. I don't give a fuck
now
about what it's
you-
been seen as. Does the mathematical
Okay.
principle of a 401k not benefit people who maximize their contributions every year? Yes or no?
without a company match,
Yes.
how did pensions work before? 401k was a
Pensions
replace
work
pensions,
is
was it
a-
not?
No.
Guys, I feel like I'm going crazy. Am I being unreasonable? Be honest with me. Be completely honest with me. Have I said anything out of pocket? Anything? I'm high as a motherfucker. All right, I'll be completely straightforward with you. I'm high as a motherfucker. And I am willing to accept if I've said anything out of pocket. Please tell me. Criticize me. I'm begging you to criticize me. Tell me that something that I said was wrong. Anything. Because I feel like I'm going crazy, man. Everything going insane. All I said is don't kill kids and don't make people work when they're over 65. That's all I said, man. That is all I fucking said. All I said. I feel like I'm going insane. Somebody tell me that I'm going insane. I would believe that before I believe that people this fucking dense exist. Are you kidding me? Are you actually kidding me? Okay, I guess I'm in reality. Gotta be bad faith back. I don't even know anymore, man. I just given up on humanity at this point. You're in the conversation when there's more nuance they already explained to you, but you're not getting it. What they okay. Thank you, Willie. Thank you for coming to me with criticism. I appreciate it. What have they explained to me that I'm not getting? Please. I'm begging you. This is not facetious. I'm serious. I feel like I'm missing something. Please. Please, Willie. Please explain. I'm not trying to be mean. I promise I'm just trying to get an explanation for what the fuck I'm missing. That's all I'm asking for. Okay, while we wait for that, I will undeafen. We'll try to get back to this.
One needs to retire, and the majority of people
I mean, it's
on
not
this
what someone
Discord
needs
don't
to
have access
retire.
to it.
It's not what someone needs.
Well, I mean,
to retire,
okay,
but it's something they can use.
as a retirement, okay, all right, fair enough. People don't have access to it; they can't use it. There is no match. I believe it's a failed financial policy
Okay,
for most
well,
people's retirement.
I started
Am I
my
wrong?
tradition. You're wrong. I started my traditional IRA When I was an independent contractor, had
That's
no
not a
match.
401k. What are we talking about? 401ks or
Well,
no?
okay. No, then 401ks are definitely not a failed program because they are specifically an employer-sponsored program, and so they work every time they are eligible to work. Yes. 401ks are by far more successful than traditional IRAs because the only
And if
people
no
that can
one
contribute
has
to them are
access
the
to a
people who can match.
401k, then is it not a failed policy in America?
No,
Like it's
not a
not
failed
something that works
policy.
for people.
No.
Does it work for most people? Let me go that way. Does it work for most people?
Yes.
And how many
Most-
people have a 401k?
Most people in the United States are eligible to have a 401k. Yes.
Okay, so in your fucking ideal world, it works because people use it.
If people use it, it works. Yes.
Okay, but people aren't using it.
That doesn't mean it doesn't work. My car runs
I didn't
great.
say
If
it
somebody
didn't
doesn't
work.
drive it, it
Okay,
doesn't move an inch, but my
This is
car
the
still
entire-
works great.
This is the entire reason why earlier I proposed the caveat to like me agreeing with his proposal of we also need to require employers to do pensions again.
I agree with that. Pensions are great.
Yeah, but then like because Social Security itself was only supposed to be a supplemental thing to like mitigate what pensions don't pay. If we train people to be able to use IRAs and 401ks and stuff and save up their money, then that would be able to be used as a supplemental instead,
No,
and we
don't
wouldn't really
force them.
need Social Security.
Don't force them. We don't need government.
I'm not
programs
saying to force
people
them.
to make good
I'm not
decisions.
saying to force them.
Question.
I'm saying have that to be able to train people to do it.
40 years, right?
Ask a
Like
question.
401ks have replaced pensions by and large in the workforce, and
Hold
most
on,
people
Cheech
don't have
Marin
a
wants to have a
401k anymore,
question.
right?
What if somebody who's homeless turns 65? Then what?
You shut your fucking whore mouth, okay, for a second.
What? I
God
feel that's a
damn it.
reasonable question.
Then they're
Jesus
still homeless.
That was
What?
out of nowhere.
Okay,
Then they go
so,
homeless?
So,
Oh,
Chip
so
Chain,
you're
That's a lot of
If-
fun
hold
to
on.
be homeless.
if 401ks
I feel like this.
replace pensions in
Hold
the
on.
workforce,
Can I talk for a second?
right? And
I have
oh
been
my
quiet for
God.
a while. Can I
All
talk
right,
for a
Chip
second?
Chain, I'm telling you right now, if 401ks over the last 4 decades were supposed to replace pensions, and most people don't have access to them, or if they do have access to them and there's no employee match, I would count that as a failure compared to pensions. Would you agree with that?
No, I would not, because your definition of a failure is does it force people to participate, and I do not add that into my
Guys,
equation
come
because
on.
I don't think forcing people to participate is a necessary part of a good program. If my car works well, but I don't drive it, it's not my car's
Guys.
fault that it hasn't moved in a month.
Okay, I'm not
It's
saying
my-
force.
What if-
Incentivized. If
Guys.
your employer
401ks
doesn't
do
work, you're
incentivize people. Hold on.
incentivized to do it.
An
Really?
employer match is
Incentivization is the
Alex,
basics of
shut
economics.
the fuck up. A
That was
401k
me,
match.
man. Well, maybe it was him.
79% of Americans work for an employer that offers a 401k match. That is an incentive to participate in a 401k. It is literally free money that your employer is giving you.
Okay. All I'm asking for is
Wait, you're saying 79% of employers offer a 401k?
Yep. Here on this is Yahoo Finance.
They should
It's
all
September
offer it.
7th,
It should be a
2023.
guarantee.
Even so,
What if you're homeless?
79
What if you're
still
homeless?
homeless.
What if you don't? What if you're unemployed?
79% of Americans work for an
What if-
employer that
what if you-
sponsors a 401k style retirement plan.
What if you turn 65 and you're unemployed? Then what?
And
Sponsored
you're still
or matched?
unemployed.
I
You
mean,
die?
you can
Do you just die? Is that it?
like you've been unemployed the entire time.
Sure.
How
turn
have you lived up
65.
until 65?
I
Yeah,
don't
I mean,
care. You turn 65, you're
good.
I mean,
unemployed.
I
Now
do.
what?
Well, you just
Kelly,
do die, I
likely,
guess.
whatever programs have sustained you until you were.
You are
65,
working in an office, and a 65-year-old comes into your office and says, "I'm unemployed and I need Social Security.
Oh my
I need
God.
some kind of.
Okay,
I
so-
need some. This is not that hard, guys.
Okay.
This is very simple. I'm setting up very simple kindergarten level scenarios for you,
Is
and
that
you keep
401ks
shrugging
were
and
positioned to
I
replace
can't
pension.
answer
What
that.
if you're 40? What if you're 40 and homeless and
Just
don't have a
answer
job
my
and can't get a
question.
job the
Please
rest of your
answer my
life?
question. Just can you
What if,
listen to
what if
me?
you're homeless and
you would
40 and you can't get a job the rest of your
probably
life?
Can you hear me out for 2 seconds?
Get him, Sprout. You got him in the corner. Get him, buddy.
Can you hear me
So,
out for 2 seconds?
No, I want you to
No,
answer my
we're done
question.
hearing
We've
you
answered a
out.
lot of your
We're
questions. I
saying
want you to
dumb
answer my question.
You
What
haven't
if you're
answered
40
any, but
and
fine.
homeless and can't get a job for the rest of your life?
If you're 40 and homeless and can't get a job for the rest of your life,
Yes.
then you should be taken care of by the government. What are you talking about? What do you think should happen?
I'm asking you.
I said taken care of by the government. What do you think should
Company
happen?
match.
Does she die? Does she die in the street?
This is a very
So
vague
how-
statement. What do you mean
what
by
do you
taken
think?
care of?
How are they going to be taken care
What kind
of?
of question
Social
is
Security?
this?
Because
Yes,
Social Security
whatever
you
it
can't live
takes.
off of.
Money.
You can't live off Social
Give her
Security.
money. Yes, she can't work. She's 40.
Where's the money
She needs to
gonna come
live. Do you want her to die?
Where's the money going to
What
come
do you
from?
want? I don't care where it comes from. She
Look,
shouldn't
Of
die.
course you don't.
No, I don't give a shit because
Should we take it from Mexico?
the alternative is that she dies.
Well,
Are you okay
you
with that?
can't-
Are you
Should
okay
we
with
take
no,
the
no,
money
no,
from
no?
Russia?
You answer this question. Are you okay with that?
In America,
Are you okay with her dying? She's
Should we
40
take
years
the money
old.
from Russia?
No. She's 40 years old. She either takes money from the government or she dies. Take a choice. Go ahead. I want to hear
Takes
it.
money from the government.
Oh
and she
no, I
dies?
want to hear it. I want to hear it.
In what,
Take
si-
my-
in what situation?
Yeah,
is that
go ahead.
actual practical.
Drink any
No, that
alcohol
happens all
tonight,
the
and
time.
he
She
is
takes
fucking
money from the
plastered.
government or she
I don't know
dies.
what happened.
He's
Pick a
high
choice.
as a fucking
I'm telling
kite.
Pick a
he's
choice.
sipping on Tussin up
Pick
there.
it. No, this is
I
real
drank-
life.
I
This is
drank
real
more
fucking
alcohol
life.
than
People
him
go
and I'm
through
more
this shit.
sober.
Pick a choice.
He hasn't
I'll tell
opened
you,
his
I
eyes
told
in
him
like a
about
minute
it.
In
and a
what
half.
situation is that actually a
Fucking
thing to where you take money from the government or you die?
What are you talking about? When you're an immigrant, when you're a migrant, when you're on disability, social security. This happens all the fucking
Disability.
time.
No one's arguing against disability.
And why are we
Hold
taking
on.
in migrants that can't work? What's the deal with that?
I don't
Alex?
give a shit if they can
What
work or not.
the
If they're over the
deal
age of
is that?
65, they should be taken care of. I would
Damn
argue
it!
for any
Every
age.
person in Mexico from the age over the age of 65 is gonna walk their ass right into the
Look,
United States and be like,
you
I,
need-
If that's what it takes for
I
them to
want
live, then
free
yes.
reign.
If that,
Taken
what's the
care of,
alternative? Is the
Look.
alternative that they die? Are you okay with that? Go ahead.
no, the alternative is that all the 65 year olds stay in Mexico.
No, you're okay with them dying because
What?
the alternative is them dying. So you're okay with that. Go ahead and
Look,
say
here's the
it.
thing. You
Go ahead and
you
say
keep
it.
saying you just taking.
It's
you
a
just keep
false.
saying
It's a
taken
falsity.
care of. It,
You're
false-
fine
Everyone's
with
gonna live
Mexicans
forever.
dying.
You're
Go ahead
giving
and
me
say
two
it.
false options.
Dying
You're
every
giving me
now
two
and
false
No,
options.
I'm not. This is completely fair. Completely fair.
No, it's two false options.
Okay, go ahead. Explain how it's
I
not
feel
fair.
like we're enabling bad health health decisions with Alec right now. Alec, I think you need to go to bed and sober up.
No. I would like to hear how it's not fair.
Well, you're
It's-
not going to hear
okay,
anything.
can
I will. No,
Can
I'm
I
listening.
take a
I'm
minute?
listening.
I
I'm
wanna-
listening.
I
No, I'm
wanna-
listening. I'm
I
listening.
want
quick,
to
real
answer
quick.
Jill's question that he asked me like 5
And then
minutes
V
ago.
wants to go
he's
after you.
deafened. He's deafened. He's deafened.
Oh,
Jill's
then
deafened.
V, yeah, V. go
Okay, so
ahead.
V, go.
Yeah. Alec, you gotta say something other than taken care of, because the American government taking care of people is just fucking putting a bullet in their head.
I'm asking you in your ideal government. That's my question, and you can't answer. Do you take care
In
of them
my
or not?
ideal government,
You
do I
take
take
care- do you
in
take
my,
care
in
of
my
them or not?
ideal government where funds are limitless,
Yes.
and we have and everything's perfect, then
Yes.
yeah, everyone's taken
Thank
care
you.
of.
That's
Yes.
all I wanted to know. Jesus Christ. So then you
Okay,
prioritize that,
everybody-
yes? You
everybody
prioritize
that's
that.
on that-
Then you
that-
prioritize that.
I prioritize
Hold
that.
on,
with
Thank
the
you. So then
realistic
you
means.
then you
with the realistic
advocate.
means.
Then you
Hold on.
advocate.
All you
No, then
fucking
you
assholes are
advocate for
advocating
policies
right
that
now for all those
then you
all those
adv-
people on the refuse to work subreddit to be taken care
Then
of.
you
and
advo-
fuck that. Not
then
on
you-
my dime.
Then you
Oh
advocate
my
for
God,
then you
guys.
advocate for policies
so
that
the
help those
persons-
people.
One of
Yes.
the persons I live with was like,
If
"Why
we
are
had
you yelling
unlimited
about
funds, yeah,
401ks?"
I'd advocate for those
Yes.
policies.
That's my only
If we
point.
had unlimited
You're yelling
funds.
about
Thank you.
401ks.
That's my only point. So you prioritize that. That's my point.
Are we out of money?
Okay.
None
so
of
I'm
you
gonna-
can engage
I
with
take a-
fucking hypotheticals. You're all pathetic.
Can I take 1 minute to respond to Jail's question?
Yeah.
Yeah, Alec has been owning everyone, so we can.
Thank you.
I'm timing myself. So Jail's question before I start my timer was:
The
have
gaslight.
401ks or retirement accounts in general, I'm assuming, done a good enough job at replacing pensions? I'm going to start my answer.
Yeah, 401ks.
In the
yeah,
modern,
just,
in the modern
against
market,
pensions.
I think 401ks have actually done a better job than pensions would in the modern market. What we've done in the modern market is the way pensions work, for those of you who aren't aware, is for every year you work at a company, you compile a percent, essentially, or 1 to 2%. So every year. So once you work 30 years at a company, 1 to 3%, sorry. At the 30 years, if you had a really good pension, you get 90% of your annual salary in that last year as a pension for the rest of your life. What we've chosen in the modern American market is people have noticed people switch jobs more, people switch industries more, women work a lot more, people tend to...
That's disingenuous.
Hold on, no, I have a minute.
Yeah.
I
Okay, go
have
ahead.
to stop my timer for a second. Okay,
Go
so
ahead.
because we have consistently in the American market, I'll start my timer again, valued flexibility over total benefit. 401ks can be carried with you, pensions cannot. If you left a company with 80% pension, you did not get that pension if you did not retire with that company. So the 401k is better because you're able to carry it with you to any employer that you get, and that money stays yours.
This is why I'm advocating for both personally, and you agreed with me.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. So so I don't get too much credit. I agree that I would be okay with that legislative compromise, though I would not be the one to propose forcing companies to provide pensions.
As long as people are
No, I mean,
justified
you would
to have
hope
to
that it
work,
would
I'm
be
fine
part
with
of
it.
like a competitive, like access to labor, like access to labor, right? Like
Yeah,
is
which
what
it
you would
usually
hope.
is now.
Like,
The 401k market
yeah,
is
I
there is
want,
most
I want to
private
make sure
domain.
I say that.
Yeah.
Sorry, are you still in your minute? My bad.
No, it's fine.
Whatever
Okay,
guarantees that
so
people.
so
Sorry.
the reason I called that just disingenuous with people switching jobs is it has become over time, at least in the last 4 decades, like I leave my job every 2 years simply for the upgrade in salary, right? Because access to labor and those things. And I don't know if you've ever rolled a 401k from one job over to another job for a match. Pain in the ass. It really is. But I do look at my father, who was a firefighter for 25 years, and his pension, and now with his Social Security, and I do admire a little bit of that system. But you would hope that pensions would be a competitive force of the market to retain workers, because I don't know any job that does.
I gotta
Yeah,
pee.
no, but they are. The issue is,
and I gotta
jobs
get some
have
water.
also
I'll be right back.
recognized that people are more enticed by a 401k than a pension program because
I don't think that's true.
Hold on, because once you disclose to people that any contributions they make to a 401k that money stays theirs even if they leave the job. But if they're in a pension program without a 401k and they're only getting pension compilations, if they leave that job, that pension progress disappears.
Okay, so Jeb, you gotta look at two things. One, jobs no longer manage their own pension funds, right? They used to have a pension fund that they were managing, and that's what they paid people out of. 401ks are like hold on, 401ks are off loading that to another company. By the way, I think money changers.
Modern pensions,
I think money.
Even state pensions are done through hedge funds.
Wait. So,
I'm sorry.
so
May I
wait. So,
finish?
Jeb, real quick, Jeb. There's a really quick scenario that I think actually disproves what you're saying.
Sure.
And it's the military. The military just recently, within the past 4 or 5 years, changed their retirement program from a pension to a partial pension and basically the Army's version of a 401k.
Sure.
And I'd be interested in seeing the percentage, because I think the percentage disagrees with what you're saying, of people that had the option and decided not to stay with the legacy program instead of going to instead of transitioning to the new program. Because
So I think that has a
in
lot
my
more to
experience,
do-
a lot of people stayed with the legacy program because they wanted the pension.
They wanted the pension. If a lot of the people who I know that what you're talking about, the review you're talking about, most of the people who stuck with the pension were people that wanted to stay career military. A lot of the people who opted for the new program and who the new program served better were people who wanted to do the take my 4 years, get my housing benefit and my school benefit and leave.
Oh my God, that's such a good question, Spartacus. I have to say, because my brother is 18 years in the military and he's going to retire with the pension. He's like the highest sergeant you can get, you know, because he never went to college or whatever. And he's just like, I'm just going to have my salary matched or whatever it is.
Yeah.
And then I'll do something after I leave. He's going to retire here in a couple of years. He'll be like,
that's my thing is, and that's why it's important that we don't force companies to do any one thing, because depending on your goals, a different thing is going to be better for you. I as a writer,
I still cannot get over the fact. I just feel like I've been so reasonable. I just feel like I've been so reasonable. Have I not? Have I not? Please. I'm begging you. I am begging you. Somebody tell me that a modicum of what I've done has been unreasonable. It's killing kids, man. And then forcing 65 and older to work. Are you sure? Are you sure I'm doing great? I'm serious. I'm asking you genuinely. I need criticism. I need it. I feel like I'm going crazy. I feel like I'm going insane, man. It's insane. Just stop killing kids. It's not that hard. Let them eat. Stop killing them at the border. It's not that hard.
a pension that I could live off of after 25 years, I might have stuck it out.
you're in the minority. I guarantee you the majority of people's first job is not the job they want to stay at until they retire.
That's pretty true.
regardless of
First
pay.
real job, right? Not like your high school
First career
McDonald's
job.
job.
Yeah. Not like Domino's Pizza or whatever.
Sure,
Like
sure,
your
first
first career job.
Career job, we'll say. Even then.
Well, I mean, and then we also have to clarify how
Is
many people
Domino's
here
not a
have
real job?
career jobs.
Domino's is a
They
real
called me a
job, but
pizza
for many
bitch,
people, it's
which
a
was
stepping
great.
stone job to their first career.
So, but here's the
why
thing,
can't
though.
you just deliver for Domino's and be fine?
Because some people don't want to. We're talking about what people want to do.
But you should be able to
not
do
what they
that
have
and be fine, right?
I swear to
Sure,
God,
that's
if
not
you
what
say
we're
no
talking about.
Domino's delivery driver should be over
Jeb,
65,
Sorry,
I'm
go
gonna
ahead,
freak
go
out
on,
my
sorry.
life.
Jeb, I would slightly agree with you. But the disagreement I have is that my first job I was at for like 3 or 4 months. My first career job.
Sure.
My second career job I'm still at to this day, and I'm like celebrating my 3-year anniversary in May of being at this job. Right. So I think that maybe if there was a pension plan, there might be like a first job, maybe first 2 jobs that people go to and decide they don't like and want to go to a different job. But if you do it that young, you still have time to make up whatever time you spent at the other companies figuring that out.
100%.
Your earning potential.
I appreciate it,
investments,
Twisty.
things like that.
I would see pensions and 401ks.
I don't know what to do with that
as
information now.
equal because they
Thank
meet
you.
the needs of different people. They're equal because they're designed to meet the needs of different people.
There is a. And
If someone told
Jeb,
you,
I've got
the
the
reason why I'm saying we should have both.
what I'm saying is,
So Jeb, so the Writers Guild recently said no AI in their writers writing, right? Like they negotiated a union thing, but you could see a world, you could theorize on a world where like a company would want a certain amount of turnover, they keep their bottom line down, right? So they wouldn't need a pension.
No,
you can't.
They don't
You
want
can't see a world like
turnover.
that.
People,
Here's the thing.
people. Keeping a bottom turnover does not reduce bottom line.
No, well, there's turnover. Like the industry I'm in, the turnover rate is about 50%. Right?
Yeah, that's bad. It costs on average $10,000 across.
It's not as bad as restaurants. Restaurants, the turnover rate is 70 to 75%.
I'm aware. What I'm
right?
saying is turnover never creates a net positive in your bottom line.
I could use an Apple turnover.
Okay,
Here's the
job
thing.
reduction.
If we
labor,
just got rid
labor.
of if we just made right to work illegal, we wouldn't be and gave
No.
unions back power. We wouldn't be even having this
Hold on.
conversation.
No,
anyways.
unions don't need power
I
of
like that.
compulsion. Unions don't need power of compulsion to be powerful. They already have the power of collective bargaining. That's all they need.
Yeah,
But
the
that's part of
union's
the
been
compulsion.
Right.
super
The
good
IT
record on taking care of those pensions.
the
by the
thing
way.
is-
The
Hold on,
IT
stop.
industry needs a fucking union. Do you agree,
Sure.
Jeff?
Yeah. The thing is,
If
with
IT workers
unions-
want it, they should be able to organize. Yeah.
they should
the
do it.
reason why I say we have to get rid of right to work in order to give unions back their power is the fact that right to work states basically cripple the power of unions.
No,
Like,
they
for example,
only
they
cripple their ability to compel people to join. If your
No, at will
union
employment's
doesn't
something
have
different.
hold on, if
You
your
should be
union
compelled
does
to
not
join.
have if your union does not have power in a right to work state, it's because your union doesn't do a good
Can I
enough
ask you
job
something?
advocating for their workers.
What do you consider compelling to join?
You're not allowed to be
Must
in this
be a
job
member of the
unless you're a
union to
union
work.
member.
Yeah.
What? Hold on, you must be. I misheard. Two people.
If you have to be a union member to stay in a job for a given period of time, then that is compulsion.
That's not how right to work works.
Right. The
You're-
only thing that right to work
right-
guarantees is that you cannot be compelled to join a union to work a job for any.
He's in the
period of time.
union. Look at him playing
No,
Candy Crush
the
right
thing-
now. Instead of
Here's the thing, with right to work
Can't hear us,
states,
Kenny.
with right to work states they require unions to still give people who are not in the union but work at that job in the level that the union would normally protect all of the benefits of the union, which is why the unions have no power, because a lot of people opt out of buying into the union, so the union doesn't get
That's
those
not the
union
case,
dues,
and that's
and
not
they
the
don't
case
get the
in all
funding.
right. That's not the case in all right to work states.
It might
Right
not be
to
the
work
case in all
legislation-
right to work states, but
I'm
it's
pretty sure it's the
in a
case
lot
in
of
about.
them.
I think it's in the case about 1 or 2. That is not a common legislation that unions have to protect non-union members.
Well, my chatters is right. America needs to embrace the socialism.
Americans
For
should.
sure.
I am vague. I want to tell. I'm violently pro-union. I'm not compulsion to join unions.
That's fine. I mean,
I'm
there's
so
always pros.
confident. I am so confident in the power of collective bargaining. I do not think you ever need to
Right.
compel someone
Just
to
like
join
police
a union. in
unions,
order
right,
for it to
Alex?
be policy.
Police unions are based, right?
I think they would be based if police did their jobs correctly.
Why are they
Well,
incentivized
what's
not to do their jobs correctly?
Because they work.
Because they don't have a pension. It's all 401ks now, Jeb.
They work for the
Police have pension.
No,
That's
police
the
don't have pension. Hold on. I'm literally in the application process to become a cop. That is my backup
Yeah, I
career.
know that-
They still
I know
have a
that-
fucking pension.
Police
I know
have
that-
pension. They
I'm
have
just
good
joking. I'm
pension.
joking.
Guys, I know
Same
that-
with my dad, the firefighter.
Guys,
Police
You're gonna
have
have to
police
shave
pension.
vigilante.
Let's ask the question.
Sorry to
Come
be the
on.
bearer
That
of
much,
bad
yeah,
news.
that much camo on, of course.
Yeah, Alec. Sorry. Why are they incentivized not to do their job very well?
Okay, I know that non-smoker has you guys believing that I'm a meathead, and in many ways I am, but I'm not that stupid. Okay,
It's not him.
I've listened
It's
to
not
some.
how they just think that.
I've listened. Okay,
Clearly
my point is
non-smoker.
I've read some theory and listened to some theory. Okay, I know that I play it off like I'm a dipshit, and I usually am, but I've read some theory. So my only point is that I already forget what I was saying. What was your question?
Okay.
That's the
My
theory.
question was,
It's fucking run your brain.
I'm
Gotta
gonna
get in
give
the
you.
policy.
I'll give you my
That's where you
question.
went wrong. You were reading
Spoiler for the
theory.
answer.
That
I
was
know
not
it's
the
true.
time to forget what you were talking about. Alex.
My question was.
Sorry, I'm high as a
My question
motherfucker, I'm
was, we were
sorry.
talking about police unions and stuff.
We
you
know.
Said, you said police unions would be based if police did their job.
Okay, yeah.
correctly. I
So
said-
my
I
point
said,
is,
what allows them to do their job incorrectly? And spoiler, the answer is police unions.
no, it's the bourgeoisie. They protect the
There are-
bourgeoisie. They defend the
No.
bourgeoisie. That's the,
What?
the
It's
point of
not.
the police.
No, the thing is the
It's theory.
because we do need
Just
we-
like looking at some sort of.
He's up there
Look at
watching.
it.
the
He's-
road.
Okay, what is the
He's watching
okay? So
He's watching
hold on.
World
I
War
need to
right
ask a question. So the police are state funded. Yes, they're publicly
Can
funded.
you believe I
Just
fucking
hold on.
gave him my Amazon Prime subscription for like 6 months when he wasn't even streaming?
The
This
police,
asshole. Look at him.
the police are publicly funded. Yes.
yes.
Okay. So then,
God, I don't want to talk about the police tonight.
Right?
Are we
I
really
want to
gonna?
change that. Can we make them privately funded? I'd be down with that.
No.
What, go back. Go back to the Pinkertons.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
a
that's what I'm
minarchist,
talking
but
about.
I love me some
Throwing
publicly funded
union
police,
workers
baby.
up the bridge, you bastards.
all right.
You're like, oh, you want to
Right,
unionize?
you
Here's
know.
some Pinkerton detectives. They want you to take a swim. Fucking
Why don't you
incredible.
guys want the police to work for your interest? You
I
want it
do.
or not?
My police
we
work
do.
for my
Okay,
Alex,
so then
let
why
me
do you?
explain what the
and I feel
actual-
bad about that.
Why
Hold
do you
on. Let
accept
me
like-
explain what the actual problem with the police unions and all federal unions in general. Actually, it's the fact that we need union. We actually really do need union reform because the unions are allowed to protect people who do not do their job properly. So in the case of the police, it allows the union to protect bad cops that are not doing their job properly
Okay.
because they are required to protect those people. So the police cannot fire them, and it's really hard for the police to fire them, which is why we actually need union reform to prevent unions from being able to protect bad workers that are not doing their job properly.
And if you don't
Right.
believe vigilante, look up the VA.
I hear you. I don't think that just because you're part of a union, you get to do your job badly. I agree with you on that. Okay, trying to compromise. So what if I were part of a nurses union, right? And
You can't be. You're not a woman.
I'm literally a nurse, dude.
Nurses
So-
unions suck too.
What? Why do nurses unions suck?
Most
They
of
have the
them
same problems
suck.
that all of our unions.
You know what?
Most of them
Nurses
fucking
unions.
suck.
Okay, hold on. I need to explain something to you guys. Nurses unions work for better ratios of nurse to patient ratios at hospitals and shit. Like they're trying to make it better for you if you get a heart attack. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
and they
Nurses
suck,
unions are
yeah,
trying to
fail
help
at
you.
it.
shit.
That, but they still have the same problems as all other unions. The
Like
problem
what?
that I just
like
mentioned,
saving your ass. They just want
No,
better
the
work
problem that I-
conditions.
the
Can I ask you a
problem that I
second, Alex, since you're a
problem
nurse?
that I just talked about. The problem that I just talked about
Like what?
is a problem with all unions.
Like what?
Protecting people that don't do their job properly. That's a problem with all unions across the
No,
board.
no.
It happens with police unions. It happens with teachers unions.
You are
it happens
all
with
no.
nurses unions.
Can
it
I
happens with
explain?
all of them.
You are ascribing guilt to people who don't deserve it. You're already assuming bad intentions from them. Okay, that's
No,
not
I have a
fair.
Isn't that what you've been
That's
doing
not fair.
with Republicans
That's not
and
fair.
conservatives this
That's
whole
not
time?
fair.
You've been
No,
calling
you're
them
ascribing
evil,
bad
all they want
intentions
babies
to
to die.
nurses
Like,
unions.
you're-
All they
that's what you're
want,
doing.
all they want
Alec,
is
conservatives
all-
are baby killers.
All you're saying is that
There's
you
never
don't
been a
trust
bad nurse in the
unions.
union,
All
guys,
you're
okay?
saying is that you
Never been
don't
a
trust
bad nurse.
nurses unions. That's all you're
Hold
saying.
on, I
I
want
have
to
a-
ask
no,
you
I'm
something.
saying-
Alec,
You don't
That's
trust
not
nurses
what
unions.
I'm saying.
I
Don't
have a
trust
different
nurses
That's
then.
not
Fine.
what I'm saying.
I have a
Okay,
different
then
problem.
what are
Alex.
you saying?
The real problem with nurses unions are the real problem with a lot of other unions is they value seniority over quality of work.
So you don't trust them? Yes?
No.
Okay,
no.
then it should be
No.
fine.
They fundamentally, I have proof
what
of
we're
what I'm
talking
saying.
about is a problem with unions in general.
yeah.
It's not a problem with just
You
nurses
don't trust
unions.
unions.
It's
You
not
don't
a
trust
problem.
unions then.
No, I love
No.
unions.
Okay, but
Nurses
you don't trust
love
them.
unions.
Clearly, you
I
don't
am
trust
literally
them.
a fucking socialist.
But you
I am
don't trust
literally a
unions. You
fucking
just said you
socialist.
don't trust unions. You just said that.
I do
Alec,
trust unions. I
Alec.
am just saying there are
I'm going
problems
crazy,
with
Chad.
the
Tell me,
current
Chad.
structure of
Hippie.
unions.
No, hold on.
Hippie. I think his exact quote was, "You shouldn't be able to call yourself the same species as I am."
Hold on.
Yeah, and I stand by
No,
that.
you're right. You're right.
All subhuman
Alec,
worms.
Alec, you're a nurse, correct?
Yes.
Name me the one thing in your union agreement that evaluates your
I don't
performance.
have a
in
union
terms of
at the
pay.
moment. I work home care.
Okay.
I second that, Alec.
Hold on. So I can tell you, almost every nurse union has no evaluation system for the quality of work of their nurses. They only provide benefits and pay based on seniority. That's the problem with nurses unions.
Okay, I agree. There are problems within unions.
That's
I never
fine.
said
Then,
that there
then don't
weren't.
say we fundamentally distrust unions if we criticize nurses unions because they suck. Because
not what I
I
said.
am also closely related to someone who is a young nurse,
Would
and
you
they do
rather
their
have
job
unions or not?
far better than a lot of the older nurses.
Would you-
And they're served
Uh-oh.
way. Nope, they are now in a non-union hospital, and they're served way better than when they were at a union hospital.
You have a choice between having a
Alec,
nurses
I got a
union-
question
Because
too.
they can individually negotiate based on the power of their own labor because in a non-union hospital, it matters whether or not the hospital wants to lose them. Whereas in a union hospital, it only matters what the union values, which is seniority.
Alec, I got a question too.
Sure.
Okay. I've dated two nurses. They were in unions.
Listen, Dale, just because they were dressed as nurses doesn't mean they were really nurses.
Hold on, Blizza. You didn't let me finish.
Hold on. You said you
Both
dated
of them.
You said you dated them? Is that
Yeah,
what you said?
both
I'm
of them.
sorry. I'm just clarifying.
Yeah, I was
He's
thinking-
really high. You
they
have to
were-
speak clearly.
I'm very yes, you're correct. Thank you.
My bad. Yeah. Fuck, you guys have ruined it already. All right, never mind.
I'm sorry. They're very sorry. You're
Just
I gotta
because they
go.
were
I love
dressed
you
as
all.
nurses, Jail, doesn't mean they were really nurses. That's all.
Good
I'm saying.
talk,
Hey, if it
everybody.
works, it works.
I love you.
See you, Jeb.
All right,
Peace,
see ya.
bro.
Okay. Dated two nurses, both in the union.
You dated
Okay,
5 nurses?
Alec?
okay. I'm
Two.
listening.
Only two. 1, 2.
6?
2. All one,
Seven?
two.
Okay, you dated two nurses, yes?
Two nurses in the
8.
union.
Okay.
8
in the union.
nurses.
Okay.
Both of them, real cunts.
All
Okay?
9 of them.
Did the union do that?
I don't know.
Yes.
Do you? Did it?
I think it was a job. I don't think I've ever seen a happy nurse that you could date. You know what I mean?
How the hell
Yeah,
did
always
you
like
date
that.
10 different
Live here
nurses?
I'm a
and
nurse.
say that
I'm a
it was
nurse.
probably
Wait.
you that did that, Dale.
Wait. I'm a nurse. I'm very happy. I love my life.
And you're very unhappy.
Yeah, you
We
seem
know what
really
you're
Wait.
happy.
What do you mean I'm very unhappy?
seem
What do
I
you mean?
wouldn't say you're
Super
dateable,
happy.
Alec.
What?
Super happy guy up there.
I'm
I
very
said I
happy.
wouldn't say you're dateable.
I love my
Jail,
life.
how the hell did you
I'm
date
getting-
10 different
Do
nurses?
you guys know? Wait. Do you guys know I'm getting
Oh,
married
you know,
in
I just kept
October?
getting hurt.
I'm getting married
Going
in
in,
October. That's awesome.
Saying, hey,
Congrats.
you ever seen a baby
I
with
got
a
my
mustache?
cat. I
Need
got
some
my
help?
cat over there.
And the nurse,
I
you know,
love her.
the nurse with the baby, you know how they are.
I
They're
love
like
my life.
Yeah.
Are you marrying
swooning,
your cat?
swanning.
No, I'm just trying to tell you. I love my life.
I mean,
I
more
have a
props
great
to you.
life.
I just couldn't imagine dating 11 different nurses. It's crazy.
Oh, me, 12. I think you misheard me.
Why,
Oh,
why
how
would
many
you
did you
say
have?
that? Why would you say
My
that I
bad.
don't have a good life?
No,
though?
13.
Oh shit!
I love my life.
Yeah, the reason,
What the
the
fuck,
real
dude,
answer
bro?
to the
You've been
question
playing
as
with your
to why
goatee
they
all
were
night. You
cunts,
can't fucking count. Fucking swirling your goatee like a fucking villain from like an old silent movie.
Yeah, because I'm having
down my
fun.
chin,
It's
and you
fun.
can't
Have you
fucking
ever
count.
twirled
You're
your
like,
mustache
oh,
like
let
a
me get
villain?
this. 12 nurses. You
Have you ever?
fucking dumb
does
dumb.
it
Have you
literally
ever?
every stream.
Just try it once. Have you
Yeah.
ever twirled your mustache like a villain? It's fun. It's fun. Try it.
He's doing the goatee. He's grabbing whatever peach fuzz he can.
This.
I know you want to be a man, bud.
Real-
I know
real
you do.
answer to
No,
your question,
honestly,
Dale, about why
honestly,
those
though,
two
honestly,
nurses
though,
were
I have my
cunts,
beard though.
it
I have
was-
my
the
beard
answer
because
is
I
you.
stroke my beard.
I have my
It was
beard
your
because I
fault.
look fucking young as shit when I'm clean shaven.
Alopecia?
and
Yeah,
I'm
we
tired
know.
of it.
You're
That's
out
great,
pay
man.
just setting
I'm
in.
I
happy for you.
stroke my beard more often than I stroke my cock.
I'm happy for you. Good job.
I mean, I'd be
Who
weird
said
if you
that?
didn't.
What the fuck?
Vigilante said that.
Millennials.
What is this
I'm not
conversation?
millennial, I'm
What
Gen
are
Z.
you talking about?
I'm Gen Z.
Anyway, so I banged like
Other
14
side of the
nurses.
barbed wire.
Hey, I don't know if they were real
That's
nurses
That's
or if they were
correct.
dressed that way. I was
Okay.
in Thailand. was
The
a
moral
good
of
time.
jail story: he banged 14 nurses. Okay, I'm glad we got.
No,
that.
15.
wait,
Fucking
wait.
get the numbers wrong.
It was 16 nurses.
wait.
Come on, get it right.
Were any of them
Oh
dudes?
my God, you're right.
Wait.
17.
The number just keeps going up.
Wait, were any of them dudes? I'm curious.
5 of them.
5 of them?
I
Wait,
guarantee
really?
you, if I was paying nurses and they were over the age of 65, they're still putting in work. Okay. Just know
Yo, that's
that.
base as fuck. I love you, dude. Good work. Good
I
work.
mean, if you're a straight nurse, I feel like that's the perfect opportunity to get dates with nurses.
Yeah.
Is your
Who
fiance
else
a nurse?
dated nurses for
Huh?
short periods of time?
No,
But
I'm
that
telling you
one
right now,
is
female
weirdo.
nurses are intolerable. They're very mean.
They
They think
are.
their job is the most important. Hold on, they think their job is the most important job, second only to mothers. Okay, with
I
their fucking,
completely agree.
I was
You know.
married to a medical assistant there. I was married to a
they're
medical assistant there.
awful, aren't they?
They're awful.
Yeah.
I hate
Yeah.
them.
They're like,
Oh.
I saved someone today. What'd you do? I rolled them to the room. Like, what the
Yeah.
fuck does that even mean?
He hates
And then they,
all,
like,
he
judge
hates,
you. They
he
judge you
hates
for
all
fucking
18 of his
everything.
exes.
They judge you for everything. I hate them.
19. I don't hate them all. That Karina was
you-
pretty good.
Okay, you
She
hate
was
all,
Hispanic,
you
though.
hate 19 of them, but the 20th you're okay with.
Me?
Oh no, the
That's-
21st.
That's lucky. Yeah, lucky number.
Jesus
22.
Christ!
I just be nice.
Are you
to
even
me. All I'm asking is for
stroke your
some common
fucking
decency.
goatee some more until you figure out how to count?
I'm just asking for some
Goddamn.
common decency. That's it. Like if you can be just decent, I'm fine with you. I don't hate you.
I'm banging so many nurses right now. You can't ask me to be decent
All at once?
when I'm talking about 22 nurses
Dude.
that I've banged.
Are you doing it all
Whoa,
at once? You
sir.
call that the operating
Like,
room,
you
dude.
need a
Boom.
prescription
Let's go.
After the banging. Do you understand what I'm saying?
The operating room. Let's go, brother.
Listen, there's more than 23 nurses in an operating room.
Really?
24 if you're in the right
Yo!
OR. And
I'm
by
down.
OR, I mean
Jail's operating
orgasm
room.
room.
I'm down.
Okay, Jesus Christ. OR is the. Oh my God. Hold on. Someone in my house. Here's me. Gotta explain that shit. I'll be right back.
Oh, yeah, you're fucked.
I ain't got nobody at my house, brother.
Any new roommate?
My fiance's,
Shit.
she definitely exists. She's out of state right now. You wouldn't know her.
Is your fiance?
She goes to
Is your
different
fiance a
school.
nurse?
I really
Yeah,
hope
she,
I
no,
could
she's
Google it. I wouldn't
no,
know
she's
her.
an astronaut.
Damn.
She's from Mars. She wouldn't know her.
Okay, Alec,
Out of
I really
state.
want to know how high you are. So, did you realize that number of nurses kept going up by 1 each time it was mentioned?
Oh my God.
No.
Now my friend
No,
is
you
worried about a
didn't. Okay.
401k and 24 nurses I banged. What the
What
fuck?
We don't have
Are
enough
you
food
doing?
for that.
Hey, Jail, just to clarify, just how clear we need to be with our language. Alec did not realize that the number of nurses was going up by 1 each time it was
I
mentioned.
still think I'm right, by
It
the
was
way.
not.
I think-
It was
I think I'm
like
right.
it was 25 nurses, 25 of them,
28
and they
nurses.
were all
I said it
cunts.
multiple times.
Okay.
Okay.
Fucking-
Jesus Christ.
Fucking
Alec,
gaggle of
Alec,
cunts, man.
look at the camera and answer this
I thought
question.
the 26 was
Female
the best.
nurses. Hold on, everyone, shut up. Female nurses,
I changed my mind.
very
Boys. I want a gaggle
bangable,
of
very
cunts tattooed
regrettable.
on me.
Look at the fucking camera and answer this question. Female nurses, very bangable, very regrettable. Yes or no?
Easy
Yes or no, Alec?
This man has to work with nurses every day. You put him in a compromising position, Joe.
Yeah, no,
I
none
don't
of those
know.
nurses
Like,
know
I
what
don't, I don't know.
Twitch
Listen,
is.
I
They
don't
don't,
know if I
watch
know
this.
more
They're at the
nurses.
bar
I don't-
wasted right now.
I don't
They're
know if I'll
watching.
They're
bang
buying
them.
Stanley Cups off TikTok right now. Those dumb bitches.
I
Okay,
don't-
listen.
I don't.
Alec,
think-
look at the fucking camera.
I'm looking at the camera. I'm
I
sorry.
swear to God,
I'm trying. I'm trying. I'm
They're
trying.
doing-
nurses,
Listen.
females,
Listen.
awful
listen,
human beings,
Listen. Listen.
but you still want to sleep with them.
No.
All
Okay.
No.
28 of them.
Yes. No. Maybe. I don't know. Listen. I'm trying.
That's exactly what I sounded like in the bedroom. All 45 times.
I don't think I would. I don't think
Right.
they're bangable. I don't think so. No.
Doing my best.
No.
Listen. Jail disagrees
they're
with
boring.
his 60 nurses as
I'll
girlfriends.
bang
But,
anything.
but I've
You
got
give
a
me
question. I've got a
An
question.
overweight one, I'll take a fucking fuck stick there, move her fat up, you know?
But no, I've got a question. I've got a serious question for Alec. Right.
Yeah.
So I've heard this, and I don't know if it's a rumor, or if I don't know if it's false rumor, or if it's true.
Okay.
Do female nurses like truly have a thing for guys in uniform, whether that be police or military or
All
firefighter?
women do. What are you talking about?
Yeah, all women do.
I've heard
Them
it's like
questions,
I've heard it's multiplied when you're a nurse.
Not in my personal
How often do you-
experience. No.
Okay.
Not in my
Alec, I'm
personal
gonna ask how often do the nurses bang the doctors in the closet?
Not ever that I've seen.
I just want to know if Grey's
I
Anatomy
think that's kind
is
of the goal. I
realistic,
think
okay?
that's kind of the goal for
This is
people
my
not to
personal
see
experience.
It, but,
I don't know. This is what I've seen. I don't know.
Do they fuck in the on-call room? Yes or no?
I've never heard or seen or anything of people fucking.
Have you
Nurses are like-
banged?
they're wearing-
Have you
they're wearing
banged one of your
scrubs.
doctors?
They
No,
got
I have not.
They're too
the
busy
only-
making TikTok videos.
Yes, but the only female doctor.
I will say I did date a doctor once for a little while.
The only
Okay.
proper female doctor
One.
that I ever talked to was a fucking cunt. I hated her. Like she
Oh,
so
dude, she was in so much debt. I left.
I hated
It was
her.
like in and out. She was like getting paid like a teacher for the next like 10 years. That's dumb.
I hated her so much.
I don't want that.
So
She
this-
had like hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt. No way. No shot.
No shot.
No
Not
shot.
marrying that.
No, thank you.
That-
She's after my
You're my
401k
credit score?
that I don't
No,
believe in.
thank you.
No, thank you.
Sorry,
Or it's really hard to fucking develop this credit score. Fuck that
Listen,
bitch.
not as hard as Jail worked for his 75 nurse girlfriends.
Oh,
Hey,
he's in a Muslim
scheduling was a
church, right?
nightmare, but they all understood because they were always on call. Okay? They fucking rotate that shit in and out. It's good.
That's what the Quran says. After you die, you get 75 nurses.
No, it's 90. Come on.
Amen.
what if
Get it
I'm
right.
one of them? Hey, what if I'm one of them?
Shabab.
That
Kill
was
Basa.
75
What the fuck are
fucking
you
Star
saying
Wars
as amen?
nerds.
What if I'm one of them? I'm a nurse. What if I'm one of them?
Hell
What
yeah.
if I'm one of the
Are
75
you one?
nurses?
Are you one of Jail's 115 girlfriends?
Maybe. If he wants.
Partners. We say
You know, I
partners
just feel
on the
like
lip
it's really
side here.
unfair that us
Spartacus.
electricians don't have a uniform. I think it's really fucked up.
Say it, I'm
All we
sorry.
have is a high vis shirt. It sucks.
Who?
Electricians.
Alpha, I can't
we
even
don't have.
see you. What the fuck are you
I
doing?
mean, you can wear a
Lounging
fucking
around.
uniform.
No, we can't. We just have like an orange shirt, and then it's just like I just look like a fat traffic.
Oh, I'm
cop.
sorry, Alpha. You don't feel sexy enough?
No, I don't.
Gotta work
I would
it.
like to feel sexy.
Electrician is a very popular category in porn, so I don't know.
Just knock on someone's
Because there's
door.
always
I
a
don't
spark
even know how
there.
to test that statement. I'm sorry.
Gotta be
I
like,
don't
hey,
know.
babe. Can I lay some?
What do I Google?
You don't want to ruin your
You
recommended
just-
with that one, huh, Jill?
Oh, it's been ruined. That's not
I'm
blind
like-
right now.
I'm just like,
I got it finally curated right now.
what work trades are biggest in porn? If I
All
go,
right.
Alpha
Y'all,
Wasabi's face gonna pop up there, and a high vis.
Wait,
fun.
just go back to what I was doing before.
I
I got some grounding to do around here.
Listen,
You know?
guys, it's been fun. I think I'm gonna peace out. I know that you all loved having me here, and I was
All
the
right.
best participant here.
All right, Alec, you
Most
have good stare.
agreeable, most
Easily.
agreeable, perhaps.
Easily
But,
the
um,
MVP.
Most agreeable.
Yes, thank you.
I'd rather talk to Isle.
So thank you.
Oh,
Binks,
shit.
is Binks here? Okay, Binks
Yeah,
is not
I'm
here,
here.
but Binks, I appreciate.
I'm right here.
Oh, you are.
I believe in you.
Binks
Okay?
is right
I
there.
believe in you.
I didn't see the
blonde
name
one.
Binks. Sorry, Judge Binks. Sorry, Binks. I appreciate you having me here. Thank you very much. I had a very fun time. I
I'm a
hope y'all have
leftist
great
too.
night.
Okay, say something nice about me.
If you all ever want to have a 1v1, I'm open to it. Okay. Just hit me up in DMs. All right.
All right. It was fun. Thanks,
It
Alec.
was fun. Good night. Good night, everybody.
Alec, fantastic. You have a good
Fantastic.
night.
Good night, everybody.
Later.
Live stream the 1v1? Absolutely. Are you kidding me? Of course I will. If they want a 1v1, I will absolutely debate them. I just feel like I'm going crazy, man. All I said was don't kill kids. That's all I said. Don't kill kids. Is it that hard? Find the money. Oh, you got to feed kids? Okay, find the money. Pull it out of your asshole. Get it from anywhere. Get it from Jeff Bezos. Get it from George Soros. I don't care. Get the money. Feed the kids. Feed the fucking kids. That's all I said. It's not that hard. Does debate hurt my brain hole? Queen Laura, I trust you so much. You've been part of my community for so long. And I need you to be 1000% with me, Queen Laura. I'm begging you. Was I not reasonable the entire time? The entire time. Please criticize me. Please, Queen Laura. I'm begging you. I feel like I'm going crazy. All I said was don't kill kids. Don't let kids starve. You're the only one making sense? Thank you. You legitimately do not know how much that actually relieved my tension. I feel like I'm going insane. You're too hard on yourself. I have to be. I can't reasonably believe that people like this exist. Like, I don't get chummy with them. You have to. But, like, okay, here's the thing. I don't believe that Sprouticus, I don't believe that even any of them want kids to die. I don't believe that about them. I don't. I try to think the best of people. I really do. I really don't think that any of them actually want children to be a victim. I don't think that. And I'm still recording, so this is going to be on the recording. So all of you who are in the debate, if you're watching this, take a note. I don't think that you want kids to die. But have you thought about your worldview for 5 seconds? Have you? Have you sat down and thought about what it's going to do if you have death traps at the border? Have you? I don't think you're that bad of a person. I don't. But Christ, man, kids are dying. I know that sounds like lib shit to some of you, but it's true. You know, and if it's not enough, then I don't know what is. I just don't know what is. That's it. So I'm sorry if I came off annoying, belligerent, loud, whatever. Maybe some of you liked it, maybe some of you didn't. I don't care. But I'm passionate about this shit, man. That's all I'm saying. I don't want kids to die. I'm so passionate about kids being fed and not dying. That's it. That's it. That's all I'm saying. That's it. Legit, I have no idea how illegal immigration impacts border states. It's insane. They just don't listen to reason. They don't. Not a single one of them. Only Binks. I feel like Binks is at least on my side. Because when I was spouting reason, he didn't silence me. Until he was forced to. I like Binks. I love Binks. He's great. Binks is fantastic. I think he could be a little bit better of a moderator, but I do like Binks. I like him. I like the cut of his jib. Alright, I gotta drop you guys off. I'm losing my mind. Who's live? Thank you all for putting up with my insufferable nonsense. Let's see. Who's live? Riverboat Jack! Perfect. Let's do it. Twitch. Do I not have her on here yet? Interesting. River. Boat. Oh. Riverboat Jack. Alrighty, y'all. Is the one going to be gone? I listen. You caught me at a bad time. I'll get back to you. I don't know. Jesus Christ. I still owned them. I have like half of a fucking brain cell right now, and I still owned them. Am I wrong? Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. I know I sounded insane, probably, but I feel like I still own them with half of a fucking brain cell. It's not that hard. Turns out the secret to being conservatives isn't research. It's getting high. And just winging it. Asking them a question, like clarifying questions. Just clarify. What's your position? What do you think should happen? What do you think 65-year-olds should work? Yes or no? Well, I don't know. It's complicated. No, it's not. Yes or no? Should 18-year-olds have sex with adults? Yes or no? Well, 18-year-olds should obviously, when they turn 18, that's when they have sex. Okay, you're so definitive about that. How about when they turn 65? Should they retire? Well, I don't know. No! Bullshit. Bullshit. Pussy shit. Pussy shit. You have not thought about your worldview for more than 10 fucking seconds. 10 seconds. You're inconsistent as fuck. All right? Think about it. Just think about it for a second. That's all I'm asking. Okay, rant over. I'm sorry. It's been a long night. Honestly, I think I need a break. I don't know if I'm going to take one or not. But if I do, I apologize for the inconvenience. I know that you all love me. I know that I'm great. And we're going to keep trucking forward, but I might need a little break, okay? Because this has been a lot lately. It's been a lot. So, I'll let you all know. But you all have been wonderful. I love you all. Thank you so much for being here. You definitely do a break after 2 back-to-back debates. I feel like I'm going insane, man. I feel like I'm the only good person left on this fucking planet. I don't know. Me and Vosh, right? Me and Vosh and Keffels and Shark, and Guitar Rocker, and all my friends. At least you guys are here for me, right? I don't have to be Doomer. You guys are here for me. I love you guys. I'm going to drop you off with Riverboat Jack because I like her style. And if you're on YouTube chat, go to Riverboat Jack's chat on twitch.tv or go to my channel. It's in the description. It's very easy. And go show her some love. Riverboat Jack's great. I watched some of her videos. It's great. Y'all have a great night. I will see you all on Tuesday. Good night, everybody.